step down, step aside. She came back from maternity leave. We're assuming she just wants to spend time with her family, which is totally understandable for a mother of her age. We're going to talk about that as well as so much more. We've got this judge out of California that released a violent criminal back out on the streets, and then he immediately stabbed somebody to death. At what point do we say enough is enough? We don't have to live like this. And at what point are judges held accountable here? I think we're back up. We had a little, I saw on my end, one of the streams was having a little bit of problem, but I think we're back up and running there. Broadcast. Go ahead, Rob. What you got?
Yeah, apparently we were still streaming on all of our other platforms, so I guess this was a little bit
It was just a hiccup. I saw it, too. I saw the LFA mainstream go yellow for a second. I've got, we got 5 different streams going, and then some of these streams go one place, and then when they get there, they go other places.
Sure.
But, yeah. It looks like we're recovered.
Okay.
Now, so
all right. Hey, we're back. We're back. All right. Good morning, everybody. This is. I'm glad to see the accountability, Paul. I'm with you on that because we've had so little of it that it feels a little bit frustrating at times. The boss here in the chat, Jeremy Herrell, brought up a great point. He's like, hey, when we talk about this SPLC funding here, how much of that was influencing January 6thers? Okay. Like, was this money being funneled into there as part of agitators as well?
Or Charlottesville. You got to also.
I 100% believe Charlottesville was an SPLC feature.
Well, there's some people that even say, and I don't know how accurate this is, how definitive it is, but I do think there is at least some evidence to suggest that the Azov battalion from Ukraine was actually also involved, in essentially creating a false flag as well. Basically they want a race war.
Yes.
And so they've got to create their own enemy. It's classic false flag. If you've ever seen the movie Princess Bride, I've got a war to start. I've got my wife, I've got my wife to murder and this other country to frame for it.
I don't think that means what you think it means. Anyway, yeah, that's a great movie. My wife hates that movie. We've talked about that before. But I completely agree. Does anybody listen? Only a naive idiot that is refusing. They're sitting there with their head in the sand. Only if you're truly naive and you buy the government's narrative on all of this stuff, do you believe that this woman is somehow innocent? That this woman somehow, she's just an innocent bystander, and this is the Trump administration. This is the weaponization of the DOJ. Bull. We saw the weaponization of the Department of Justice under Joe Biden and Merrick Garland. We absolutely saw that when they were doing FBI raids of preachers for silently praying in front of abortion clinics, which we've covered. But anyway, if you're naive, you think this is all a setup and a hoax. Anybody that's a rational person that's willing to look at this and say that this, number one, was the biggest, one of the hugest, hugest is not a word, but one of the largest. There we go. That's the word I was searching for. One of the largest money laundering scheme organizations. USAID, I think, was probably number one. Good grief. But I believe some of that funding was coming. Listen, I think it was all intertwined as well. Mm-hmm. I feel like everybody was kind of working with everybody behind these scenes. Stoking,
and you also have to say here as well, you can't just say this is the SPLC. Mm-hmm. I think there are other orgs as well that I'd love to look into. But when I say not just the SPLC, what I'm saying is stuff like this doesn't get pulled off without the intelligence oligarchy running these psyops, false flags against the people controlling
There is
the
a
media.
puppet master at the top. Who it is, I don't know.
But you think about it, and you're like, obviously, we know that in a lot of tragedies that we hear about, you start doing the research, and eventually it comes out, oh, this guy was in contact with the FBI before, or the FBI knew about this beforehand, or this guy had what appears to be an FBI handler. You go back to the Draw Mohammed contest in Texas, where that guy, according to some reporting, was affiliated with the FBI, like knew an FBI guy. So you start to think, okay, the FBI. There's evidence out there to suggest that they don't exist to solve crimes. They exist, in some cases, to create crimes and then cover them up. Okay, so it's much easier to do that. Mm-hmm. So we can see a pattern of that happening. It's much easier to do that if it's not the FBI directly doing it. Instead, you take one of these organizations like the SPLC, you co-opt them into doing it for you, and so you have one more layer of insulation.
Every bit of it is proxy. You are working behind the scenes to manipulate, like the puppet master. You are manipulating these organizations, these individuals, all to get some sort of outcome, to have some sort of distraction. Now, I did read this book that's called Operation Pale Horse, and it was from a retired FBI. I've talked about it on the show, but it's been about a year ago. Retired FBI undercover agent, and he infiltrated biker gangs. Now, a lot of them truly are white supremacist. And he talked about all of these things that they were planning. They were planning to do this. They were planning to do that. They were planning to do this, but they never do this stuff. And that's why it was so insulting that Merrick Garland and Joe Biden went on national television more times than I can count and said that white supremacy is the most dangerous thing that we are facing here in the United States. No. It's the puppet masters pulling the strings, trying to cause a race war. It's the puppet masters pulling the strings, trying to get the Republicans riled up so that we stormed the Capitol. Okay, it's the puppet masters trying to manipulate the entire government when they say, and many people have said, and in a lot of ways I agree with it, that the President of the United States is not the most powerful man in the United States. It is this deep, dark state that's working behind the scenes to manipulate, to funnel money, all of this stuff. And how do you expose something that's so large? I don't know, but this is a huge step in the right direction. Now, back to what I was saying about the FBI, how he went undercover to.
Is this
to
the book
infiltrate.
right here, Pale Horse? Right?
Yes, that was his undercover name. So he went by that on not all of them, but some of them. And there was one where he was being strip searched.
I've heard him recount that in interviews.
Yeah,
Heroin.
And so he was being strip searched in a basement of a bar, and he had a wire on him at that time.
And they had plastic wrap on the floor, meaning if they found it, they were going to kill him right there.
Dead. Yep. He's dead. And he had this wire on him. Well, he was wearing like this flannel shirt, and he said somehow by the grace of God that wire, was. I get it was he just didn't detect it. The guy that was feeling the shirt after he took it off. Anyway, it's a phenomenal book, and if you're an audiobook person, Scott Payne reads the book. It's phenomenal. But every time he said, and when he talked about all this stuff, and by the way, Scott Payne is a conservative. He went on Joe Rogan. That's how I found the book as well. So it's don't think it's like a leftist book at all. He is very, very much a conservative. And white supremacy does exist. Let's not be naive and say that it doesn't exist. But every incident that he was talking about was always what they're planning. And we foiled it, but they were planning. And I'm just like, I don't think I'm getting nervous about planning. I think I'm getting nervous about the radical Islamics that are causing terror all across the globe, including here in the United States. We've had multiple terror incidents, all of that stuff, and we're just supposed to blindly live next to these Muslims and say, are you in the 75% or the 25%? Okay? Are you radicalized or are you a peaceful Muslim? How am I supposed to know? And
how are you supposed to trust the answer?
Well, yeah. What are you going to say? Oh,
I mean,
not the radical at all. Not the radical.
Yeah, obviously.
I like Burger King.
Yeah.
not radical. Listen, I don't know why Burger King just, was American there. I love America.
I think the real test would be, like, get a pork shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Cook it for them.
Eat
give
this
it to
bacon.
them. If they eat it, you're probably okay.
Yeah, eat these bacon-wrapped pork chops, Anyway, regardless, I've gone off on a lot of tangents here, but I'm just gonna say that I'm so glad to see about this, and let's hear the details.
This was the CNN headline: exclusive former employee of the Southern Poverty Law Center arrested on fraud charges. Where did my Gateway Pundit article go on this? That's the one I had. But hang on a second. Here's the United States Attorney's Office second superseding indictment adds defendant and charges in Southern Poverty Law case. So this lady, basically, and we actually covered this, or I know I covered it at one point because somebody did a deep dive on her before the superseding indictment. I think there were some references maybe to this activity where they were trying to figure out who exactly was the CFO doing this. And of course, they figured it out that it's this lady that now just got indicted. Bayrich is her last name. Heidi L. Bayrich, a 59 of Palm Springs.
She sounds like a libtard.
Kind of does. New charges of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit false statements to a federally insured bank. The new indictment also adds Bayrich as a defendant to the previously charged count of conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering and charges the SPLC with an additional count of concealment money laundering. Bayrich was served with an arrest warrant this morning in the Central District of California and is expected to make her initial appearance in court this afternoon. This was yesterday. The charges arise from an alleged scheme involving the use of donated funds and financial accounts associated with fictitious entities. As previously alleged, the scheme involved efforts to conceal the source, ownership, and control of the funds, and to make false representations concerning the use of donated money and the operation of financial accounts.
It ain't so.
The second superseding indictment expands the case to include the alleged participation of Bayrich and additional conduct involving the movement and concealment of proceeds, because she was literally sharing a bank account, I believe, with this guy that was working with white supremacists, and they were shacking up together. The Southern Poverty Law Center was previously charged. Okay, let me
listen.
I just don't believe
don't believe any of it, Paul. They just wouldn't do that. Listen. SPLC, their only goal is for equality in ethnicity, in the races. We need to make sure that everyone is treated equally. That's what our goal is. It's certainly not money laundering. It's certainly not trying to dredge up a race war so that we can receive more funding. No, that would not play into our motivation. Our existence is just to help mediate. We don't instigate. Bull. We see that, and we're seeing, hopefully, that this is more than just an arrest. I need a conviction. I need jail time. Anybody else convicted of money laundering on that scale? You're talking. It's white. I mean, they're going to be in a white-collar prison, but they're going to go to prison.
Yeah. Well, and again, this has to do with false flagging the entire country forever, for decades. I mean, you even can go back to the mysteries that still exist around the Oklahoma City bombing, and you can find the SPLC had people on the ground there too.
Yeah,
that were they were there doing something. I don't know. They're gonna. Well, they were an informant. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's weird.
Yeah,
I mean, why you guys are not the FBI, or are you the FBI?
So maybe somebody can help us in our chat here. If anybody knows the answer to this question, who issues federal 501c3s? Essentially, what I'm trying to get at is who is in charge of 501c3s and who could revoke one? Because if there has ever been a need to revoke a 501c3, this one, with all of the fraud that's been uncovered, and let's just be honest, it's the tip of the iceberg with this organization. So if this place can't lose its 501c3 nonprofit status, what will? So somebody in the so they're saying that would be the the boss says that's the IRS. that the IRS issues. But is Jeremy, are they the ones that actually issue the 501c3?
Yeah,
You know,
I
the
believe,
revocation would come through.
I believe that's the case. I mean, you have to apply all 501c through the IRS in some capacity.
So Scott, so Jeremy's saying, so Scott Bessent would be the one essentially that could pull that 501c3. You want to talk about a gangster move right there.
Awesome.
Scott Bessent's already
after the
awesome.
I mean, look, if they do get a conviction here, yes. I mean, that's the obvious. I mean, that's obvious at that point. After
but you know, is she okay? Remind me, is she the former or
during this
resigned.
time, she's not the CFO anymore. But this again, it comes about this headline. I think encapsulates it good. Arrested on charges for secretly funneling payments to white supremacist groups. You're literally creating the enemy. You're creating the problem, and then going to fundraise off of it.
No, again, Paul. No one would do that.
Just, what's funny?
No
is
one would do
it's
that.
Like we've all. This is, and I know this is an old story. I mean, new story because it's a new indictment. But those of us on the right, when you go when we go to have our conversations with whoever we're having, or whether you're on a talk show or whether you're at the water cooler at work, right? You would never. You would think this in the back of your mind, maybe. Right, you'd be like, I think the left is evil, but and they are. But especially 10 years ago, you would come at it with okay, let's try to find the lowest common denominator so we can agree or agree to disagree or whatever. But in the back of your mind, you would be like, man, I bet the SPLC is paying these people. I don't really. I mean, look around you, man. Mm-hmm. Look around, like. We're told the media that this country is so racist. A country that 7 years after 9/11 elected Barack Hussein Obama. Now, okay, who knows how secure our elections were at this point. But anyway, just for the sake of argument, we're told we're the most racist country in the world. The media tells us that. Hollywood tells us that. Hollywood loves to dunk on the South, right?
Yeah,
but when you actually go to our cities, when you actually move around in the South it's like people get along quite well. People of different skin color, they may not be best friends, but like we are civil people and would go and help somebody if they needed it and that sort of thing. We are not what we are portrayed to be. And so you're at the water cooler in these conversations, and in the back of your mind, though, you think, man, I wonder. I mean, I wonder if this is just not. But you might not articulate that because you have no evidence of it. What I'm trying to say is, your wildest dreams about how evil the left is, like in the back of your mind, it's almost as if you have the thought, keep it yourself. There's somebody somewhere that's already doing it. There's somebody somewhere that is that corrupt, is that wicked, is that evil, and we're fundamentally surrounded by liars who are our elites are just liars. They lie to get out of accountability, but they lie to create their own problems to make sure their mission never goes away.
Yeah, I mean,
it's disgusting, man. It's absolutely disgusting, and she needs to go to jail for a long time, and the SPLC needs to be consigned to the dustbin of history.
And we keep seeing this as well in every political cycle where the party out of party creates this fear that that if they're not put back into power, that this is the end, that this is the last. And in some ways, I honestly believe had Donald Trump not won in 2024, that our country here in 2026 would be unrecognizable. I think we were
the
holding,
border alone would have been insane.
We were holding on by a thread to make it through the Biden administration there with those last few years. So I do believe that there's some truth to that. But it goes back to what I've said about John Thune, that I wonder if part of the motivation is that it's sometimes easier to fundraise if you're in the minority. Because it's people are more motivated because they don't like what they're seeing, and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden, and they're doing all of this stuff. And so you start, I got to give money. I got to make sure that I get Republicans in there. Mm-hmm. Now, we've talked about being really happy with some of the things that the Republicans have done, but there's also been some frustrations, mostly with the Senate. I think Donald Trump keeps signing all of these. He keeps signing all of these executive orders. He can only do so much. We got to have the damn Senate step up and actually pass this stuff. And I've bragged on Mike Johnson. I don't agree with everything that Mike Johnson said. I don't want to be so repetitive about it, but I think it's noteworthy. I don't agree with everything that Mike Johnson does. But damn it, man, he is leading his party with a razor-thin majority, and for the most part, he is getting Donald Trump's agenda passed.
And putting it in the lap of the Senate.
It's
and
going there to die a death. Yeah. It's being imploded. We're going on 5-week vacation here.
Yeah, I've got that clip too. I mean, we got to talk about that.
Okay.
Remind me, because there's actually a really good article that I did pull on the John Thune thing over at, never heard of this place before, CNAV News, headline, "A Modest Proposal," which is a play on that satirical piece from long ago about the babies. A modest proposal. We should eat senators. No, that's not what it says. A modest proposal. Performance reviews for senators. Suppose all senators had to face a recall referendum every month, even a non-binding one, to provide an official approval rating, ? The idea behind this is that these people never move unless they think there's an election coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's just like, with South Carolina and the late Lindsey Graham. Nobody really, you go on for 5 years. You'll show up year 6 to ask for their vote again, and that's the same thing that happens. Same thing that happens here in Arkansas too, by the way, and that happens in a lot of these places. And that's why the 17th Amendment, is that the one with the senators? That's the real answer here, is to go back to state legislatures electing the senators.
After the first 5 or 6, I kind of lose what the amendments are.
Yeah, of course. Here is real quick. We're going to bookend this segment with the SPLC. Heidi Barrich, CFO SPLC, who was just arrested for secretly funding white supremacy Nazi groups, complained a few years ago how fast the Nazi groups were exploding under Donald Trump. So to give you, this is a good deal. Let's just say here, I complain all the time about accountability. I complain about the lack of accountability, okay? And I definitely think there's bigger conspiracies to go after, bigger deep staters, intel oligarchy people. Yes, right, but let's celebrate this for a second, because the SPLC is the enemy.
Yeah.
The SPLC is our enemy, and they are being punished, and the modern iteration of the SPLC is functionally being made illegal. It's being exposed, and we got to keep going and do more. We got to put the pedal to the metal. But this is a really good outcome today.
Yeah, it is, and you're going to play the video here in just a second, right? So before you get started, I mean, this lady looks like she used to do porn in the 80s, and then she ballooned up and was unfortunately unable to continue in the business because she got so fat. And so what she started doing was going into starting race wars. I think that's her life story. I'm pretty sure at this point I could write an autobiography about it.
This was our thumbnail. It's she's.
Or a biography,
I think the vibe that she gives off is something akin to like a final boss. The question is what's the name of the video game you're playing? But she's kind of like potentially the final boss of some video game. I don't know. What would we say? It would be like
she looked like a desert troll at the end of a Mario or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, you'd have to call it like I don't know, Woke Race Wars 11 or something.
You think on that one and you get back to us.
All right. Here she is warning about the dangers of white supremacy. And keep in mind, when you watch this, she's literally giving money to the white supremacists.
You couldn't script this any better, folks.
The number of hate groups has been increasing pretty rapidly and frighteningly really since 2000. So in the 1990s, the number of hate groups sort of bounced around 450, a little up, a little down every year. And then in 2000, we started to see a sustained rise, which ultimately led to a doubling of groups. And what's interesting about this is that the year 2000 is the year that the Census Bureau told Americans that white people would become a minority in the future, in 2042. And a lot of hate groups all of a sudden started to, begin to recruit. White supremacists commit far more acts of domestic terrorism in the United States than radical Islamists, for example. These groups have seen their numbers increase, particularly since Donald Trump started campaigning. There are other organizations that call themselves the alt-right that literally didn't exist 2 years ago. And a lot of the ferment and activity, the protests, the rallies and whatnot, are circulated around the alt-right groups right now. In particular, groups that attach themselves directly to Donald Trump's campaign have seen their ranks grow. So we've got a hate problem larger than we've ever had.
We got a hate problem.
Yeah. Listen, she got
larger than life.
She got angry after her porn days. She seemed a lot nicer back in the 80s, you know. No, listen, look, what is so comical about this, Paul, and it is that you know that every word out of her mouth just now was a lie.
Yeah.
Now, it was baked in what we were seeing in headlines and what we were seeing.
Yes, the media, definitely the apparatus there.
Correct.
You know, it all works together.
It's the Nancy Pelosi playbook, right? You whisper in the ear of a reporter.
The wrap-up smear.
Right, and then it goes to this one. You whisper in another one, and then you're able to say it's being reported, right?
Yeah.
Which it's all bull. It's all complete lies. And this woman was pulling the strings. Now, somebody was pulling her strings. Let's be honest. Someone was pulling, because she's not just sitting here. She's not some... that woman is not some massive mastermind.
Right.
It ain't her, okay? She is in that position, and she was being used as a tool. She is now expendable, so the deep state has said, hey, we're going to let you go. Or maybe they made a mistake. I'm not trying to say that the deep state is infallible. They may have just made a mistake, and finally this stuff is getting exposed. I don't think they like it being exposed, but this piece of trash right here went on there and just completely destroyed the white race, was saying all of this stuff about us that's not true, creating this race war, creating this division, in all in the names of money, and so that it keeps feeding. It's like a plumber showing up at my house and busting all the pipes in my house, and then knocking on the front door saying, it looks like you got a problem here. Oh gosh, we're seeing a big rise of problems like this.
Yeah.
It's apparently the biggest problem facing Americans today.
Yeah, it also reminds you of like a shakedown, like you go into a business in a neighborhood, hey, you need the mob's protection, you know? And it's like, well, what if I don't pay you for protection? Oh, well, we're going to do,
Yeah.
you know. It's
then
like
you'll need protection from us.
It's like a mutated version of that.
Let's just be honest with you. You're paying us so that we won't beat the hell out of
Right.
you. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, we're going to church it up.
Yeah,
we're going to say this.
Pay me so I don't murder your whole family and burn your business to the ground.
Lord have mercy.
But yeah, it's crazy, folks, and let's hope these people go to jail for a long time. Let's not stop there. We got to keep going. What other organizations? And I'm thinking of the ADL. What other organizations have also been doing this?
NAACP.
There you go.
That is a trash organization. NAACP, garbage. I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire. Garbage. Their intent to protect minorities and to look at their interest. Absolutely a noble event. I mean, I'm not going to besmirch any organization for that. But they will stand on national television with the Reverend stupid-ass Sharpton standing up there. Ben Crump is now this attorney that goes all over. We're seeing it locally with a local person that was punched by one of our state troopers has hired Ben Crump. Okay, that is here in Arkansas. It was the 18-year-old girl who resisted arrest, and the state trooper punched her in the face.
That's a harrowing video.
It is. He should not have punched her in the face. But what everybody is skipping past is that girl was absolutely resisting arrest.
I know.
She turned around.
Look, and that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said. Like, would you ever, if you got arrested, are you going to resist arrest? Or are you just going to put me in the car?
If you start resisting arrest and you start, you're pulling your hands away, every attorney will say, do not resist arrest. We're going to fight it in court.
Yeah.
We're going to fight it in court. But if you start resisting, all bets are off. I mean, something's going to happen. The police officer, you are going in handcuffs.
Right.
One way or the other. We're just going to see how many bruises and scrapes and cuts that you get in the meantime.
This girl is much smaller than this
18-year-old little girl, and the state trooper punched her.
And the
should not have done
terrible in terms of just
should not have done it.
The optics of it. I want to call my mom, and then he just
hits
punches her.
It was bad optics. Folks, I'm sorry, we're talking about a video that you may not have seen, but it's actually been covered on national news.
It's a big deal in Arkansas right now.
Well, anyway, we'll talk about it later as more developments come.
Sorry,
my whole point of it is the NAACP and Ben Crump will stand his stupid ass, race baiting ass up there at a press conference and knowingly lie. Sue me, Ben Crump, because you knowingly lie. You go up there and you give falsehoods so that it creates a narrative that police are out there hunting black people, when we know that the numbers of unarmed black people are less on a case-by-case basis than other races here in the United States. And they said, well, it's because we're only 13% of the population, though. Yeah, but we've talked about this yesterday. You're committing 50% of the violent crimes. You're going to have more police encounters, okay? And, Charlie Kirk would always ask those people that would come up and they would say, hey, are these police officers out there and they're murdering? How many people do you think they're getting killed? Some people, well, there's one girl that said like 250,000. Are you nuts? What the hell kind of news are you listening to? And Charlie goes, it's actually 9. 9 people. Well, they shouldn't be any of them. And he goes, and that's not including the ones that they're not including the ones that actually had a knife that had dropped it or had access. The gun was close by, because that's still, it just blows my mind. And the organizations like the SPLC, the NAACP, they lost their quest for good. It is attention, money, the black race before anything else. Like when has the NAACP went and tried to help an Asian American?
Right.
Yeah. When the hell has that happened? Okay. When has the SPLC stepped in to help? I don't know, a Jewish person. Of course, I know that most Jewish people are white, but that's a bad example. But regardless, they're a trash organization. I was trying to lose weight like 10 years ago. And have you ever done that thing where you're, trying to lose weight and you write a check to somebody, an organization, and you let a friend who's holding you accountable? Have you ever done this before?
I have not.
Okay.
Clearly.
So
I have not.
So I had gained some weight after I left school teaching, and because I wasn't up and moving around as much. So I wrote a $500 check, and my buddy Jack goes, hey, who would you just be so pissed off if I sent this check to? And I said, well, number one, maybe the Westboro Baptist Church. You remember those lunatics? Yeah. Okay. The ones that say God loves dead soldiers and all this.
Right,
they were garbage. And he goes, I'm going to have you think on that one, because if you don't reach your weight loss goal, you're going to be on record as a donation to this. And I said, good point. Good point. I'm not going to do that.
Whoa, dude, that is hilarious.
I'm glad that he stopped me.
I mean, maybe I do need to do this. Maybe I need to write a check to something I hate, some cause I cannot stand.
It'll work for you. So anyway, I ended up writing the check to the NAACP. Luckily, I hit my weight loss goal, and Jack tore that check up, and it was not sent in. But I was that close to donating $500 to a garbage organization, and I knew that 10 years ago. Look at where they've come now. Man, the NAACP, I know I keep talking about that, but I think that they're cut from the same cloth, this SPLC.
Real quick, also in kind of the same realm of accountability, this was interesting. When we covered Jeanine Pirro, reportedly these tensions between her and President Trump. Obviously, President Trump said she folded like an umbrella. And
I wish he wouldn't do that.
About the whole reflecting pool thing and that sort of thing. But now it looks like this headline here, U.S. Attorney makes rare move by convening special grand jury in Washington. D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro has taken the rare step of convening a special grand jury in Washington, according to the Washington Post. It will be overseen by Stephen Vander Velden, a key Pirro lieutenant, the Post said. Vander Velden has run some of the office's most contentious investigations, including the failed probe of then Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. See, there's been a few things that have stacked up here, right? Like, not only do those of us on the right want to end the Fed, we want to go after people like Jerome Powell, these guys that are untouchable, right? We got to have some Elliot Nesses out there, folks. We got to have some Elliot. What are you prepared to do? So a special grand jury case, potentially scathing report. Hang on, I lost my place. Including the failed probe with then Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell and an inquiry into whether D.C. police tampered with their own crime statistics. Unlike a regular grand jury, a special grand jury can issue a potentially scathing report on the target of an investigation, even when prosecutors ultimately decide there isn't enough evidence to bring charges. Huh, okay. Well, that's not what we want. We don't want one of those reports.
Yeah, let's talk about this overall. Let's talk about this one overall. And that is that Judge Jeanine Pirro, and I've said this, Pirro, I've heard it both ways, but I mean, I loved
Pirro.
her.
It is Pirro.
I loved her when she was on Fox. Loved her because Oh my gosh, man. She would cuss somebody out without using a single cuss word. That's how good she was at just making her point, and she is a true blue, absolutely red running through her veins in more than one way because she is a conservative.
What I'm hearing from you is that you're a fan.
I'm a huge fan of this woman, and I don't like it when somebody does one thing that Trump doesn't agree with there, and that he just says, oh, he called her, what did he say? I can't remember. But I'm not the president of the United States. I'm not hearing everything that he's hearing. Maybe he had some different evidence that was presented to him. I just don't like the internal fighting when I think that the enemy right now is the rise of socialists. I think that is something that is noteworthy because, as I said yesterday, some of these candidates are going to be in Congress next year. They have knocked off long-term incumbents in these blue districts, and so they're going to be in Congress next year. They're going to continue to grow until they get in power and fail miserably, and then people get sick of them and throw them out. But what has happened then, at that point, we're all suffering.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I love Judge Jeanine. I hope her and Trump make amends here.
But one quick note on this. What is this special grand jury going to be investigating? The article says we don't know. It is not yet known what this would be assembled for. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah.
And I'll be very excited to see it. Want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. This is a charity that wants to do one thing: get red light therapy into the homes of veterans who can't afford it. At the Healing Veterans Project, we have a long list of veterans who have been prescribed these panels by their doctors, but the VA, unfortunately, will not cover it. The VA will cover opioids, they'll cover addictive pharmaceuticals, but they won't cover red light therapy. Now, many of you may not know about red light therapy, but I've been advertising red light panels on this program for a couple of years now. I believe in the therapy called photobiomodulation. It is scientific. It does incredible things to your body, like stimulate the mitochondria, increase blood flow. And these have incredible effects on pain, on nerve pain, on PTSD, on traumatic brain injury. It's really a catch-all. It does so many great things, and you have to have the right panel, obviously. There's a lot of cheaper panels out there that aren't actually third-party tested. But that's what we're trying to do. This changes lives. This will help our veterans heal in a big way. And so you can go give an individual donation by scanning the QR code on your screen there, healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. Or I want you to email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us, if you're a business owner, specifically a retail business owner that's got a point-of-sale kiosk, because we want to partner with you. We can even give you an affiliate marketing a fee to help with the expense, to partner with us. So you can help veterans. You can tell your customers you're helping veterans, and you can also ask your customers, hey, donate $1, donate $5, or would you like to do that at checkout? And I know sometimes that may be seen as annoying, but there are great people out there who are generous who do give at those kiosks. So email me if you're a business or you know of a business owner. Put me in contact with them. We're going to make it worth their while. We're going to help these veterans get the therapy they need. I am pleased to partner with the Healing Veterans Project.
Yeah, and Peer out here. Not saying that correctly, I know, but great to have him in the chat. They do. I've seen a lot of his comments, but anyway, I wish the VA did pay for red light therapy so I could alleviate my daily pain.
Well, maybe you need to get on our list. Maybe we need to get you in contact with a doctor or something, to evaluate it. And then you can get in line, Yeah. And if you want to do that, by the way, go ahead and email me that as well. Any veterans out there that, because we're assembling the list, but we also got to assemble the funds first. But we've got a list, and it's growing because we've got doctors prescribing these panels, and you got to hear the story of Matt Troy, the founder of Healing Veterans Project. For the last year, he's been trying to get the VA to cover just one panel for this one Purple Heart veteran, and the story of what this guy did in Vietnam, I've read about it, is incredible. The amount of lives this guy saved, the amount of enemies he killed.
Patty, okay.
And so, but yeah, email me and we'll figure out a way to get you guys on the list.
Yeah.
And then when we continue to raise money for this great charity, We'll get you a panel.
Yeah,
We'll get you a panel.
Patty, reach out to Paul there and at least get you on the list, and we'll see.
Yep.
Because the idea there is that there's enough donations in the meantime until we can get on the VA's radar and get these things approved.
Well, I do know RFK Jr. I mean, is familiar with the technology, photobiomodulation, which is red light therapy. And it may happen eventually, it may, but we're going to keep going. This is non-pharmaceutical intervention.
Yeah.
And so that's what Healing Veterans Project wants to do, non-pharmaceutical intervention, because that's the type of stuff that is not going to harm the veterans further by just masking the real problem.
Yeah, and it's the solution to everything, it seems like these days. Just give them a pill.
Yeah, I know. All right, Caroline Leavitt is leaving the White House, ladies and gentlemen.
Sad about
You're
this.
sad about this too, huh? You're a big fan of Caroline.
I think so. You could not have convinced me that there was anybody better than Kayleigh McEnany until Caroline Leavitt. So I liked when Sarah Huckabee Sanders was the press secretary. I think she did a great job. But Kayleigh McEnany would come in with her binder, her 3-ring binder, and just smoke the liberal media every time they would say something. Boom, here she would go.
Yeah.
And so I just thought, man, and then she got kind of her own show there with Fox News, and got on the Outnumbered with Harris Faulkner and my future wife.
You gotta stop.
I love her. I'm not gonna talk about it. Anyway, she's a lovely lady. Anywho, but she got on this show, so we knew that she was not going to be the press secretary in Trump 2.0, especially with him calling her milquetoast and all that stuff. It just wasn't a great thing. But Caroline Leavitt came in, and I think she's the best that I've seen, certainly under the Trump administration.
A few names are being dropped for the Daily Mail saying who's going to be next. Who's it going to be? They throw Jason Miller out there. Jason Miller, let me show you what he looks. That's Jason Miller right there. He recently came back to the White House.
I wouldn't do it. I would
throw out former Homeland Security Press Secretary Katie Zakaria.
She has my vote. I think it needs to be a woman. I just really believe that.
I actually pray that it's a man. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of everything has to be feminine. Everything has to be. Then they have
I think that job is a feminine job.
Principal Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly, a former beauty queen, could also be in the running. Then they've got seen in political.
I like women. If you didn't know, Paul.
Scott Jennings could be the. Scott Jennings could.
Hey, you know what? I could get behind Scott Jennings.
You think so?
Now, yeah, but I think that'd be a step down. His star is just getting bigger and bigger.
Also, former acting director of national intelligence Bill Pulte was rumored to have a long shot possibility.
No, he looks like he just passed gas.
Here's some highlights. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some montage videos, but just to familiarize yourself, here was one of her most viral moments during her time as press secretary, where she called a member of the press a left-wing hack.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally.
This was after the death of Renee Good, when she, tried to run over an ICE agent.
You mean the murder of Renee Good?
Yeah.
Earlier on, Secretary Nolan spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Mic
literally
drop.
willful. It was willful ignorance. The answer to the question, the question was, why was she unfortunately killed? Like, what happened?
Yeah,
and his
she
answer
she put it back on him.
yeah,
and that was
his answer
chance.
should have been, she hit an ICE agent with her car. Mm-hmm. With a deadly weapon, a car.
But his answer told her and all
the ICE
of us.
agent acted recklessly. The ICE agent should have just let himself get run over, I guess. So yeah, that was a good moment.
Right, sir. Have you ever been in law enforcement, standing in front of a vehicle that you are trying to get the woman out because she is now under arrest? She's impeding traffic. She's impeding law enforcement. That is obstruction of justice, folks. It is as plain as day. That woman died because of her own actions, okay? You can say the wheel was turned away. You can say the wheel was turned away from the ICE agent. You can say that. How do you know that she knew that?
Exactly.
Okay? Because at that point, before she took off, she had been stopped for a second. Do you think that she knew exactly what her wheel position, where her tires were? Okay, she's probably focused on the fact that there are two ICE agents outside of her vehicle with guns, and one of them was standing in front of her vehicle, standing right there, saying, "Stop, get out, get out." And he had his weapon on him. He actually hadn't even pulled it at that point, which was pretty impressive because he pulled it in just that millisecond that it took for her to accelerate. And she's dead because of her own actions. And the stupid-ass liberal media that we've talked about so much sat there and said, well, she had just dropped her child off at daycare, and she was on her way home. The hell she was. She was parked out there for 4 minutes
she was an
ahead
activist.
of it.
She was being funded likely by other people, just like Alex Good and that whole, what was that? Was it a Telegram or Signal or whatever they had that was exposed? And before we started these deportations, we really should have had the Justice Department go after the funding mechanism of all of these left-wing, I think, in a lot of cases, terrorists. Myself, I would label them that because I think they're organizing that way to obstruct federal law enforcement. But generally, I'm just going to remind everybody about that whole situation whether it was the Preddy guy or whether it was Renee Good. Deportations at the scale that we want to see them. And 1 million deportations is great, but we got to get way more than that. Deportations at the scale that we want are going to mean people are going to die.
Yeah.
And you know what? Laken Riley
Yeah.
died. These other people have died because
Yeah.
the border was left open for so long, and our own government, I believe, was using the Mexican drug cartel as an army proxy war against our own people, and they've been doing this for years. And we have suffered from it. We've got people dead from fentanyl. Look at all of the people that have died because the American people have been sold out. In order to reverse that trend in any meaningful way, you're going to have to know. I'm sorry, folks. It just is what it is. You're going to know. Yeah, people are going to die in the process of trying to enforce the law because people are going to resist. And that may sound extreme, but it's not as extreme as leaving the border open for sex traffickers and criminals to terrorize America. That is much more extreme than what we're trying to do, getting these people out.
And you pointed out to me something that I hadn't really directly had that sort of correlation, and it was when we were comparing Trump's deportation numbers to Barack Obama's. And Barack Obama's far greater deportation numbers, but a lot of those just included turning people away at the border, right, and not letting them in, or they get in but they're immediately sent back across the border. And so those numbers were being counted in there. Where Donald Trump, that's not happening because for 14, 15 straight months, the border has been completely shut down, right? And so they're not getting these encounters at the southern border. So what are they having to do? They're having to go find them individually throughout the country. And that's a much tougher job than you got this massive horde walking at you and you process them in a day and then you get them go back to their country. And then, of course, as we knew during the Biden administration, they were just letting them in. At least I'm going to give Barack Obama credit at least a little bit on that he turned some of the people away. And Barack Obama 1.0 is exactly what the Republicans are trying to get accomplished right now.
Yeah.
Immigration reform. We cannot have illegal. Listen to Barack Obama in 2008. Listen to him. Listen to Hillary Clinton leading up to that.
They were all lying, but yeah.
Oh, that
you know what I mean? It was all just...
Here's the thing, Paul. I don't think they were in one respect. I don't think that they realized how advantageous it was going to be with the technology boom that was on the horizon there in 2010, 2011. We're just, when you think of Barack Obama, we're just now getting the iPhone now and all of that stuff. Then we're going heavily to these voting machines, and now they're saying, hey, we could actually create our own voters by just letting a bunch of people into this country. I think that they came to that over time. I don't think that it was a long-term plan because you wouldn't have spoken out against it as a Democrat, Bill Clinton, all of this stuff. You wouldn't have spoken out against it so much if this was your long-term plan.
Yeah. Folks, now it's time for Rob's favorite segment, Trans Women Are Men. As we wind down the hour here, we've got this headline over at Red State. Feckless WNBA bosses meet to define woman and come up with exactly nothing. Some say that women are indecisive, and the WNBA just proved it. What do you want to eat, sweetheart? I don't know. Well, what's a woman? I don't know. This is pretty hilarious. Fox News covered this as well this morning.
Range of topics, including ongoing discussions on transgender athletes and the continued hate and vitriol directed at players online. There are no immediate eligibility matters affecting the WNBA. Yes, there are. And we strongly denounce the bad faith efforts to use these topics to demean or marginalize others.
So they're literally just going to pretend that there is no what controversy? What are you talking about? There is no controversy. They didn't even address publicly that they've got two former NBA athletes that are declaring for the draft. They didn't even do that. Now, you sent me this, Rob, because Royce White and Enos Kanter, they are not letting this go, and they need to keep pushing this issue.
So you're telling me that former NBA player Royce White is going on day 3 of continuing his mission to get into the WNBA. Do I have that right? Which then led to other females calling him out, saying, do it, commit to the bit, take hormones, get facial surge, breast aug, and SRS with the money you got from being a Hall of Fame household name, change your name and live as a woman.
This is going to be...
Oh, sorry.
So you're telling me that former NBA player Royce White is going on change your name and live as a woman in society. Anything less is cis male cowardice. In which she replied, don't tell me how to be a black woman. Taking hormones are optional. The idea that a trans woman has to subject herself to big pharma is just another way for cis-normative people to turn us into a commodity. I'm all natural, black, trans, lesbian with a penile aesthetic. Which then Ed Krasenstein, the liberal influencer, real men don't play women's sports, in which Royce White clapped back, you misgendered me again. That's toxic, heteronormative bigotry. These words, guys. We've moved on from that way of thinking about womanhood. Why are you so pressed? We only make a tiny percentage of the population. You're obsessed. You must be jealous of strong, beautiful, black queens. You go, girl. I'm all for this Royce White drama. For your mama.
There it is. Your favorite segment.
I love it.
Trans women. Hang on. I didn't mean to do that. Trans women are men. Rob Spencer.
Listen.
What you got, sir?
Listen, Linda. Listen. The fact that there are so many of these people that are trans enthusiasts that are coming out and saying right now, well, then go ahead and get these. Go ahead and get transition surgery. Go ahead and start taking your hormones. Start living as a woman. Change your name. Do all that stuff. Clapping back and saying, how dare you tell me how to live as a woman? How dare you? Why should I have to subject myself to big pharma where I'm going to pump all these chemicals? I am a woman. I'm a woman. And therefore, I should qualify for the WNBA draft. As a woman. All it says in the bylaws is that it has to be a woman. But we've not defined what a woman is. Trans women are women. Trans women are women. Ignore Rob's Chiron on the bottom down there. Trans women are women. Okay, and if these individuals can't make it into the WNBA, I will protest because that is a bigoted approach, and I think it's absolutely a travesty, and you are trampling on the rights of trans people everywhere.
You know, it is kind of crazy. We talked about how the spell that is over this country and still over a lot of people, maybe it was broken in a lot of ways in 2024, but it's crazy to go to the WNBA, ask the WNBA to define the W in their name, and you're like, wow, this is going to get them, right? And instead, the WNBA has come out and has said, what controversy? And they're refusing
Nothing to see here, folks.
to define the W in WNBA. They're refusing to define it. And I find that
it's not going to go away.
It's not going to go away, but they're going to try to ignore it. They're doing, I don't know, is that a female stereotype? We'll just ignore the problem instead of confront it head on. Maybe I think that is a female stereotype, right? I'll give you the last word. We got to shut the hour down.
Well, it's been great with this hour one here, and we'll continue with hour two later this afternoon. Stay tuned for Sean Farish. I mean, he's getting, I guess, today and tomorrow's his last day on the channel. Congratulations to him, and thank you, chat. We loved you.
All right, folks. God bless everybody out there. Hour number 2 starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
To the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. And we are going to be with the great Chase Bowes this morning. Interview is recorded, but I am here live right now. Here's proof of life. Actually, before I give you proof of life, we got to make sure that this music stops. And then, of course, bouncing between scenes sometimes causes a problem. So we will we'll have that. But here you go. Let me show you. Live chat will be on the screen. Boom, there it is. Okay? There you go. I know I've been saying it every day since Monday. Color should look better today. Hopefully. We hope. Chase Bowes joins us for the midterm forecast. The color's not going to look good on my end on that because that was yesterday. But this should look better, right? Yes or no? You think? Yeah? Yeah?
It must be my computer because you look almost the same. So don't listen to me because it's probably my computer.
Cool. What are you guys saying over there on Rumble and live chat? Let me know what you think. I mean, it's probably a little washed out still. I still have a lot of work to do on that front. But I think it looks better than it looked on Monday. According to Brennan's computer, her computer says...
My computer screen must not
That computer screen is not a great screen. No. But should look different. So hopefully... the folks on 1210, when I was on 1210 this morning, said that it looked good for them. So I'm going to imagine that it's okay. We have... Plus, it doesn't matter because... it's... I don't even know what I was saying. I'm tired. So... it's not going to matter much because we have the interview for most of the show. Before we get to the interview, I want to... Picture's fuzzy. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you do look a little fuzzy for me, too. I wasn't sure if that was my computer or not.
See, I don't look fuzzy on mine. So I don't know. Maybe it just looks different, and that's why we think it looks fuzzy. I don't know. This looks totally... Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to sit here and worry about this. All right, we have Chase Bowes coming up, midterm forecast. It's going to be a big forecast. Big changes made after the Michigan and Wisconsin primaries. And we will have those changes. Nice conversation with Chase Bowes, up and coming star in our movement, I believe. Somebody who you can rely on to give you numbers without any bias. So we will have that. And that is going to be the bulk of today's episode. Tomorrow will be our last show on LFA TV before we start Sean Farish Live on Monday, August 17th, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/Sean. So tomorrow we'll have an extended phone call time. Tomorrow we'll have a little bit of a different show. We'll still touch on some of the breaking news because this is we do news. But we'll also do a little, some of our favorite moments, and we'll take a bunch of calls and everything. So tomorrow will be the last show, and we will be live for that. So you will have that tomorrow as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I want to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. It's OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. OFP Farms is a family-owned and American company creating farm-crafted skincare with quality ingredients that your skin actually understands. From rich goat milk lotions and grass-fed tallow and magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms, every product is thoughtfully made in small batches with care. They are simple, hardworking formulas to help... These are simple, hardworking formulas created to help nourish dry skin, support tired muscles, and bring a little more comfort to your everyday routine. When you shop OFP Farms, you are supporting a real family, a true patriotic small American business, and products made with purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, go to OFPFarms.com. Use the code Sean, SHAWN, to get 15% off of your entire purchase for the month of August. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. You see it right there. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 15% off of your entire purchase for the month of August. That is, once again, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. Check them out. They are great. We love OFP Farms, and we appreciate them being a part of the show since day one. So they are fantastic. I'm right now using the lemon mojito. There it is. Boom. Their Goat Kisses lip balm is the best lip balm in the game. All right, without further ado, let us get to Chase Bowes with his updated 2026 midterm forecast, House forecast, Senate forecast. We talk about the what the Michigan primaries meant, what the Wisconsin primaries meant, how that's going to impact the midterms, which is just 2.5 months out, and what the Republican Party needs to do better, what Republican voters need to do better ahead of these midterms, or else we're going to get really bad results, and we can't blame anyone but ourselves if turnout is low. That's our fault. So without further ado, let us get to Chase Bowes, the great Chase Bowes. You can follow him on X at Pol Predictions, P-O-L, and then Predictions at Pol Predictions. You see it scrolling by in your ticker. Chase Bowes on X. You can follow him there. You can follow him on Instagram, too, at political.predictions. He is the man. He is a rising star in this game, and he is on top of it. So I hope you enjoy. We're going to have the interview split up into 2 parts. We'll be back about 20 or so minutes. We'll do a word from our friends at Silent. Come back after that, another 20 minutes or so of Chase, and then Cove Pure, and we'll wrap for the day. Just so you have a rundown on the way things are going to go this morning. Here you go, the great Chase Bowes. All right, now joining the show, our good friend Chase Bowes, the best data analyst in the game. Will be the last time that he joins me here on LFA TV, but we'll be doing a lot together in the days coming. And with this midterm cycle on the horizon, Chase Bowes, one of the best data guys in the game. We were looking at the Wisconsin race. We've been talking about the Michigan race. We've been talking about the Democrat civil war. There's a massive civil war happening on the Democrat side, and so we bring him in. There he is, our good friend Chase Bowes. Chase, what's going on? A lot happening since the last time you've been with us.
Yes, sir. Midterm season is in full swing, so I know you and I have both been watching it like crazy. So thank you for having me back on.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching the Wisconsin race, and what was it, midnight, closing in on 1 a.m. We're sending numbers back and forth. I'm like, I think this is over. I don't know what's left. And, there's 20 minutes, and we'll get the Milwaukee drop. And then, of course, that doesn't come until 3 a.m. or 2 a.m, whenever the heck that was. But we were spot on with the conversation that we had. I made a joke on yesterday's show, and I said, if our signal chats ever get leaked, it's just going to be 2 people sending numbers back and forth. There's nothing else. But I was saying, we were watching it, and much tighter than we thought. But before we get into Wisconsin, I want to go a week before then. You had Haley Stevens, America's favorite.
That's the Michigan way.
America's favorite chipmunk, of course, and Abdul El-Sayed. And there were a lot of, the prediction markets. There were a lot of polling out there that had Abdul El-Sayed. It was supposed to win by double digits, and he didn't. So what could you say about that, about the polling miss in Michigan, but the DSA adjacent candidate still pulling it off in Michigan? What say you about that?
Yeah, man, I think, wow, the polling has been, and you and I both feel the same about polling. We both think it's, at this point, bull crap. And I think it's definitely missed the mark. And that's why when I do my forecast, I don't go off polling. I go off, before I have a candidate, I go off the generic Democrat, generic Republican if there's no clear winner. And but no, for this one, I think that it was an interesting race, definitely. And I know it was a nail biter the entire time. And we thought that one was close before we, were watching Wisconsin last night. And so I know El-Sayed, we saw him get, I think the aggregate was about plus 13%. And he ended up winning by about 1%. So it was definitely much, much closer. But I think what that shows right now is that many Democrats aren't ready to accept the DSA wing of the party. And so I think that for now, it's going to be very, very close within some of these races. And again, we'll talk about that in Wisconsin as well. But no, the polling missed the mark, and it's crazy, and that it was such a difference. But then again, I say it's polling in 2026. What can you do? It's never accurate, I swear.
Well, you look at the polling miss with Abdul El-Sayed, and you look at the way that race, kind of developed as the results came in, and Haley Stevens kept it much closer than anybody thought she would. And now there's some kind of defectors out there, namely Jill Biden's former press secretary, Michael LaRosa. He came out and he said that he's endorsing Mike Rogers in Michigan. Now, before the Michigan Senate primary, especially on the Democrat side, there were some polls, Hassan Piker doesn't like to admit this, but there were some polls that showed that Abdul al-Sayed was the lesser of the two candidates in the general election. He didn't have as good head-to-head polling numbers against Mike Rogers that Haley Stevens had. And I think you might have agreed with that. I think we were talking about that, weeks before this, saying Abdul al-Sayed appears to be the more beatable candidate. Now he is the candidate. There are a bunch of people who have gone on record, whether they're Democrat voters or Democrat politicians or Democrat operatives, former press secretaries, etc., that said, hey, we're gonna put our weight behind Mike Rogers because we just can't get behind the agenda and the policies, the platform that Abdul al-Sayed stands for. Do you still believe he's the more beatable candidate if it was him or Haley Stevens? And what do you think about Mike Rogers' chances in Michigan going forward?
Absolutely. So I definitely think he's more beatable. However, that means as Republicans, we can't just say that race is an easy win. It's not. It's a hard race. We have to put money into it. We have to put effort, time.
Yeah, it's still a swing state.
Efforts, please, into it. Still a swing state. Mike Rogers did incredibly well against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024. Granted, she was a more moderate candidate, or ran as more moderate. She was more of the establishment type. And so I think that Rogers can pull it out this time around if we're smart about it. We just have to be strategic, and it has to be, we have to get our votes out. We're in a Democrat-leaning midterm, whether we like it or not. And that's just the way history works. So we have to get Rogers to the finish line. El-Sayed is definitely beatable, and I do think some of the crossover or some people staying home for DSA candidates will end up with Rogers winning, though narrowly.
So you're forecasting at this point, obviously things can change, but you're forecasting at this point Mike Rogers winning that Michigan Senate race against Abdul al-Sayed. I have to ask this, because what we just saw in Wisconsin a couple nights ago, is there a little bit of toxicity when we talk about Hassan Piker? Is his proximity to a guy like Abdul al-Sayed? Hassan Piker coming out saying America deserved 9/11, and Kristen Welker and so many others have asked Abdul al-Sayed, hey, are you going to denounce that comment? And he comes up with this rehearsed, manufactured, talking point of, well, I'm not really concerned with who I'm campaigning with. I'm concerned with who I'm campaigning to, which he said about 4 times over the course of a 1-minute clip with Kristen Welker. When all he has to do is say, look, Hassan Piker has a large audience. There's a lot of people that we want to introduce to politics, but I don't believe that we deserve 9/11. Do you believe it's maybe the proximity to a guy like Piker that is hurting candidates like Abdul al-Sayed? He won the race, but much closer margins, by much closer margins than polling would have suggested and prediction markets would have suggested. And Hassan Piker was in favor of Francesca Hong, and she lost, right? So is there a little bit of toxicity? Is there a little bit of like, hey, if you're that close to Hassan Piker, it might hurt your chances on the Democrat side of things?
I think so. And I think just any of these anti-American people, I think, are going to hurt, generally most Democrat voters still. Unfortunately, we've seen some polling where Democrats are less proud to be American than they were 20 years ago, while Republicans have maintained, if not improved, the numbers. But I still think there's enough Democrats that are like, this isn't right. You can't just say that innocent people deserve to die and somehow think you can get elected, So I think, Hassan Piker, anybody like that with those extremist beliefs, honestly, terrorist beliefs, are going to poison the Democrat Party. And it's already happening. We're seeing it. And I think it's going to hurt El-Sayed a little bit, for sure. It definitely hurt Francesca Hong, I'd say. And I think that down the road, we're going to just see the long-term effects of it.
So now we look at Wisconsin, and these are two states where, right next to each other, Michigan, Wisconsin. And you see another razor-thin race between a DSA candidate. A lot of people say, oh, Abdul al-Sayed wasn't the DSA candidate. He wasn't, endorsed, technically wasn't endorsed by the DSA. I get it. They want to play these word games, and that's fine. They can go ahead and do that. His platform is DSA adjacent. He stands for the same crap that they stand for. As far as I'm concerned, the guy is DSA. But Francesca Hong was like, without question, let's cancel Thanksgiving and all this other crap. Another razor-thin race in a swing state between a DSA candidate or DSA adjacent candidate and the establishment Democrats. So my question here is, does this, you could look at New York, Mamdani winning, it's New York City. It's a deep blue hellhole. You could look at Seattle, it's Seattle. Katie Wilson, it's a deep blue hellhole. You look at some places in New Jersey or look at some place, Denver, Colorado, with this Milat Kiros. These are blue epicenters. But these statewide races, like in Michigan and Wisconsin, are highlighting what I would say is absolutely a very evident divide between the establishment and the Democratic Socialists of America. Now, in Wisconsin, it did not go the way of the DSA. In Michigan, it did. Why do you think things went differently in Wisconsin? And how does this impact this divide that we're seeing going forward, especially 2.5 months out of the midterm? I feel like this could be something that can be exploited by folks who want to see Republicans win in these midterms.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised that they're already putting these DSA candidates in such crucial swing states and running them to such a high degree. But I think to answer your question, looking at Wisconsin compared to Michigan, I think maybe some voters, I will say David Crowley got the endorsement and the campaign work from the current incumbent, Tony Evers, as well as, it's honestly been an interesting campaign. I think there's 8 total people in the Democrat primary. Crowley at one point dropped out, came back in after somebody else dropped out. It's been a whole mess. Hong has raised national attention for this crap that she's been saying. It's been a ridiculous campaign to watch. And, everybody was like, oh, Hong's going to win. And she ended up being 20% up in the polls against anybody else, while the undecideds were still probably about 15%. And, kind of Crowley, I think, sat around 25% average. And so I think that it's an interesting concept because the gap was much bigger than the polling gap in Michigan, and yet Hong still lost. But I think that maybe people in Wisconsin just saw the writing on the wall. They saw what happened in Michigan. They're like, now we're going to probably lose a Senate seat. Let's not lose our governor seat here. And, governor's races are much more different than federal races as well. It more applies to the state than to the federal government. So there's probably some of that aspect in there as well, as like, do we want a socialist running our state versus do we want a socialist having one of, 100 seats in the Senate?
Yeah, it's a valid point. When you talk about the governor's seat, people look at the governor, it's the top, executive seat of the state. And a lot of that is usually talked about in kind of national ways. Maybe that's because a lot of governors have made national noise over the last couple of years, namely like a Ron DeSantis, right? A Kathy Hochul, a Mikey Sherrill, some folks like that. Glenn Youngkin, right? He was thrust into national politics with his education stance and everything. But the governor's seat is a state seat, right? It's part of the state legislative, well, not legislative, state governments. And you look at Francesca Hong, you look at David Crowley, and David Crowley was like in the race, then he wasn't in the race, then he was back in the race. Like a lot of weird stuff going on there. But David Crowley pulls it off. And is this the establishment telling the Democratic Socialists of America, hey, not so fast, this is still our party? Do you see this? Is this, would you say, evidence of a power struggle on the Democrat side?
Absolutely. I'd say so. I think the establishment Democrats, and we've been saying this for a little while now, I think the establishment Democrats feel threatened. And I think many of them are scared to what's come of the party. And, maybe what these socialist candidates are thinking, they know that the majority of America isn't going to fall for this. We're not going to fall for socialism. And you just, it has to be, unfortunately, these people present, promises of free stuff, and everybody loves free stuff, but this stuff isn't free. It doesn't, we talk about free healthcare or free housing or whatnot, and none of that's free. It all has to be paid for somehow. And so I don't think that these socialist candidates are going to prevail long term. They're not going to be electable in most areas. Like you said, New York, Denver, areas like that, Seattle, they're going to do fine because for some reason people there think that's okay. But in swing states, I don't think that they're going to be able to work like this, nor at the presidential level or in the Senate level.
So you look at these swing states. So let's look at it, because in Wisconsin, this is a governor's race and the socialist candidate lost. But in Michigan, Abdul Al-Sayed is going to be the nominee. Barring a Graham Plattner-like situation, which, it looked like he was going to be the nominee too. And then the Democrats decided to undermine their own democratic process, which is great. Nobody talks about that anymore. And nobody talks about the fact that there was no criminal charges filed involving the rape allegations, which is just, they were credible enough to get him out of the race, right? But not credible enough to pursue charges. I find that to be very interesting. Same with Eric Swalwell, by the way. I find that to be very interesting. They're looking at the data, I think, and making their choices based off of what their data says. But you look at Michigan, and you mentioned that America is not going to fall for socialism, but a significant portion of America has. And I get it's on one side of the party, and it's one faction of one side of the party. But I think there was some polling that came out a couple of weeks ago, like 2/3 or over 2/3 of the Democrat Party are okay with the idea of socialism, right? Because they think it's free stuff. But when you actually have a conversation with these people, even Abdul El-Sayed admitted this over the weekend, and they said, well, if you're going to use taxes to pay for health care, aren't we going to be paying more in taxes? And he was like, yeah, you might see an uptick in taxes. We may have to pay for health care in a different way. Well, then it's not free if you have to pay more for it, right? Or am I missing something? For me, the definition of free is I pay nothing and I get something. That's free. If I have to pay more in taxes to get something, it's not free because I'm paying more for the thing that I don't even want in the first place. So how are Americans actually falling for this? Are they not getting to that point in the discussion where we're saying, hey, look, it's not actually free. This is a scam because you're going to pay more for something they're telling you is free. And second, while we look at maybe the majority of Americans, or the 330 Americans in the country, however many of them are registered to vote old enough, how many of them are actually going to turn out in the midterms with this full slate of information that they're actually voting either for or against socialism or let's call them a moderate Democrat that would just be a rubber stamp for the DSA agenda anyway? How many Americans know this, and how do we help more Americans know this?
Absolutely. Well, it sounds like to me that 2/3 of Democrats need to go back to high school and retake economics and personal finance because, again, they have no understanding of the concept of what free really is, or, that they just think they're entitled to everything. And I'd say we're in for a hard midterm here because, on our end, we struggle with messaging, and on the Democrats' end, like I said, yesterday on X, that whatever happens, they get behind their candidate and they'll back them. And no matter how much of a lunatic they are, they'll back their candidate. And that'll be that. But we sit here on the right and we kind of infight a little bit, and more than a little bit. And then we'll go against each other even up until election day. And it can't work that way. And when it comes out to messaging and such like that, we need to be the ones that go out there and say, hey, these guys are crazy, like absolutely insane. And these do not represent American values. And I think we're failing to do that. And I think that may hurt us in some places because we're not getting that message out, because the Democrats are just going to say, oh yeah, vote for this guy. He's great. He's going to do this, this, and this. He'll never do those things, but we'll say he will. And, I know that's just generic politics, but let's, with El-Sayed, he's not an Alyssa Slotkin. He's beatable. He's not running as a moderate. He's running as, we know that he's honestly a lunatic with his policies, socialist policies. And I think we're in for a struggle midterm if we can't get that across to voters, especially for Republicans to come out and fight against this.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And one of the biggest problems we have is apathy. And we'll touch on a little bit more on that in a second. But you look at the results in Michigan in the Senate race, and you look at the results in Wisconsin, the governor's race, and you see two razor-thin races and two very different results. And so I guess the last question I'll ask you about this Democrat Civil War is there's clearly a power struggle. We identified that. Ken Martin, who's the chairman of the DNC, is essentially useless. He has no idea what he's doing. They're not raising money. They'll be getting money from other sources, but the DNC itself is not raising money. How can a Democrat Civil War benefit Republicans going into the midterms? How can that be exploited? If you're looking at this and you're giving advice, how can that be exploited? And finally, do you see a scenario where, let's say in Michigan, and this would be great for us, but do you see it? Do you believe that this will play out in a meaningful way in Michigan, where a bunch of disaffected, non-socialist, quote-unquote moderate, old-school Democrats get behind Rogers? We've seen some proof of that. More importantly, in a place like Wisconsin, where the DSA candidate lost, do you see the Democratic Socialists of America, the Hassan Pikers of the world, and his audience staying home and not voting, not just in the governor's race, but down ballot as well in places like Wisconsin?
I mean, both are very realistic universes, and I think looking at them, like you said, in Michigan, either they're going to back Rogers or some may vote third party, and the same thing in Wisconsin. The DSA people might vote third party or write in, or like you said, stay home. I think it's entirely possible, but I would argue that I don't think we can rely on that going into the midterms. We should be saying, like, we should imagine that 100% of the Democratic base is going to turn out for their candidate, and that's how we should run the races in those seats to make sure we can win them. Though I think those are very realistic, but like I said, those are things that we should use to, justify, say, lack of messaging, turnout, etc. I think we still need to push those states 120%, assuming that, every Democrat's going to turn out for candidate regardless.
All right, that was part one of our interview with Chase Bowes. It's the last time he'll be joining me here on LFA TV, but he's got a lot of good things to say. And hey, sometimes it's information that you don't necessarily want to hear. Not the best news sometimes, but at least it is free of bias, and that's the best thing we could ask for. We want accurate information, and Chase gives you accurate information. So we're going to take a really quick break, get to a word from our friends over at Silent, and more from Chase Bowes on his forecast. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology that's trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you, so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Again, pay close attention to the things that Chase Bowes says. He's not saying them sometimes because he knows it's something you want to hear. He is saying it because the data has led him to believe that is the truth. And that is what Chase is after. Accurate information, accuracy matters. So back to our conversation with the great Chase Bowes at POL, Paul Predictions on X. So we talked about the Senate races and the House races last time you were on, and you've made some predictions ever since. You've been on X, killing it over there. It's been nice to see your analysis starting to come into high demand. Senate forecast, where you're at right now, since we just dealt with Michigan. I think you just mentioned that you think Mike Rogers will win that seat, and that would be a flip. It's my understanding that Democrats don't really have room to allow flips on the other way to happen. If they want to take back the Senate, they're going to have to hold Michigan. They're going to have to flip Texas. They're going to have to flip Maine. They're going to have to flip North Carolina. And then they're going to have to flip one of Ohio or Iowa in order to actually get that 51st seat in the Senate. What does your current Senate forecast look like right now, seeing as how Graham Plattner's out? There's some interesting data coming out about Texas, but that sort of happens every cycle. And Abdul El-Sayed being the nominee in Michigan. Where are you with your current Senate forecast for the 2026 midterms?
So right now I have Republicans at 53 seats and Democrats at 47, which is the same margin we currently have now. And we have two flips, being Michigan for Republicans, North Carolina for Democrats. Okay. But there's a couple of races that are potentially going to go either way. I know we like how well Susan Collins does in Maine, and polling typically goes against her. You mentioned in Texas, Tallarico is currently up. I don't think those are going to be realistic things, coming in November. I think that Collins will win, though it may be more narrow. I think Tallarico will do all right. But I'm also looking at Alaska, Ohio, and Iowa, and we just have to make sure we're smart there and we hold on. Alaska has such a weird electoral system where their top 4 candidates qualify regardless of party, and then it's all the ranked choice voting and such. So I think we just need to be on alert there in Alaska as well. And but I do think Michigan, again, I think Michigan is doable. But I will say I think North Carolina and Georgia are probably down for the count for Republicans. But I think we're really going to be on defense here and in many states, but offense in Michigan.
So where it stands right now, you're saying one flip for Democrats, which is North Carolina, one flip for Republicans, which is Michigan. Those flips essentially cancel each other out, and you're dealing with the status quo in terms of the margin in the Senate after the 2026 midterms. And that, if I'm Republicans and I'm looking at that, that's a win, right? I'm taking that, and I am very, very happy that I'm not giving up seats if that's the way it plays out. I could see Maine. I could definitely see Maine flipping before I see Texas. But, the polling history, the way those races have normally gone in Maine, you're right to point that out. Same with Texas. We hear about Texas going blue, and we've heard about this for years and years and years and years and years. And while Beto got close, I don't know. I don't see it with Tallarico. I just don't know how he resonates with Texans. But then again, if Republicans aren't energized and ready to go out and vote, he doesn't have to resonate with that many. He just has to resonate with one more, Democrat than Republican voter, than Paxton voter. So we'll see. Let's move on to the House. The House of Representatives, that's the one that everybody talks about. It's every 2 years. Every seat is up. We've had redistricting. You've had the Voting Rights Act stuff come through. Redistricting in several states. They tried in Virginia. That got shut down. Generic polling is kind of all over the map right now. Where are you in the House forecast? And I have a feeling that there's not too many people are going to like what you have to say, but I don't care. I want to know what you are interpreting the data, what the data is telling you, and what we can learn from that going into these midterms. So where does your House forecast currently sit?
Well, right now it's probably a little even worse than I posted on X that first time, which got quite a bit of attention. People were not happy with that for sure. But generic ballot polling has gone more in the way of Democrats. And I will say, though I don't distrust polling, again, generic ballot polling has been more on point. So it's still a decent indicator for just the direction of the country at the current state. So I always do my forecasts as if the election were held today. So it's not, an outlook to November necessarily. It's what are we looking at right this second, right this moment? Who's going to win what? So right now I have Democrats at 227 to Republicans 208. And I will say, I think the loss of Hong's loss in Wisconsin yesterday might have cost us a seat. I think Van Orden would have probably performed better with Hong at the top of the ticket. Then now I believe Rebecca Cook is slightly favored. But on the alternate side of that, I will say I think our prospects could improve in Michigan's 7th and Michigan's 10th districts. So we could be able to hold on to those two as well. Of course, Michigan's 10th is open with John James running for governor, but Tom Barrett is running for re-election in the 7th district against another progressive candidate. So I think that's something we might have I think that's something that Democrats are, again, going back to why are we running these candidates in competitive races? I think that might cost them that seat.
And here's a question, right? You hear about the midterms. The midterms are a referendum on the president, right? They say this all the time. It's a referendum of the party in power. And look, Republicans have come up empty on some very important issues. Namely, everyone wants to point out the Save America Act, which is extremely frustrating. Voter ID is popular among the American people, over 80%. Some polls show that over 80% of Americans want ID to be implemented when it comes to people voting in our elections in all 50 states. So yeah, the Republican Party has certainly not delivered on some of the things that they could have. That being said, tight margins, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. Obviously, you have the war in Iran, you have gas prices, you have inflation, which has cooled since the Biden years, but it's still there. And affordability, things are expensive, right? And that is maybe not the fault of the party in power, but it's something that is laying at the feet of the party in power. But is it possible, and you mentioned before that a majority of Americans aren't falling for the socialist garbage, is it possible these midterms are not just a referendum on the party in power in Washington, D.C. and the president, but also a referendum on socialism. Are Americans, normies, moderates, independents associating the Democrat Party with socialism and communism, or are they still saying these are two separate animals? If it is a referendum on socialism, then what do you see? Do you see numbers kind of moving back towards the right a little bit? Maybe Republicans don't necessarily win the House, but they win a few more seats. Is that something you don't think is going to matter? Where are you on that aspect? Referendum on the president, referendum on socialism on the other side?
Well, I think it's going to be primarily referendum on the president still. People are honestly unimpressed. Even Republicans were not happy with the way Republicans have targeted some issues. You said SAVE Act, affordability are both very, very important. And, I said on November 7th, 2024, I said if Republicans want to keep ahead in these midterms, they have to hit affordability hard. And they have not hit affordability hard. It might have gotten better in some cases, but I paid a couple of weeks ago, I think like $3.70 at Costco for gas. And so, I think we're going to struggle there a little bit. But also on the socialism front, I think there will be some referendum on that as well, though maybe not. That might not be nationwide. That might just be in certain parts, of the country. So I think that's yet to be seen. It'll be interesting how that turns out. I definitely want to see some more information on that, but I don't think that independents are going to fall for this either. I think most are going to, unfortunately, some like I said, will vote third party, stay home. Some may cross over to Republicans, and I hope independents do.
How do we get those independents? What do you think is the best avenue to get those independents? We're 2.5 months out. Any legislation or magic wand to address affordability that's not realistic. We can't just say, all right, gas is $2.10 again. That's not going to happen 2.5 months away. I was saying before Memorial Day, hey, we probably want to get this Iran situation kind of on the back nine before Memorial Day weekend, summer travel season. That's when it's going to really start hitting people hard in their pockets. And that didn't happen. And we had a 2-week ceasefire, and then we went back and more strikes. And it's just that's dragged on longer than I think anybody, even the administration, would say they wanted to drag on. Although no plan survives contact with the enemy. I understand that. I'm not saying that there's a better alternative out here. I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. So it's you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Affordability, addressing it, that's going to be something that I think is going to be difficult over the next 2.5 months. What do you think, aside from that, is the best way to reach those independents and say, hey, you got to give us a little more time here. We're working on it. People are going to look at that and say, yeah, you said you've been working on it for years and nothing's happened. What's the best way to reach those people, strategy-wise? If you controlled, let's say, the RNC, how are you reaching independents to convince them to vote Republican or not, at the very least, not to vote Democrat in the midterms?
Yeah, it's definitely a hard concept. Like you said, it doesn't happen overnight. And that's why I said, nearly 2 years ago that we need to focus on it ASAP, because it's not going to be ready in time. And here we are. And, the economy's not in the state that voters prefer, regardless of, how much improvement there's been since Biden, and there definitely has been. I mean, Biden was, very bad years for economy, but, there's the saying that voters vote with their wallet, and, what they see is not what they want to see. So I think that looking forward, I think strategy it's a hard concept, but it needs to be, here's where we were, here's where we are. These are the struggles we're currently having. And honestly, I'd say some transparency. This is where we want to be. But I think that it also means that Congress in some ways needs to move faster. I mean, they move so slow. The House moves a little faster than the Senate, but the Senate will take months on some legislation. And we see it firsthand with the SAVE Act that they're not moving. Some of them arguably don't care. I think that will benefit a little bit with people like McConnell and out of the Senate, and a couple others. Cornyn's gone, and I hope we'll benefit a bit from that, and maybe some people work a little bit harder, but we need some people to take some initiative in Congress, and there needs to be results, because you're not going to win independence by saying things. You need to win independence by doing things, and we don't do things in Congress. We just sit there and we talk and we complain and we argue. And so I think I don't think it's necessarily maybe just messaging. I think it's action, because, like they say, action speaks much louder than words, and we have no action.
Oh, I agree. And I know that you've been very passionate about some of the shortcomings of the Republican Party, whether it's federal, national, state, and local, that there's a messaging problem. There's an apathy problem. I don't understand why it's once every 4 years Republicans decide to play this Groundhog's Day game. It's like, all right, I see my shadow. I'm going to vote this year, but the next 3 years I'm going to lay on the beach and I don't care. I don't get why we do this. I know that part of it is the results issue, but why? Why the apathy? The Democrats don't have this problem. They're always ready to vote. That's not to say they never lose elections. They do. 2024, a glaring example, right? But why do we have this issue? I know you're very passionate about this, and you come from a different angle. It's data, right? So you're looking at numbers, you're looking at data, you're looking at what things people respond to and how they respond to it. Is it negative? Is it positive? Is it somewhere in the middle? We have a messaging issue. We have an apathy issue. We have a participation issue. We have an enthusiasm issue. What is behind all that, and what would you specifically do differently, or what would you recommend is done differently to address that problem specifically? Because that could go a long way to solving a lot of other problems that the Republican Party has.
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, it's a messaging issue like we talked about already, and second, it's an engagement issue within our own communities. We're not engaging our voters. We're not giving them the resources they need. We're not educating them. We're not getting out voter registration drives. We're not, let's take our own county, for example, right? I mean, we did this whole Keep Rutherford Red movement, and I think that, that could have been very good. And then we ended up losing 7 more commission seats of the 21 total. And now we're in a bad spot. We lost a school board seat, and here we are hurting because we're not getting our voters out. And I think what that did is, we bragged about having all this money, and we were like, yeah, we're good. We're gonna easily win this midterms, right? We're labeling people as socialists and all that, but that's not enough. We're not sending out mailers. We're not going to knock people's doors. We're not getting the young people involved. The young people aren't involved here. And so I think, just as an example for our local county, I think we're really struggling just to see, just to get the people out and enthusiastic, and we're not doing that right. So it's a door-to-door effort. It's a group effort, and it's something that local parties just aren't working hard enough on. And we saw that, I think, throughout Tennessee on Thursday. We saw how bad some counties were doing with that, specifically at the county level, and we lost a lot of commission seats. I'll say as well, looking especially in parts of the western part of the county where the 9th district was redrawn into, there was so much enthusiasm for Justin Pearson that had some that cost our school board seat, that cost a commission seat or two, and it would have cost another commission seat had he been opposed.
You're thinking because there would have been more Democrat participation in the primary, not just coming out for him. That's actually a very interesting point. He was running unopposed there. Look, I agree with you, especially locally here, that when I see folks out at events, well, you and so many others, it's the same 5 or 6 young faces. Why isn't that growing? And I can't lay blame on the young folks. They're trying. I see you trying. I see everyone, a lot of people trying. The folks that are on these college campuses, maybe they're working in Turning Point chapters and things like that. They're busting their tails. I just don't. Is it that the Republican Party just isn't attractive to young people? Or is it that they're not trying to reach the young people? Is it that, the GOP is still looked at as the party of the old boomer voter and all this? In 2024, Trump was able to grow among that 18 to 24 demographic, and it feels like we've kind of thrown back some of those gains and then some. And I know affordability is part of the reason. I know the whole, American dream feeling out of reach is part of the reason. But there's got to be another way. Is it just that politics isn't fun? Does the party not care? Is the money being spent on consultants and not on, outreach? Because that, to me, is one of my biggest problems. I hear all this about the RNC's got $130 million on hand, and the Trump super PAC has $400 million on hand. And I go, yeah, that's great. But how are you going to spend it? Because if you spend it on the same consulting firms that, the same type of firms that tanked Ron DeSantis in 2024 because they knew better than everybody else, and these folks, I'm going to boost your social media, everything's going to look great online, but not in the real world. I'd rather get out there and pay activists. I'd rather get out there and and fund events that bring people into the party, young people, enthusiastic people, get them involved, introduce them to politics, show them that it can be fun, that there are actually results, that there are tangible things that happen from participating. That's how I would spend the money. But I'm afraid that we're going to fall into the same trap that we fell into in 2022. All this money, and then we blow it on consulting firms that have not produced a result in decades, and meaningless, pieces of literature that you put in the mailbox. I'll tell you, in my garage, I've got like 15 pieces of campaign material in there. I didn't even look at them. I don't care what's in my mailbox. Come to my door. Let's have a conversation. What say you about the allocation of funds and how the Republican Party can use those funds to better grow the party, especially with young folks like yourself? You're 20. You're an aberration. How can they do it?
Absolutely. And as a cell-phone consulting firm, I agree with you. It's the grassroots efforts, and that's
you're not. By the way, you're not the consulting firm I'm talking about. You're the new age, right? You're in there. You're actually on the streets. I see you running school board campaigns, and you're out there doing things. It's these ivory tower people who I know, and I've dealt with. When I was on Long Island, I dealt with a huge one who's no. That issue education, that's polling 11th. Not in this district, it ain't, buddy. I work here. You don't. You're from freaking Pennsylvania. Go home. Let us handle it. So you're the type of, consulting firm I'm talking about. Take a chance on someone new who doesn't have his head up his rear end or buried in the sand. I'm sorry to cut you off. Keep going.
No, you're good, man. No, absolutely. And that's one of my big selling points is I like to work with the grassroots. I like to engage them and get them going out and, especially among the young people. And I think really to answer your question earlier about, why the young people aren't motivated is that I think it's a multitude of things, but I think really the party doesn't care. They don't want to get us involved, and they don't give us the resources. They don't give us the mentorship. Now, the reason I'm in the position I'm in where I'm doing this now is because of mentorship. It's, the friends I've met, yourself included, just the people that have gone along and supported me throughout this. And a lot of people don't get that lucky, and they don't know where to start. And there's so many people I talk to like, yeah, I really like politics, but I know nothing about it. I have no idea how to get involved. And so my main goal is let's get people involved, here in Tennessee, here in Rutherford County, nationwide. Let's get people just going out to the polls. Let's get, wave a sign on election day, go knock some doors. Let's help our candidates. But I think that to answer your question about the money, young people love money. We're college students. We need it. Let's make some internship programs. Let's do, $20, 15, $20 an hour to go door knock. Let's not spend these on the consultants. Let's spend these on the kids that can go out and work for you. Let's give them some work experience. Let's get them in the fields. Let's get them walking around. We're 18, 19, 20, 20 years old, right? We can go walk around neighborhoods all day in the summer heat. We don't mind doing that, but we want some money for it. So, I mean, a lot of our opportunities here are voluntary right now, but maybe if we direct some of that money towards engaging the youth, we can win a lot better, and we can win with them.
Hey, and that addresses affordability too. Go knock on doors for a few hours and you get a little bit of side cash, right? You're 21 and over, it's a little bit of beer money. There you go. You're younger, it's you use it on Uber Eats or whatever. Burritos apparently cost $20. I don't know. I don't eat Chipotle. But hey, you go knock on doors for a few hours, you could buy a few burritos after the fact. And that's a good point. I say pay activists, not influencers. I say pay activists, not, when I say consultants, I mean these gigantic consulting firms, right? And pay the people who can actually make a difference in your town. I think if there was a program to hire some of these young folks, hey, get involved in politics, make a little, you're not going to make life-changing money, but you're at least going to get something. If there are kids over the summer looking for a side hustle and they join a local campaign for county commission or something, right, in the county or in the state or whatever, Congress, in a primary, that's like there's a reward there. Even if they don't win, there's a reward there. They've made a little bit of money. They're like, hey, this is cool. There's actually a job for me in this field instead of kind of just, and there's nothing wrong with volunteering. I volunteer all the time. I don't ask for a dime when I jump on a campaign because I'd rather it go to somebody who more, who needs it. I have a job. I do this out of because I like it, right? But my point is, and your point also, pay the kids. That's how you get them involved. Kids like money too. Kids need money too. Students need money too. And if you want to get them involved in politics, it's not like, oh, you're going to bribe them. No. You're gonna say, here's your job, do it. Here's what we're gonna pay you an hour, and checks in the mail, and I think that's a great way to grow the party. Hopefully there are some folks that are listening or folks that are going to hear this another day, maybe not on this show, and say, hey, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Anyway, Chase Bowes, BowesStrategyAnalytics.com. Let everyone know where they can find you on X, where you just recently blew up. A huge account there now, and putting out your forecast. People are looking for it. Even if it's not what they want, you get some pushback. That's all right. Let everyone know where they can find you, how they can support you.
Yeah, so it's political. My handle is at POL Predictions, Poll Predictions, and Bow Strategy and Analytics on Instagram and Facebook. Feel free to shoot me a message. I love talking with anybody. If you want to get involved, please talk to me. I want to get you involved. And yeah, no, I enjoy the conversations. And Sean, thank you again for having me on. And I look forward to the next part of the journey.
Heck yeah, we're gonna be growing together. I think you're one of the best in the business. You keep your, we know you're a conservative Republican, but you keep your bias out of your analysis, which is something that so many people just can't do. So I appreciate that, and I know the audience appreciates that, and I know your audience now, you've got a nice platform growing, appreciates that as well. Thank you for jumping on. We will definitely talk again soon. Chase Bowes, everybody. Thank you. That is the great Chase Bowes. When I say great, I don't say it lightly. Chase Bowes, chase.bowes at bowesstrategyanalytics.com. Bias-free analysis, as Bad Moon is saying in the chat. That is the best part about it. He does not let his bias seep into his data, which is rare these days. Very rare. All right, let's take a quick break. Get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. It's COVEPURE.com/Sean Cove Pure. Let's talk about fluoride. The government's been medicating your water with fluoride for over 80 years, not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. Well, that's not a decision that I want anyone else making for me. That's why we filter every drop of water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study. It's a federal court ordering the EPA to act. In January of 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the fluoride, the lower the IQ. Now, there are some states that have banned fluoride in the water. Utah and Florida have done so, but that process takes years to implement. Your kids, your family, they're drinking the water today. You need something that works right now, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, including fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. Anything that is not water, filtered right on out. I love the fact that the setup is easy. I also love the fact that you can customize the temperature. It's great. Drinking my protein shakes now, cold, nice. It's awesome. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Go get yourself a Cove Pure today. Use my link, covepure.com/Sean. You'll get $250 off. That is covepure.com/SHAWN. covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN to get $250 off this amazing unit, the CP16, covepure.com/Sean. All right. Hope you enjoyed, again, that conversation with the great Chase Bowes. I always love talking to him. I always love picking his brain. You can see he's a young guy, but this means a lot to him. And his heart's in the right place. His head's in the right place. He can provide a service in the form of data and data analysis, and he can do it without bias. So it's not like, oh, this guy's got an agenda. Like, we know he's politically driven, but when it comes to giving his data, there's no agenda there. It's just, here's the agenda. Here's what the numbers are, and here's what the model suggests. As you heard, the House forecast not looking too good, but that's okay. You got a couple months now, right? A couple more pieces got to fall into place here. Senate forecast, honestly, to me, pretty optimistic. A flip on each side. Republicans hold 53 seats going in. They hold 53 seats going out. Does Maine flip? We don't know. Does Texas flip? Probably not. North Carolina probably does. But then again, Over in Michigan, you're dealing with Mike Rogers and Abdul El-Sayed, so that could flip. All right, there's a lot that could change, and that's the point. There's a lot that can change, and a lot will change between now and the midterms. And so Chase Bowes will be talking to us. We'll be continuing to bring him on over on the new show as well once we get that established. So follow him on X. Follow him everywhere on Instagram as well at political.predictions. And I think also he has his personal account is there too. I just don't remember exactly what that is. And if you want to email him or you're somebody who's looking for his services in the campaign world, chase.bowes@bowesstrategyanalytics.com. Tomorrow is our final show here on LFA TV. It is going to be a bittersweet moment, but we're going to have a good time tomorrow morning. And we'll open the phones up a little early for those of you who want to call in. Maybe think about this overnight until tomorrow. But what was your favorite moment the last 4 years on this show? I already know what my favorite all-time moment was. I've been talking to Brennan about this all day. I don't have the clip. At least I don't think I have the clip. But I may go scour and look for it. I know what my favorite moment was. Maybe you guys can guess it in the live chat. But tomorrow, maybe you can call in what your favorite moment was here on LFA TV. There you go. And we will go over some of that. We'll obviously lead with the most important news of the day. It is a news show. This is obviously a news channel. But we will also have a little trip down memory lane tomorrow. We'll do the phones as well. Jeremy Herrell up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Rumble.com/LFA-TV. Speak of saying is a Clover's money shot. That was not on LFA TV. That was on locals. So that doesn't count. Jeremy Herrell coming up next. Rumble.com/LFA-TV. Hit that thumbs up button. Remember, you can subscribe to my new show, Sean Farish Live, anywhere you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. You could also go to rumble.com/Sean. That will take you to the Bongino Report page, rumble.com/SHAWN. Hit subscribe. We go live 1 o'clock Eastern Time on Monday with the first episode of Sean Farish Live. Have a great rest of your Thursday. See you back here tomorrow morning. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. See you tomorrow morning for our last show on LFA TV. But until then, have a great Thursday. I'm on Newsmax later. Jeremy Herrell is up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Thursday, August 13th. Year of our Lord, 2026, and you're locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFA-TV. Also simulcasting over on YouTube. If you have any issues here on Rumble, or if you just want to watch on YouTube, you can watch it over there as well. You can watch us on your smart TV, your phone, your tablet, or your computer, but we are streaming live from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. My name is Jeremy Herrell. This is Live from America, but I don't do this alone. I got a star-studded cast of people who have helped build this network over the last 5 years, and one of those is the guy right there sitting to my left, producer Eli. It's Thursday, ready to rock and roll.
LFATV, family and patriots. Where the hell did you come from? No, I'm just kidding. We need you to hit the Rumble button, hit the share button. We gotta build this audience. We got a lot of news to get to, and we need your help to spread the truth. So let's get to it.
Family Low likes to spread the truth. So does Joe Bowen, Purple Snowflake. Kenria's mom, Victoria 3492. Bad Moon. He says he's a billboard for God. Fact check, true. Liz Ellis in the building. Andrea, Wild Rose, Mary Kirby. Great Guy Gary, Big Mama Campbell. Crystal with a C. Am Banshee, Barb Naylor. Good to see you. Tanya Tucker. Mustache 49 in the live chat. S. Marvell is here. Marfay, Andrea, the likes of which no one. Rockin' Rev Dean. Double A, Ron Broski. Took me 4 years to get that name right, believe it or not. We've got Bushy 53 in here. Bobby Driver, is that who that was? Suzanne Vermontes. Anytime you see a link in the live chat here on Rumble from Suzanne Vermontes, it is always a friendly link. It's never going to be a Trojan link or anything like that. Who else we've got here? C. Ward, how you doing? Good to see you here. Let's see. Couple more, and then we'll move over to say shout out to some people over on YouTube. Nick4419, Antlob 1092, Deb McElroy, and Dolly Diva. And wiser for it, because aren't we all wiser for it? Good to see you all. I want to say hello to some people over on YouTube real quick. We've got Andy Arsenal, Swiss Michael, Ozzy Crosby, CAGR Ice, not sure how to pronounce all that together. Scott Rollins, CSEN5XZ. We've got New Yorkian watching. And, of course, Mud Butters. Mud Butt. How you guys doing? Good to see you this morning. Well, we're going to go through, you guys see the lower ticker down there. Obviously, we've got another video of, as we're trying to strangle the DSA baby in its crib. That's an analogy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're not trying to strangle babies. We're not Democrats. But the analogy of strangling the DSA baby in its crib, we've got another video from Mohammed El Saeed, who says, good morning, Melanie Collier, who says, I will live my life by Sharia law till the day I die. Really? So we got a video of you yesterday in the past saying, you may not hate Muslims, but Muslims hate you. And today we've got a video of him saying he will be Sharia law till he dies. Okay, we're going to talk about that. Obviously, ICE Eli has a new tactic, and it's shocking. I don't know if you've heard about this one, but ICE will have some nice new gloves, some nice little new gloves to assist them out in the field. And I think it's going to be great. Shocking, but great.
John Travolta was asked his opinion on the whole matter, and he said, and I quote, "It's electrifying."
Christina Mosier, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Kelly, 1988, good to see you. Cat Lover, also good to see you as well. We're going to be talking about what's going on in Florida. You know what they said? If you rape a child, you get the death penalty. Should be common sense, right? Shouldn't every state have that law? Shouldn't every state put somebody to death if they rape a child? Obviously, we're going to be talking about the economy. We're going to be talking about another illegal alien killing another American. We've got some sad news with Caroline Leavitt and whatever comes through with breaking news during the 3 hours that we are live. So if you've not yet done so, please reach down, click that thumbs up. We would appreciate it. That we just say, give us a rumble. So if you can give us a rumble, we would appreciate it. Also, LFATV.us, the official website of LFATV. That is where you go for everything. Shows, short clips, news, newsletter, the LFA TV store, your Rise Up coffee, to donate to us if you want to keep things going here at LFA TV, and we'd appreciate that. LFATV.us. That's LFATV.us. Also, you can follow our Facebook page and our X page. X at LFATVUS, and of course, Facebook at LFATV. Once you get on the website, you can click to our social medias as well. Now, I have to start the show out by saying this. I had a talk with Sean last night, and myself, Mike Crispy, Frankie, Sean, and Kevin Smith, we were the first hosts of what we now call LFA TV. Before that, it was just Live from America, or Here We Go, before getting banned from social media. We set out to do something that nobody had done at that point. There was no podcast news network that was 24 hours a day. There just wasn't one. Now, there was some out there like Beck TV and Badlands Media, which I love those guys, but they started doing theirs around the same time. But even then, they started with one or two shows. We went from 3 shows, to 10 shows in a matter of a few months. And it was that determination to build something that nobody else had built. It was that, as Mike Crispy used to say, balling on a budget attitude that got us to be, on the same stage as everyone else. We were covering Trump rallies as news, credentialed news. We've been invited to the White House as credentialed news. That means that we were legitimate enough to have the highest office in the land recognize us for our hard work. We were able to go and cover elections and RNC events and conventions, and the list goes on and on and on, and we've done it on this big of a budget. And the only way we did that was with all of you and with the hosts. And I just can't thank you enough, Sean and Brennan, if you're still watching. I can't thank you enough for the last 4 years that you've been here. I didn't think that they would be here that long. I thought Sean was going to be a superstar somewhere before that long. So when he called me and told me, a month ago that he'd gotten an offer to go to Dan Bongino, the first thing that I felt was joy for him. Then it set in. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to, hear him every day on the network. But I'll still follow Sean wherever he goes. I'll still watch him. I'll still listen to his audio. I'll still, collaborate with him on short clips and things like that. But he is an instrumental part. He was an instrumental part of what LFA TV ever was and will ever be. So to Sean, to Brennan, good luck. My heart goes out to you and everything that you do. You have my prayers and everybody's prayers in this live chat. And I have a feeling that our paths will cross many, many, many more times in the future. But for now, God bless you both. And thank you all very much for supporting Sean and Brennan throughout the 4 years that they've been here. And I wish nothing but the best for the both of them. And I will ask this too. Do you think Sean and Brennan have integrity? Do you think that Will Johnson has integrity? Do you think that Kevin Smith, flyover conservative, Paul Herrell, Mike Crispy, do you think that they all had integrity? If your answer is yes, I believe they all had integrity, or have it still today, then why are they still here when others who had less left and said horrible things about them, you, me, or others? And I'll leave it at that. We got about 3,000 people watching here on Rumble. God bless you. Keep on sharing. Keep on liking. We're going to go right to the Lord's Prayer because we've got a lot of news to get through, and I don't want to miss any of it. So if you can please join me, producer Eli does every single time. You know, I remember when producer Eli was an agnostic. I actually remember when producer Eli was an atheist. So was I at one point, but I remember when he was agnostic. You know when I realized that producer Eli had made the right turn? Is when every time we'd go to say the prayer, Eli, you'd take your hat off when nobody was watching. That's when I knew you made that right turn.
Dang, Skippy, sir. I was once lost, but now I'm found.
Amen. All right, well, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Please remove your hats if you're wearing one, or your helmets if you're on the job site. And let's go to the Lord in prayer, shall we? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Script all says, I've been bawling all morning because of the news of Caroline Leavitt leaving the White House. Well, look, here's the thing. People move on. Sean and Brennan are moving on to bright and beautiful and wonderful things. I couldn't be happier for them. Why does there always need to be an assumption that something has gone wrong? My mom texted me this morning, and I'm not using her as an example. I'm just saying it. My mom texted me this morning. She goes, Sean and Brennan are leaving? And I said, yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know. She's like, are you mad? And I said, no, not at all. Not at all am I mad, right? But then there's others that go, I wonder why Sean's leaving. Well, because he got a great opportunity. Caroline Leavitt announced yesterday that she was going to be leaving. We're going to talk about that throughout the day today at some point. But that doesn't mean that she had a falling out with President Trump. That doesn't mean that the administration gave her an ultimatum at some point. It means exactly what she said it means. I'm going to focus on my brand new baby and my family. Can people do that? You know, every change happens. Seasons of change come and go. God brings new opportunities and opens new doors for all of us all the time if we're paying attention. And we either choose to go through them or we don't. And for Caroline, she's choosing to go through that door, and I'm glad for her. Because this is a very difficult industry to be in. News, politics, governing. You know what I mean? Like, it's very dog-eat-dog world. And the last thing that Caroline Leavitt as a new mom needs is more death threats. Because believe you me, she gets them. I've asked her. And I wouldn't even believe how many she probably gets now, because I haven't actually physically talked to her since she's been the press secretary. Patty Eli just donated a whopping $100 donation and said, may God bless you for all you do. Well, may God bless this network, and may God bless the Slurp Fund, because I would really love to get back to helping more and more people out. So thank you very much. I'm going to put that entirely towards the Slurp Fund. And tomorrow, we are going to be announcing somebody else who's going to be the recipient of the Slurp Fund on this Friday. Also, we've got a birthday, Eli. Lori. Now, my birthday's in 3 days. My birthday's actually going to be on Sunday. So I get church for my birthday. But Eli, if we could please sing a happy birthday song to Lori as we get started today, let's go ahead and do that.
Just a quick correction, it's Lori and Diane. Here we go.
Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lori and Diane. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you both.
And many more. All right, let's get to the first video of today's show. And it's going to be this, the WNBA. Eli and I had this conversation yesterday. So Eli is so busy making thumbnails and clips and visuals and marketing and advertising videos and things like that he very rarely gets time to listen to the shows or actually do research himself. He's literally going nonstop. So Eli asked me yesterday, what's going on with this WNBA stuff? Are these men are trying to be women going in? Like, what's the deal? Because he's been making a lot of short clips for people about it. And I said, no, Eli, actually, this is ex-NBA players, ex-college basketball players that read through the guidelines and the rules of joining the WNBA, because what prompted that was transgenders playing in the WNBA. You know, like Brittany Griner, who talks like this but is a woman. No breasts but is a woman. Yeah, okay. Shoulders like Michelle Obama but is a woman. Yeah, okay. So I said, no, these guys are actually going to force some change. They're going to force the WNBA to say what a woman is and that men are not allowed to play in women's sports. Or they're not going to be able to swallow their pride, and that they are going to allow these ex-basketball players in, and they're going to be dunking all over everyone. Kimberly says, I've been watching you since the start, but never got a birthday song. Well, Kimberly, when's your birthday? We'd love to sing it to you. So I want to play this video again. Just because I play videos of other news outlets doesn't mean that I'm a fan of these news outlets. It means that they either got an interview that we didn't get, or they're showing something that we haven't showed. And for this, Fox.
Today's meeting covered a wide range of topics, including ongoing discussions on transgender athletes and the continued hate and vitriol directed at players online. There are no media eligibility matters affecting the WNBA. Yes, there are. And we strongly denounce the bad faith efforts to use these topics to demean or marginalize others. In other words, we have no idea how to handle this.
Yes.
Well, and they say there's no matters at hand they have to deal with. There are.
Yes, two.
Because with Enes Kanter and Royce White declaring their eligibility, right. I looked through the 409-page plea bargain, basically sort of constitution that the WNBA has. And it says that to be eligible, you have to be a, quote, woman. But in nowhere in all of that 409 pages does it define what a woman is. So ultimately, when they had a meeting yesterday, they should have just sat down and said, okay, item number one, what does the W in our name stand for?
Today's meeting covered a wide range of topics.
Eli, they had an emergency meeting to try to deal with this, because there's no way they can, A, allow these men to come in and just break records, dominate, and beat every other woman on the court. But also in no way can they admit that they were wrong by letting men in the Women's National Basketball Association. What's the W stand for? I think they had a meeting to decide what the W stood for.
Such a perplexing quandary. Say it!
By the way, Kimberly, her birthday was yesterday. So, me. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday, dear Kimberly. Happy belated birthday to you. There, Kimberly. We got it. We finally got it. So what do you think is going to happen? I want to know in the live chat. You can sound off on Rumble or on YouTube. What do you think is going to happen? Are they going to allow these men in the WNBA to absolutely dominate in a way that even Michael Jordan or LeBron James never could? Or are they going to kick out the trans and refine and update the rules? What do you say? We're gonna put the Rumble chat on the live screen here. What do you say? What do you think they're going to do? I think that they are going to allow these men in, because I don't think that they could swallow the only thing that keeps their lives moving: pride. Let's see what the LFA family thinks. Will they let them in, or will they not? Not allow, says S. Marvell. Okay. Cat lover, I've got trans fatigue. So do I. How do you play basketball with no balls, says Bad Moon. Oh, that's funny. Let them play, says Dottie. Please pray for me. I live in Michigan, says Belinda. We will, Belinda. God bless you. They're going to allow it. You watch, says Casey Maga. I don't see how they can't. I don't see how they can at this point. Not allow them. Okay, we got a nice split here of not allow or allow. So here's what I think. If they don't allow them in, they will say, the only way they can not allow them in is if they redefine actual trans. So they'll be able to say, well, Royce, you're not an actual trans. You're doing this to make fun of them. What they're going to do is if they don't allow them in, they're going to update and refine the rules. And those rules are going to be based on their opinion of whether or not somebody is a real trans or not. That's the only way. Otherwise, per their rules, they have to allow them in. The way the rules are written right now, they have to play. And Eli, can you imagine the ticket sales that we'll see if the WNBA allows in these dominant male, 6.5 foot tall, ex-basketball playing, toxic masculine men? I will go back to watching basketball. I'm not going to lie.
People actually start watching women's basketball for the first time.
Exactly.
But only for the men.
What brought you out here today? Oh, the WNBA. Who's your favorite player? Royce. Oh, not Caitlin, not Sophie, not any of those, not Brittany. Yeah, he's my favorite player. I mean, she's my favorite player. She put up 240 points tonight. She literally was the only person off the bench beating all the other women out there on the other team. They're on fire. They're unstoppable. I'll go watch a WNBA game just to see people get dunked on. There'll be a lot of balls in someone's face, Eli, if that's the case.
And I really dig her facial hair. I wish to grow mine like that someday.
Yeah. Man, that girl's got a great beard. Hope I can grow a beard like that someday. They start taking beaver tranquilizers and stuff like that. Unreal, folks. That's the world we live in today. So, I don't know necessarily if I want to see it, but I kind of want to see it. But I also want the world to get back to some normalcy here. You know what I mean? Mr. Shy said, pun intended. Very intended, Eli.
I got one more. The WNBA giving ball handling a whole new name.
While it's slow motion shows Royce dunking on some girl and his crotch just smashing her in the face. Grrr. That'll be the commercial. Eli, they may do it just to get their ticket sales up so they don't have to be subsidized by the men's league anymore. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyway, we're going to move on. CJR says, I watched the WNBA Tuesday for the first time only because Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. That's the only reasons I watch it too. Only reasons that I watch it as well. And I think they're great, by the way. And by the way, I don't hate on women's sports. I love women's sports. I don't know if you guys have ever watched the women's division in the UFC. They're scrappers, man. They fight. They fight hard. I don't know if you guys remember a sister duo in tennis, Serena and Venus Williams. They were unstoppable. I loved watching them. I love watching women's sports when it's women's sports. But when you defile that, bringing in men just so they can compete somewhere, it makes it disgusting to watch, and nobody wants to watch it. And that's why, and their ticket sales prove it. All right, having said that, let's move on to the first and foremost section. I lift up my cup to you, and here we go. Cece says, fight like a corn-fed boy from Iowa. Exactly. All right, here we go. President Trump's economy. For the first time in I don't know how long, we're actually seeing a trade deficit cut in half. You never hear about that when somebody's talking about, oh, gas prices this and gas prices that. You never hear about the trade deficit. You never hear about the tariffs coming in. You never hear about the all the money that was saved by not sending it to the WHO or NATO or any of these ridiculous agreements we have with other world countries. Lots of money saved. Check this out.
This is unreal, the movement in this number. Minus $29.4 billion. We cut it basically in half. We cut it in half. Just consider this. In March, it was 136 billion. Right now, it's a whisker under 30 billion. We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far, but you're going back a ways. And here's the news on why it moved lower. Go up. This is unreal, the movement in this number.
This is unreal. I haven't seen this, he says, as he's flapping his paper. I haven't seen this, well, going back to records before I have available to me right now. By the way, gas prices dropping. Energy prices dropping. Why is that? What's going on? Could it possibly be that it's finally starting to kick in? You know, we don't live in a world where you flip a switch and all of a sudden the economy's different the next day. It takes time to get out of the last administration, the new administration policies to be put in, the new administration policies to take effect. What's happening here? Well, I'm going to read this for you. U.S. trade deficit crashes from $136 billion to $29.4 billion, the lowest since 2009. The official Commerce Department and BEA figures shows the U.S. goods and services trade deficit hit a peak of roughly $136 billion in March of 2025. Okay? That was what? 2 months after Donald Trump took office? That's what Joe Biden left him with as far as trade goes. That's what he left him with. $136 billion trade deficit. That means, if you don't know what a trade deficit is, let me break it down to you like you're 5 or like you're watching on YouTube. Okay. You have this to give to me. I have this to give to you. We trade. I lose $136 billion. You don't. There you go. That's a trade deficit. I'm losing every time I trade with you. And when coming off the Joe Biden administration, the illegitimate Joe Biden administration, there was $136 billion that we would lose. That's pretty bad, folks. By October of 2025, it had plunged to $29.4 billion, the lowest monthly reading since June of 2029. Exports rose while imports fell sharply, especially in pharmaceuticals and certain metals. The swing happened under the Trump administration's tariff policies. Oops! Later months saw the gap widen again, up to $73 billion by the first start of 26, and now all the way back down again. So, who do you give credit to for that? Who do you give credit to for that? Do you give credit to that to Joe Biden, you guys? You saw what they were when he came in and where they're at now. How about this?
Final demand month over month expected up 0.2, comes in lower. Only goose egg 0. That would be the highest rate of inflation because last month was negative since it was up 0.6 in May. So better than expected there. And as I said, minus 0.3 last month now becomes minus 0.1. Let's strip out food and energy. Comes out up 0.2, 0.1 lighter than expectation. Strip out food, energy, and trade. This one's a little warmer. We were expecting up 0.3. It comes up 0.4. That would be the highest since it was up 0.8 in May. Now let's find number. Final.
So is that all fake news too? Because that's CNBC, not Fox. Is that all fake news too? You want to hear some more good news? President Trump is talking about getting rid of capital gains tax. Ouch. Good for the world, but ouch for people who don't want Trump to be, his endorsements to be elected or reelected. Bad news for them, good news for the world. If President Trump can get rid of capital gains taxes before the midterms, we might see you're going to see initial hurt when you get rid of capital gains taxes. Just like if you were to get rid of the IRS today. It'd be great for the country, but you're going to see some initial hurt. Okay? Who wouldn't want to get rid of capital gains taxes? That's true capitalism right there. That's true capitalism. Donald Trump is people say, what qualifies Donald Trump to be the president of the United States? What qualified Barack Obama to be the president of the United States? What qualified Joe Biden, who was doing business with China, stole records while he was the vice president of the United States, plagiarized for 30 years and did nothing in his life? Qualified him because he was in politics? To me, that's an unqualification. What qualified George Bush Jr.? I'm going to go to Taco Bell. Get me a burrito. What qualified him? Because he owned a baseball team? I'm so sick of the he wasn't qualified stuff. If you're talking about qualifications to run a capitalist country, then you must run it similar to a business. Because that's what capitalism is. Is capitalism perfect? No, not at all. But it's a hell of a lot better than communism, socialism, fascism, and the rest of the isms. Here's some more news from Breitbart. Inflation fell further in July as prescription drugs, gasoline, and grocery prices continue to decline, albeit not very much, but still going in the right direction. You must hate that on the left, huh? You must hate that because, see, the economy is what drives every president's success. If the economy is doing well, then the people go, oh, the president is doing well. He's a year and a half out from 4 years of Joe Biden. Now, I'm going to tell you something as a business owner. And Eli also is a business owner, and he's also seen this as helping and working here at LFA TV. The first 2.5 years of Joe Biden, LFA TV made more money on sponsorships than it ever has since. In the last year and a half of Joe Biden's presidency, nobody was doing anything. And it wasn't because of the viewership. Sponsors all of a sudden said, nobody's buying across the board. It doesn't matter if it's with the larger podcast. It doesn't matter if it's with the lower podcast. It doesn't matter if it's mainstream media. Sponsors pulled back because people didn't have money to spend. Ask yourself, where were you with your finances in 2023 and 2024? Where were you? I can tell you the biggest problem was that nobody was out there spending money, and neither were sponsors because people weren't spending money with them. Not just here. They informed me that was across the board all the way up to cable news stations. What happened? What could have possibly happened in 2023 and 2024? The 2 years of Biden's policies kicked in fully, and that's what you get. What do you think that 2026 and 2027 and 28 are going to be? They're going to be that golden era of economic growth that President Trump told you about. Because we live in a world where policies and bills and laws must be implemented, and then it takes a good year for those to finally kick in, settle down, and make its way all the way down to the consumer. People in the live chat, Joe Biden is what happened. Mr. Shai, my taxes definitely came down under Trump's first term, and this term as well, I believe. Eileen said there was no money. Sean says going broke because of bills and prices going up. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And here we are with gas. According to what the price of a barrel of oil is, we should be sitting right now at a $3 average across the nation. Because when barrels of oil were $120 plus in 2022, it was $4.60. And here we are, $40 plus less than that, and they're around the same price. So I don't want to hear anything about, well, President Trump and the gas prices. For 4 years, you numbnuts told us that the president does not dictate or set the gas prices. So I don't even have to argue with you on that. All I have to do is point you back to your comments for 4 years. President doesn't dictate the gas prices. Now, here's another piece of news. Trump is winning the Strait of Hormuz. Iran claims no ship can pass without their permission. The reality, oil is flowing out of the Gulf, is higher now than before the conflict. The U.S. Navy is running escorts. Pipelines in the UAE and Saudi Arabia are expanding fast. American energy exports are at record level highs. Iran played its last leverage card way too soon. It's not working. The line of steel is holding. Here's the other thing, folks. Here's the other thing. In order for there to be a gas price hike, there has to be a reduced amount of supply. Everything is based on supply and demand. Let me ask you this. Did the United Kingdom, did Ireland, did Scotland, did France, did Japan, did any country come out in the last 8 months and say, we don't have enough oil to fuel our energy, to fuel our economy, and to fuel our country with the energy that is needed? Did you hear that from anyone? I didn't. I never heard anybody complaining that they couldn't get the oil that they needed. I never heard anybody complaining that they didn't get the energy that their country and their communities needed. I didn't hear anybody say, we were waiting in lines and we couldn't get gas. We were waiting in lines and we couldn't get oil. We were waiting in lines and we couldn't get energy. I didn't hear that from one single person. One country, one diplomat, one bureaucrat, one prime minister, or one president. There was no supply chain disruption. It was just geographically located in a different spot. How do you think America became the #1 exporter? Because all those people that wanted to get it through the Strait of Hormuz just got it from us. There was not a single country that said, we don't have enough, because they were all getting it from us. So the supply was there. Why the price hikes? See what I'm saying? Now you might be able to say, well, the price hikes are because they had to cross the ocean to get it instead of just going out of the strait and up the coasts. Okay, I'll give you that one, but not as much as we're seeing. So again, who sets the price of gas at the pump? OPEC. That's who sets the price of the gas at the pump. Not the presidents, just like you guys said, for 4 years. Does the president's policies actually help dictate what the price is? Yes, absolutely. But when you're looking at the price of a barrel of oil, the supply and demand disruption, and none of those things, the only thing is the price of a barrel of oil is $40 lower than 2022, and that the supply chain was never disrupted in a way where people couldn't get their stuff, well, then you got to go, well, policies be damned. This is definitely price gouging. Period. Slam says, Jeremy, has the UAE left OPEC yet, or is that at the end of the year? I'm not sure what the contract date is, because I'm sure that there's an agreement of how long they're going to buy their oil from them. I just don't know. It's a good question, Slam. I'll check that out for you. Let's go to this piece of...
There is no doubt that the U.S. is calling the shots. All right, here's his post. Quote, the USA has total control of the Strait of Hormuz. I think we will keep it. Our naval blockade is being called by everyone a wall of steel, and there is nothing Iran can do about it. Rich Goldberg, senior advisor for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. And Rich, hello to you. As I say that, 1 hour ago, Iran's top joint military command says no vessel can go through the strait without Iran's permission. You write in the Post, Tehran is losing its grip on Hormuz, and with it, all its leverage. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and make your case for the point you're making there.
Well, obviously, Khomeini, the now dead Khomeini, and maybe there's two dead Khomeinis, but the first dead Khomeini, his whole plan was to build nuclear weapons, right? And then at that point, he holds the Strait of Hormuz hostage, the Middle East hostage, the world hostage. The president, the Israelis, they took that away from him last year during Midnight Hammer. He comes back and says, okay, plan B, we're going to have a missile breakout. We're going to build so many missiles that we'll have a force shield around Iran that will give us cover for the nuclear weapons reconstitution, and we'll again use the missiles to hold the Middle East hostage. The president took that away from him during Epic Fury, along with his life. Now you have the Iranians saying, oh, we have control of the Strait of Hormuz. This is our new hostage. But what's really happening here? They've played a card. It's their last card. They don't have extortion power over the world. No nuclear weapons, no missile breakout. We see the Emiratis, the Saudis building new pipeline infrastructure, U.S. exports at an all-time high. Pretty soon, the world will say we don't need Hormuz anymore. Right now, we need the military to keep escorting oil out while this build is going on in parallel. But pretty soon, it's not just a victory over Iran. It's going to be a victory for the United States for the century as America becomes more and more energy dominant.
So I read your piece. I summarized it with your line, a weakened Iran played its Hormuz card too soon because it wasn't prepared on the back end of all that you just explained. Chris Wright, Energy Secretary, put out this on X. It's long. I want viewers, though, to take it in, an appointed question at the end. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of the U.S. military and our Gulf allies, the 7-day average for oil leaving the Strait is currently up to almost 9 million barrels a day. When combined with the additional 5 to 7 million barrels per day leaving the region via newly upgraded pipelines and export facilities, total oil flows are currently averaging approximately 15 million barrels a day. On Sunday alone, over 20 million barrels left the Arabian Gulf region, which is above the pre-conflict average. Now, some of that could be a shadow fleet. Are we to believe these numbers, Rich?
Good question.
We are. I have verified them. I will say that I have been briefed at the highest levels by the U.S. government. I understand where these numbers are coming from and why, if you are an analyst in the open source, you're in the energy industry, you're not seeing it. These are coming from our military. This is from NAVCENT, from our Navy Central Command. It's the watch floor. They are running an escort mission. The ships are signing up. They're talking to them. They're saying, here's my cargo. Here's what I'm bringing out. And the U.S. military is helping them move out of the strait. Why don't you see it? Well, you don't want the Iranians to see it. So they're putting their signals off. Their AIS is being secured. So we are getting oil out of the strait, plus the pipelines, plus U.S. exports. This is going our way right now. It's not over. The Iranians could respond. They could escalate. But right now, this is looking pretty good for the president.
You make the case, and many others have done it, that the strait will be irrelevant.
It will be.
That's quite
That's
an
what
argument.
they're working towards.
If
Energy
you're
dominance.
Right, how long before that happens? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Or is it more?
My guess on average would be about 2 years, but I'll be surprised if we can't maybe do it even sooner because, look, the Emiratis have a brand new pipeline. They say it's already 50% complete.
Wow.
The Saudis are about to add another 2 million barrels per day coming out of their existing pipeline. They want to build more. The Iraqis want to build more. They don't have environmentalists. They don't have a trial bar. There's no EPA. They can move pretty fast in the Gulf.
Okay. Well,
Sure
Rich,
can.
if you're right, that would certainly be a change in a lot of things. Rich Goldberg, thanks for coming back. We'll talk soon.
That is what we said here in the beginning of all this. We said the goal here is to rip the oversight and the power and the grip of oil that moves from the Middle East to Europe and all those, Western nations. We said in the very beginning of this because we saw what Trump was doing in Venezuela. We saw how he moved right from Venezuela right to Iran. He already captured and controls all the oil coming out of Venezuela. We're back up to about 3 million barrels per day that's coming to the United States from Venezuela. The Gulf of America is lined with ships constantly, and we are making things happen, Cap'n. The entire reason for President Trump to do this in February was to become the world's dominant exporter in energy and to control the flow of energy around the world. Those who control the energy control everything. Not just, they don't just have, sway over diplomatic trade or diplomatic debates and agreements and all this stuff like that. You control everything if you control the oil. Everything. And when you've got all these Gulf states partnering with the United States of America against their own Muslim brethren in Iran, that should tell you who's going to be on the winning side of this. So I'm absolutely ecstatic over that. Big shout out to President Trump, and we're going to go ahead and give him and Pete Hegseth, since he's, the Department of War man himself, let's give them both the Smarty Award of the day for hanging in there, not capitulating, not bending over to the Democrats, and doing the job Bobo says, Jeremy, you brought tears to my eyes with your thoughtful goodbye. I will be one who misses Sean, but I hope to find him on Bongino. You know something, folks? Before we move on to California wasting billions on their high-speed rail, which I believe that the whole country should have a high-speed rail. I think that the government should work together with the railroad companies of the world. And I think we should put a whole bunch of people to work, and we should build high-speed rail tracks from sea to shining sea. Almost like we did in the 1800s. Not even use the tracks we use now. Build the high-speed rail tracks specifically for them. I think that would be great. But MDUS in the chat said something really profound. You know what he said? He said, Jeremy, you should change your time frame of your show so that it's an hour sooner. And I said, well, how come? And he said, well, then you can go right up to the time that Sean will be on, and then people that don't want to miss Sean don't have to miss Sean. And I said, well, what about Will? You know what I mean? But I have been thinking about that, and not just for that reason. I have been thinking about that. That might be a good idea. I don't know. But look, everybody in this company has changed their time of their show at one time or another, so including myself. So might be a possibility. Anyway, getting back into this. After billions upon billions of dollars being spent on California's high-speed rail program, they're about to run out of money and not be finished. Not even be half finished. What does that tell you about California? You want to know why you guys are spending so much money in gas in California? That might be why. You know, that brings me to something else before I get to the story. I was thinking about this yesterday. Everybody that complains, these young kids, these young people about complaining that they can't afford this and they can't afford that and they can't afford this and they can't afford that, but they're complaining from California, or they're complaining from Illinois, or they're complaining from New York, or they're complaining from one of these blue states that heavily tax the absolute sugar honey iced tea out of you and everybody in your family. Move. Move. Stop complaining if you're not going to try to run and be part of the solution. If you're just going to be a part of the problem and continue to cry about prices of where you are and you're from one of those states, then move. Because I'll tell you what, you could save 30 to 50% of your income by living in a different state. Half the time you're complaining about somebody in the Oval Office who has nothing to do with the prices in your state. Why am I paying $3.45 for a gallon of gas, and somebody in Illinois or California is paying over $4 easily? Because your state is taking that money from you. Your state is stealing from you, not the president, not the administration. Your sanctuary S-hole state is doing that. I never understood personal responsibility, the lack of personal responsibility. Amanda says, then keep your money in a savings account, downgrade to a smaller apartment, and get a scooter. Hey, amen. Amen. Here's another idea. If you're young and healthy, by the way, if you and your wife are young and healthy, stop giving insurance companies $1,000 a month for health care. How stupid is that? Put it in your own account. Use it as you need it. Waste not, want not, right? Waste not, want not, excuse me. Sean says, trust me, bro, looking to move as we try to get people elected, yet the brainwashing has such a stronghold over them. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of your financial problems could be solved if you didn't live in the state that you lived in. And in some states, I think there's just no hope anymore. Move back when there's a different person in charge. You know what states are the cheapest states to live in? Red states. That's weird. The high-speed rail program that California's been working on for years and years and years and years, which Ben Berkman was covering. I remember every time that they were supposed to go out and complete more of the track, and Ben Berkman would go out and go, wow, they haven't moved it a bit. They just got millions more dollars to advance this track, and we haven't seen no movement whatsoever. It's already cost billions of dollars and will run out of money as early as the end of 2027. Is there a greater example of inefficiency in government to build things, run things, oversee things? That's why it blows my mind when somebody says the government needs to run healthcare. What? Have you been to the DMV? Have you seen the USPS? Everything that the government has their hands in, touches, runs, or operates, or is in partnership with, turns to sugar, honey, iced tea. You know it, and I know it. They've been at this for years, and hardly any tracks have been laid. At what point did they just give it up already? The state's high-speed rail line is once again careening toward a financial cliff as a new report delivered last month by Governor Gavin Newsom and legislators said that the project is scheduled to run out of money by next year. Oh, wow, color me surprised. They need more money. Dawn says my property taxes in Indiana are less than what'd you say? Less than $1,000 a year? Or is that 10,000? Less than 1,000 a year. Look at that. Look at that. Amazing. So now the governor is saying, hey, we're going to run out of money. We're going to need more money. The Office of the Inspector General warned that the California High-Speed Rail Authority's funds could dry up as soon as December 2027 unless it secures more financing. How about that? And the authority would need to borrow as much as, ready for this? It's going to blow your mind, especially if you're in California, $10 billion over 5 years just to keep construction going on as scheduled. They've already taken billions from you. They've already let your homes burn. They've already had water restrictions. You're already taxed through the roof with gas. You can't even own certain appliances or lawnmowers in California. But don't worry. Now they just want another $10 billion. That's all. Another $10 billion, and we'll get this done. We promise. Inspector General Benjamin Belknap's report noted that high-speed rail officials have, quote, obscured basic facts about the project, hindering lawmakers' ability to provide effective oversight of the project. State Senator Tony Strickland, a Republican from Huntington Beach, who previously called the bullet train, quote, the most wasteful government project and probably worst in the history, said on Tuesday that the warning of empty coffers by the end of 2027 is no surprise. Quote, during the informational hearing this spring, both the nonpartisan Legislative Analyst Office and the Inspector General were unable to identify a reliable funding source for high-speed rail, Strickland told the Post. So here we are, guys. How many years later? How many billions of dollars of taxpayer money later? And they want $10 billion more. Are you prepared to give it to them in California? Are you?
I want to find out, because for the country, look, we have a railroad under construction in California. That's the worst thing I've ever seen under Gavin Newsom. And I want to find out why that one is costing 20 times what it was projected to cost. Likewise, the Fed building is a small. I built a hotel in Washington, so.
Yeah. It's kind of like Obama's library. It costs the same amount of money to build as Trump Tower that towers over it just down the street. Democrats spend your money, so they never care. Why do you think now that all those programs were taken away and all of those government agencies like USAID were taken away, why do you think that the Republicans have double the amount of money than the Democrats as far as the committee goes, or as far as the entire party goes? But then you look at the RNC and the DNC. The RNC has $130 million. The DNC is $2 million in debt. The Republican Party as a whole has $600 million, where the Democrats have just barely $300 million. This is the first time in a long time this has happened. They're broke. They don't have any money. And do you know why they don't have any money? Because they're big mega donors, they're big billionaire mega donors. They're no longer giving them money because of the socialist takeover. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing they can do is bark as loud as they can like chihuahuas about how racist and misogynist and bigoted and Islamophobic Trump and all his voters are, because they don't have any money. They don't have a plan. They've not laid out a plan other than beat Trump. They have no money. They have no message. They have nothing. And all we need is 6 swing states to win, to hold the House. That's it. Let me break this down how this goes for you. There are 435 members of Congress. You need 218 in order to have a majority. Right now, we have a for sure shoe-in 212. We only need 6 more, okay? There are 18 swing states where it could go either way. That means we need 1/3. The Democrats need 2/3. Actually, there are 19. So the Democrats need more than 2/3. We need 6. They'll need at least 13. You mean to tell me that this country is going to give the House of Representatives to them? We're already slated to hold the Senate. The Senate we're gonna hold. The House of Representatives, we need 1/3. They need over 2/3. They have half the money that we do as a whole. How are they going to win? No message and no money. That only makes sense when you are adding it up through Common Core math. But that shouldn't stop you from getting your butt out there and voting. I'll tell you that. Bad Moon says, who will pay for all the free stuff? Well, we will. That's how they do it. Pissed Off Lady said Elon's Doge bankrupted the Democrats. I am so glad you said that. I am so glad you said that, because Doge doesn't get the credit that it deserves, because he was instrumental in doing that. You're absolutely right. Starve them. Take their money away from them. And really, we didn't even take their money. We just stopped the illegal laundering that they were doing through the Department of Education, the EPA, USAID, Act Blue, and others. No money, no message. Which brings me to my favorite story of the day. The SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center. We were called fake news when we said they'd been indicted, even though an indictment is a public record, and you can go look up indictments for yourself. They've now hit with another indictment and an arrest. Folks, this is accountability. This is accountability, and thank Todd Blanche for taking over where Pam Bondi failed. Todd Blanche, to me, has been kind of like a Mike Johnson. He's been doing the right thing lately. Ever since Todd Blanche was the acting attorney general, he'd done some really good things. Now that he is the full confirmed attorney general, in his first thing he does is he holds Chinese nationals who are doing a birth citizenship and false marriages accountable and arrests them. He indicts the SPLC. He gives them a superseding indictment. It's on like Donkey Kong. You know the SPLC, the Democrat-run 501c3 organization that is responsible for collecting donations to fight against white supremacy and neo-Nazis. Come to find out, they were actually funding the white supremacy and the neo-Nazism that didn't exist, but they created it. They just got another indictment and an arrest. Oh, do I love it. I'm going to read this story for you, and then we're going to talk about something that maybe no one else is really even talking about. But let's get to the story. Former Southern Poverty Law Center CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, Heidi, I might be butchering her name, Byrick, was just arrested in California and hit with fraud charges yesterday. Oh, I love this. This is what I'm talking about. Byrick oversaw the payments to the informants inside the KKK and other white supremacy groups that were receiving money from the SPLC. Who were the other white supremacy groups? Well, I can name the ones that they've named so far. The Charlottesville Tiki Torch neo-Nazi group. Do you remember the Azov Battalion? Does anybody remember them? The ones that were walking around with the red flags and openly no masks or anything, and the KKK. The Azov Battalion, the Charlottesville group, and the KKK. We also know that they funded Nick Fuentes. Here's the question, though. Are they funding that Patriot Front group? Eli, you remember them, right? The ones that walk around looking like low-rent FBI agents with the brown khakis and the blue shirts and the masks and the hats, walking around every few months, and you see them walking around. Did they fund them too? Because it seems to me like they have.
I can't stand those guys. Those guys are such absolute pussies.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, when they were on that subway train, and that one black girl was sitting there, she was in no harm. So even if they weren't funded by the SPLC, they sure as hell weren't doing out their white nationalist or their neo-Nazi job, were they? But here's a bigger question. Did any of that funding go towards January 6th? That's what I want to know. Because they were bringing in money to fight these groups. And yet they were funding these groups. They were literally creating an enemy that did not exist. Creating a problem that did not exist, and then scaled it up and said, this is a national emergency. This is a problem. Our biggest fear and our biggest threat to this country is white nationalism and neo-Nazism. They were funding that. They were creating that. They were building that. They were guiding that. They were feeding that. And even if it was a small amount, they made it bigger and lied to you and took your money to do it. And now they're screwed. But I wonder how much money went into these people, into the pockets of these people that were at January 6th. I wonder how much money went into how many, what was it, 50 some odd FBI agents? Maybe not that many. I think it was somewhere in between 20 and 40 FBI agents that were on the ground that day. I wonder how much money went in their pockets, or any. I wonder if any money went into the Antifa members or Ray Epps' pocket. Hey, I'll tell you this. If Nick Fuentes took money from the SPLC, which we know he did, then I wouldn't put it past Ray Epps to take that money, because they were both standing outside January 6th with bullhorns saying, rush the Capitol, rush the Capitol, rush the Capitol, and neither of them are in jail now, or neither of them needed pardons. That's weird. So my question is, do you think, in the live chat, that the SPLC is also responsible for January 6th stuff? Boy, if we find that out, that'll be incredible. That'll be incredible. Would you like to see the superseding indictment? Eli, we always get this, show me the proof, you're lying. Show me the proof, you're lying. Fake news. You don't know what you're talking about. All right. Let's look at the indictment, shall we? Here it is. Here's your indictment. United States of America versus Southern Poverty Law Center and Heidi Beirich. Grand jury charges. The SPLC's stated mission included the dismantling of white supremacy and confronting hate across the country. However, unbeknownst to donors, some of their donated money was used to fund the leaders of the organizers of racist groups, including the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nations, which is the Azov Battalion, and the National Alliance. The SPLC's paid individuals, field sources, engaged in the active promotion of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the same groups on its website. That's fraud, folks. And inciting of riots, if you ask me. The SPLC has had a field source who was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia. The field source made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. In order to covertly pay its field sources, the SPLC opened bank accounts connected to a series of fictitious entities. The covert nature of the accounts allowed the SPLC to disguise the true nature, the source, the ownership, and control of the fraudulently obtained donated money The SPLC paid the field sources in order to keep the scheme going. The SPLC made a series of false statements related to the operation of the accounts, and then it goes in deeper. So there's the indictment. That's the grand jury indictment. Eli, must be fake news.
Fat boy doesn't know what he's talking about. Hey, yeah, must be.
Always. Always, always, always. You can show anything that you want, and the rest of that proof will come out in court. So if you're interested in that, just keep your eyes peeled and watch it. It'll get good, right? Let's go see, Eli, just for fun. Let's go see what they're saying over on YouTube about this. All MAGA has to back them up. I said so. Trust me, bro. DOJ can't even prosecute a ham sandwich. Trust me, bro. MAGA hates America. Why did the mob stop trying to get the senators and Mike Pence the moment Ashley Babbitt FAFA? Why? Hey, Eli, here's another question I have. It just goes to show you how stupid they are over there. Here's another question I have. And this is what I'll ask Adam Mockler, too, when I debate him in Chicago. Let me rephrase. Did an unarmed Ashley Babbitt deserve to die being 10 feet away from Officer Michael Byrd with people in the middle, in between them? Answer that question. Did an unarmed Ashley Babbitt deserve to die by the hands of Officer Michael Byrd while she was 10 to 15 feet away from him while there were people in between them? Because I got you either way. If your answer is yes, she deserved to die, then guess what? Alex Pretty, who was armed, who injected himself in between a legal law enforcement proceeding of an arrest, definitely deserved to die. He was armed. If your answer is yes, then Renee Good, regardless of if you are an expert police cop witness or not, used her vehicle to drive towards agents, regardless if they got out of the way or not, when she was told to stop multiple times, after she was told to leave multiple times. She injected herself into something with a 2,000-pound weapon. Alex Pretty injected himself into a legal proceeding, just like Ashley Babbitt did, but he was armed, and then he obviously deserved to die too, right? Now, if you say no, she did not deserve to die because she was unarmed, I would ask you this. What if she was armed? Would she have deserved to die then? And then, more than likely, he and anybody else will say yes. And I'll say, got you there too. Then I guess Alex Pretty and Renee Good deserve to die as well. It's really simple, folks. It's really simple. You're either a hypocrite and got hypocrisy dripping all off of your DSLs, or you have to come to terms with reality. One way or another, you cannot win that argument. Eli.
I mean, you're not exactly dealing with the creme de la creme over on YouTube. And every time I say that, by the way, I'm never talking about the actual patriots, the people who believe in us and stick up for this country. You guys rock. It's just that there's so few of you. But a good example is like when the show first started and you were talking about the WNBA, Brian, our biggest fan over there, was like, grocery and gas prices got you down, everybody? Don't worry, Jeremy's going to talk about the WNBA. All right, so us talking about gas prices and grocery prices would what, make them better? Do you see how that doesn't make any sense?
Oh, by the way, we did talk about grocery and gas prices right after that. And they're still less than Joe Biden. And Trump cut the trade deficit in half. And inflation's going down. Oh, I know it hurts. I know it hurts to be, well, you know what? We won't even get into that. So, long story short, ladies and gentlemen, you can't win an argument. So you just say the same stupid stuff over and over and over and over again. You lose, we win. Pretty simple. You also win if you order from OFP Farms. 15% off your entire order for the rest of this month, actually. That's what you win. Use promo code LFA at OFP Farms and you will get that 15% off. OFPFarms.com. Your best farm-crafted goat milk and tallow skincare on the market today. owned and operated since 2014, packaged with absolute passion, and boxed and assorted in only the way OFP Farms could do it. Have you ever gotten one of their box sets before? Have you ever got one of their assortments before? They're beautiful. They're absolutely wonderful. But the product is even better. Whether it's magnesium cream, whether it's soap, lotions, whether it's body oils, body baths, beard oil, or deodorants, OFPFarms.com, promo code LFA. That's OFPFarms.com, promo code LFA. Denise and Corey are standing by waiting for your order right now. Packaged with passion. Now, that's not their motto. That's just what I say about them. I think they do a hell of a job packaging that stuff up, right? Great job, Denise and Corey. Thank you for OFP Farms. We love OFP Farms. We keep shopping with OFP Farms. Also, we want to thank Rumble Wallet. Now, how many of you out there are fans of digital currency? I was late to the digital currency game. I'm not going to lie. Like, if it wasn't for Rumble Wallet, I probably never, ever would have had digital currency. But Rumble Wallet actually afforded me the opportunity to have people donate to me, digital currency-wise. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. You know, I never had Bitcoin. I never had cryptocurrency. Well, now I got some thanks to the donors. And that's the cool thing about Rumble Wallet is when you consolidate all of your digital currency, you can actually, on Rumble, you can use that to donate to people. What's even cooler about Rumble Wallet is you can actually connect it to a thing called MoonPay. And that is basically like a debit card where you can convert it and spend your money in real life. That's what Rumble Wallet is. It's the consolidation in one safe, secure spot for all your digital currency, whether it's crypto or Bitcoin, or whether it's Tether Gold on the USD blockchain, whatever it is, you can consolidate it all in Rumble Wallet. Rumble Wallet at wallet.rumble.com or Rumble Wallet on your Android or Apple store. Download it today or click that QR code on the side of your screen right now and get yourself engaged in digital currency. Rumble Wallet, folks, at wallet.rumble.com. Great company, great people. Melanie says, I swear by OFP. OFP Farms is great. Scriptall says, OFP Farms is trying to reach a goal with orders right now. They have an opportunity to put items on shelves. They need more sales. I get emails. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for spreading that good news. Marty Gary says, all I need is $19 a month and I could have a Rumble Wallet. Eli?
How have you not come up with some, like, you know, cool gimmicky little thing for OFP Farms? You know, like, you down with OFP? Yeah, you know me. I'll stop talking now.
It's not a bad idea. Julie Powell says, tired of Rumble ads bashing Zach Lane. I've not seen that yet. Seriously, Zach Lane is the current candidate for governor here in Iowa, whom we really need to push over the edge. He wasn't even a Trump-endorsed candidate, actually. He beat the Trump-endorsed candidate. But most likely, Julie, Rumble takes money from any, you're getting into election season. They'll take money from anybody and run any ads. I doubt it's only Zach Lane ads that are running that are negative. I'm sure there are others as well. But yeah, nobody likes to see that, for sure. For sure. Please, Jeremy, before you think about changing your starting and your show hour, think of us over here on the West Coast. We are 3 hours behind. Trust me, I'm thinking of that. I'm probably not moving anywhere. And that's one of the biggest reasons why. Okay? Milton says, Rumble is better than YouTube. Just my 2 cents. It's not worth much. It won't buy anything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Hey, Eli, I'm going to put somebody on the screen here for you. And I want you to tell me where you think this guy's from. Okay? We're going to play a little game here, folks. All right? Now, you might be accused of racism, but let's see if you're right. Because it can't be racism if you're right. By the way, Eli, Patriot Johnson said OFP Farms better watch out for Muslims because of the goats.
In OFP Farms we trust.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As Mike Crispy would say, right? Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
There he is.
Let's go, baby. Yes, Frankie.
Okay. Where's this guy from? That's the question. I got it on the screen for you right here. What country was this guy born in? We're going to put up the Rumble chat here in a minute because I want to see if everybody gets the right guess, just to see how on the money you guys actually are. Rumble chat, where's he from? Let's find out. Akmenistan. Tracy says Somalia. Flippin' Red says Uganda. Noeva Braun, Somalia. M. Rose, Somalia. Why does he look like Ilhan Omar? Suzanne, you might have answered your own question. 12G, Somalia. Octubre, Somalia. Jihadistan. C-Word, Somalia. Marty, Somalia. C-Word, Nigeria. Lulu Red, Somalia. Team Monday, Somalia. Not America.
That was my absolute favorite response. I'm looking through Somalia, not America.
Yeah, exactly. Not America. That was the best answer in the whole thing. That right there was the best answer, folks. Whoever said that, that was hilarious. Not America. Definitely not America. What's up?
Maybe bananas and Rajasthan?
Could be. Well, Abdi Desain, a Somali-born daycare operator. Bring me your kids. Bring me your kids. I will watch your kids. Do not bring any of your food. Do not bring any of your American clothing. We will dress them in hijabs. We will feed them bananas and rice. Can you imagine that being your daycare provider, Eli? You drop your kids off and that guy and his wife takes care of your child as you go to work. Oh, man.
Just imagine the disappointment of the poor children. What's for lunch today? Bananas and rice. Again?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody who has kids, you know, your kids cry when you take them to daycare. These kids would actually try to run away. They'd be like, no, please. No, please. A Somali-born daycare operator has won the DFL primary for Minnesota House District 14A, setting up a November showdown in a seat Republicans have held for years. Abdi Desain, a St. Cloud childcare business owner, won Tuesday's Democratic Farmer Labor primary for Minnesota House District 14A with 2,262 votes, 62.5% of the total, defeating Paul R. Schumacher, who received 1,356 votes. The figures come directly from the Minnesota Secretary of State's election results. Let me ask you this. Why are rural Minnesotans voting for Somali candidates? I can understand why people in the cities do it, but why are rural people doing it? Well, Eli, I used to ride my motorcycle around your state, Vermont, and I was absolutely baffled by how many Black Lives Matter yard signs I saw in 80 and 90-year-old Vermont natives' yards that have never even seen, let alone been friends with black people. What do we call that?
A poser? Yeah, dude, that's what absolutely pisses me off, excuse my language, the most about Vermont. I see it all the time. The Ben & Jerry's crunchy granola,
Yep.
stinky, hairy hippies down there.
Yep.
And they're, we hate Trump, we hate Trump, Black Lives Matter. They carry the placards, but I've never seen them actually standing with a black person. So I wanted to get like a few of our friends, like get Will or something, and send him down there. Yo, what's up? And just have him act as stereotypical as possible. He would have the cops called on him like that.
Yeah.
These people are pathetic, they're posers, and they're the fakest of the fake.
Well, dude, Will actually goes places and says, look, I'm an actual black man. Born one, lived one my whole life last I checked. And you know what they do? They do the same thing they do over on YouTube when he comes on. The first thing they do when he comes on is call him a token, a coon, an Uncle Sam, or a traitor to his race.
Yep. But then these people turn around and call us the racist ones. Make it make sense.
Yeah. So let's get into more of this story about this guy. He was born in Somalia, spent 18 years in Kenya in a refugee camp, resettled in the United States in 2009. He later moved to St. Cloud, earned degrees from St. Cloud State University, and opened Bloomberg Kids Childcare. You know, how come all these Somali illegal aliens and legal immigrants are owning daycares and learning centers? They have the lowest IQ of anyone on earth, statistically. Statistically, I believe, Eli, that Somalis have the lowest IQ of any human being on earth. Somebody said, why does he look like Ilhan Omar? Inbred much? They also have the highest number of inbreeding in Somalia. So you ask, what qualifications does Donald Trump have to be the president of the United States? Let me kick that question back to you. How about this? Ready? What qualifies the lowest IQ, highest percentage of inbreeding Somali refugees? What qualifies them to open up kids' child care centers and learning centers when they have a learning disability themselves called, I don't know, I'm a product of my mother and father who are brother and sister. He has made expanding child care funding and assistance his centerpiece of his campaign. The problem? His own daycare has a documented history of state violations. No, you don't say. DeSain is listed by Minnesota's Secretary of State as the Chief Executive Officer and the registered agent of Bloomberg's Kids Child Care Center, Inc. The company was formed in 2017, 8 years after he came here, and remains active and in good standings with business filings. The child care center is also currently licensed. Its license is active, has no restrictions, and allows it to serve as many up to 113 children. The same official record, however, lists violations arising from 5 separate state visits between September 2022 and October 2025, 4 licensing reviews, and 1 licensing investigation. The most seriously publicly posted enforcement document is on November 18th of 2024, where the Department of Homeland Security order imposing a $400 fine for 2 background study violations. The order states that 1 staff member worked in a position allowing direct contact with children after that person's background study expired from March 20th to October of 2024. So, my question here is, how are all these inbred, low IQ immigrants from Somalia all of a sudden millionaires and qualified to run learning centers and daycare centers? Riddle me that one. How much government funding did his company get? I'm going to work on that today for you. And then I'm going to have that answer for you hopefully tomorrow on how much government funding this daycare got. And maybe we'll send Nick Shirley over there. Folks, we got well over 3,000 people watching us live on Rumble. Not bad for a Thursday. Kick those numbers up. Give us a share. Give us a like, comment in the live chat. It always helps. Patty said, who funded him? Good question. Good question. Transportation, daycare, and healthcare fraud. All happening in Ohio, Minnesota, all these Somali and Haitian-run communities. Isn't that weird? So weird. It's all coming from the top, said Penny Winter. You mean leering centers. You're exactly right, leering. C. Ward says, what exactly are they leering, by the way? What exactly are they leering? That's a good question. What are those kids leering in there? Probably how to hate white people and kill America. Probably. The great Satan. Which moves me to our next loser. Abdul Muhammad El Sayed. Rosebud says, LFA, please pray for Nick Shirley. Exactly. If Michigan Democrats want to bring Sharia into the United States Senate, they've got the candidate to do it. The winner of last week's Democrat primary, Abdul Muhammad El Sayed, declared in a New York Times interview in 2009 that he had a lifelong obligation to live by the strict Islamic code that most Americans associate with the most regressive regimes in the Middle East. And now he's trying to become a lawmaker in the United States of America. The article in the newspaper of record, which is the Washington Free Beacon, was publicized in a report published Tuesday. And in that report is where he said it. The New York Times report didn't dwell on the aspects of Sharia that stand out to the most normal people, like Afghanistan's Taliban and the terror group's restrictions on women and liberties Westerners taken for granted. It instead was a thumb-sucking look at community banking of all things and the Ann Arbor-based University Bank's Islamically approvable mortgage alternative financing for residential and commercial real estate in 15 states. It explored how the bank manages to finance customers' home purchases while avoiding interest charges forbidden by Sharia law. So let's stop right there. These terrorists' fake religion, because that's what it is. Islam is the worst possible group of people on planet Earth, especially ones who say that they follow Sharia law and they follow the Quran to a T. If you do that, you are considered a terrorist by our definition. Not because you serve a different God, no, because of what your book tells you to do. Okay? It revealed that El Said proclaimed obligation, in quotes, that's what he said, to follow Sharia law until the day that he dies. It's in the freebeacon.com if you want to go look it up. Type in freebeacon.com and search it. A medical student at the time, El Said bought a condominium through University's bank's offices. But it's his explanation in the report that Americans should be paying attention to now, particularly Americans who will be voting in November's election. Quote, ultimately the question is, Mr. Syed, 24 at the time, said in his interview, quote, I'm reading a quote here, when I die and I stand before God and I go through everything I did in my life, I don't want to say I did it the easy way instead of the Sharia complaint way. Not because of fear, but because of obligation. That's what he said. I do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties and the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. When you say that, you cannot pledge allegiance to Sharia law. He said, I have an obligation that Sharia law is the highest law in my life till the day that I die. Eli, yesterday I was taking my trailer to my sister. My sister needed to borrow my trailer. So I was taking my trailer to my sister, and I was leaving the neighborhood, and there was a guy cutting down a tree about, 3 houses down from me. And he was giving my truck a thumbs up. So I stopped, I rolled down my window, and I said, looks like you're cleaning house, huh? He said, where we need to clean houses with all these Muslims taking over in this country. It's the first thing he said to me. I was like, oh, damn. So you know, huh? He goes, yeah, I know. I watch your show. He goes, but that's not why I'm saying it. And I was surprised he watched the show. You know, you never know who watches. He goes, but that's not why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because all these Muslims are winning elections all over blue states. Why? And I said, well, because we went against that song. He said, what song? I said, Have We Forgotten? Remember that song? Have you forgotten what they did that day? Have you forgotten when they tore down those towers? Have you forgotten every day since when we've heard death to America, death to America, death to America, death to America, death to Israel, the great Satans, death, 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 death? But when we call for it back, Eli, we're Islamophobic and bigoted. Those days are over. Those days are over. I'm going to be screaming at the top of my lungs, whether it's here, whether it's on the campaign trail, and even if or when I win, I will be in DC saying the same thing. Islam is a threat to this country, and it needs to be purged from this country. Period.
Damn, Skippy. Another good one is by Aaron Lewis, Am I the Only One? Go check that song out. But to that guy, it probably wouldn't have been as funny as I'm thinking it might have been, but you should have messed with him when he was like, the hell's with all these Muslims winning the elections? You could have turned him and like,
Gina says they have forgotten, Jeremy. They have forgotten. And that's sad. Now, other than a comment thread full of lefties, what is the most cringe thing that you've seen today? Actually, I'll do you one better. What's the most cringe thing that you've seen this week? I don't know. How about Abdul Muhammad Al Saeed pretending he's the guy on Blue's Clues? You got to be kidding me, Jeremy, right? No, I'm not.
Makes me wanna wag my tail. When it comes, I wanna wail. Thanks, mailbox. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from.
Kids can't vote, by the
way. It looks like my ballot. Brought to me by my Secretary of State. And with it, I can participate in democracy. The first day that I can turn this in is June 25th, but it has to be postmarked by July 21st. Or I can drop it off up until Election Day, which is August 4th. Thanks, Secretary of State. Thanks, mailbox. Votes could do, we can't do.
Wasn't Steve from Blue's Clues a pedophile and a cokehead? Didn't they figure that one out? Okay. Yeah, that's real, folks. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Oh, and look, it's a ballot from the Secretary of State talking about mail-in ballots, obviously. Here's the problem. Blue's Clues is like 4,000 years old, okay? It's not even a thing anymore. And if it is, nobody cares. Second, kids can't vote. Who's this for? Especially 5-year-olds. Who is this for? I don't understand who this is for. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But so are Muslims. I don't even know what to say. So I'm going to turn it over to the audience here. First thing I saw, what a fag. Wow, that sucks. And he looked the part too. Oh my gosh, that was cringy. I don't know how Blue's Clues is still on. Vita Rosa, this is so disturbing. Barney was the pedo, but Steve? Yeah, I heard he was a big cokehead and had some child issues. Don't know if it's true or not, but I remember back when that show was, when Steve left and the other guy came in. My oldest grandson used to love Blue's Clues. Used to. I don't even think it's even a thing anymore. Kids are like sponges. They may remember this. Yeah, when they can vote in 15 years. No comparison to Pratt's campaign videos. No. The low IQ liberals. What the shit? God help us. God help us deport them all. Hashtag freak. The Steve comment you made, Jeremy, was hilarious. Denise, that's creepy. And Godchick says, what a clown. What say you? In the chat, in the thread of this short clip, let us know. Eli, what do you say?
Well, here's what I say, and I really hate to say it, but it's clever as hell. He's appealing to our pop culture. You're going to see a lot more of this stuff. This is for the parents. This is for those weak-minded numbnuts out there that will see this and think, oh wow, he's going to be good for the youth and he's going to do things for the kids. You're going to see a lot more of this. He'll be doing 80s, 90s, early 2000s pop culture things to make all the weak-minded dipshit voters out there think, this guy seems pretty good. I think I'll vote for him. Muslims aren't so bad.
You might be right, but I think a majority of the adult audience that can vote would be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. He's Steve from Blue's Clues, talking about how do we do mail-in ballots. He's gonna be really mad when we get rid of mail-in ballots. create a national emergency around it, or not create. That's already a national emergency. Create an executive order about the national emergency around it. And what's he gonna do when we stop mass mail-in ballots? XX says, using our culture against us. Abdul's prophet raped a 9-year-old. Ha ha! Yes! That's what even makes it more cringe. He's using a kid's show when their prophet raped a 9-year-old. But I'll tell you what, the Democrat Socialists of America are not happy with their losses, especially Hassan Piker and Francesca Wong.
We'll be able to lean into their victories. So it'll be less difficult. It'll be easier to deliver our message. It'll be more difficult, though, because the establishment will not underestimate us. They will continue to undermine us, but they will not underestimate us. So
he's talking about the Democrats.
The knives will be out.
The knives will be out. What, cutting heads off?
Also,
he's declaring war against the Democrat Party for not helping them win their races.
Tim Walz is about to go on the stage in the VP debate to say that he would sign off on a nuclear first strike on Iran. You know, insane shit. But think about what the prospects of a socialist frontrunner looked like for a statewide race in Wisconsin. Think about how much has changed in the last 2 years. These motherfuckers undermined us. They talked big shit. They're going to keep doing it, by the way. They're going to call us terrorists. They're going to call us anti-Semites. They're going to call us idealists.
Well, the anti-Semite accusation comes from your own words, that they should all be eradicated. So, you know, if you're going to say that, like when somebody comes to me someday and says, did you say that Muslims need to all be eradicated? I'll say, never did I say that. What I did say is Islam needs to be purged from this country. If that makes Muslims leave, no skin off our back. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Islam needs to be purged from the country. Muslims don't deserve to die because they want to follow Allah or Muhammad. But we need to squash this terrorist organization in its steps right now. That's what I'll always say. Eli.
Is it just me, or is anybody else seeing Muslim Ryan Reynolds with that guy?
Yeah, exactly. The real definition of Deadpool, if you're an infidel.
We're going to win. Just think. 300,000 votes. More votes than virtually every single governor primary.
But not more votes than the person she lost to.
You did that.
Yeah, you did that.
So don't get discouraged, because the media will do everything in its power to try to discourage you. They will tell you you're a fucking loser. They'll say, oh, DSA, your candidate was ass. Oh, Francesca Hong was bad. She was a bad candidate. Oh, she didn't like Thanksgiving. Fuck them. And fuck Thanksgiving, too.
Wow.
No, but...
Wow. Yeah. Don't stop there, bud. Go do the thing that Kamala Harris did. How dare we say Merry Christmas? We did it, Joe. You ain't gonna look. You might think that the United States of America is primed and ready for socialism. The United States of America is showing you that it's not. The United States of America still likes Thanksgiving, still likes Christmas. Ask every Fortune 500 company, ask every major company and business out there what they do during those holidays. They use those holidays to sell lots and lots of stuff. Cars, toys, homes. Those holidays aren't going anywhere. Neither is the 4th of July. Neither is fireworks. You know, I'm reminded of when COVID was here and the blue state and blue sanctuary city governors and mayors said, you will not be permitted to do fireworks this year. And we saw more fireworks than we've ever seen ever. As long as you hold on to your guns, ladies and gentlemen, people like Hassan Piker, terrorists like Abdul Sayed, and other Muslim DSA candidates will never, ever, ever take this country over and take your beloved culture from you. Ever. But it starts with standing up against it and not capitulating to it and putting a stupid yard sign in the front of your yard when you've never even met a socialist or a Black Lives Matter or a whatever it is that you're trying to virtue signal today.
I just try to imagine being such a goat effing scumbag a-hole towelhead loser to come to somebody else's country and say, screw your holidays, screw Christmas, screw Thanksgiving, we're going to change it all. Just imagine if one of us white, horrible Americans went to some other country and tried to say, oh no, we're going to cancel, I don't know, goat humping day or whatever the hell they have over there and try to change everything about their land. We'd be strung up, in prison, dead by the end of the day. I'm so sick and tired of this crap, and I'm so sick and tired of the people out there that stick up for it. Yeah, I think he's right. Actually, Christmas is horrible, and I don't like Thanksgiving either. But you still celebrate it, and you just don't tell anyone about it, you hypocrites.
Eli, what was that thing we were talking about yesterday where you were saying the FBI agent or something and people, it was about trading Brittany Griner for the Ministry of Death and leaving the FBI agent over there to suffer and die, but yet we got Brittany Griner back, and people in the threads were like, well, just because he was or maybe not FBI agent, maybe he was a Navy, Marine or something. I don't remember what it was. It was a Marine, right? And they're like, well, maybe just because he was a Marine doesn't make him a good person, doesn't mean we should have got him back. Or what was the story again, if you don't mind me asking?
It was just going based off the assumption that it was somebody saying, well, I don't think the Marine was necessarily a good person, but the person we traded him for is nicknamed, get ready for this, the Merchant of Death. Yeah, that sounds like a real swell guy to trade instead of a Marine, you dipshits.
But boy, we got Brittany Griner back. So, at least he can go out there and make 10 points a game. 10, by the way. Eli, you probably don't remember this. Actually, I'm going to ask you real quick. If I were to say to you, he gives me a thrill up my leg, would you know what I'm talking about?
I want to say no. For a statement like that. It sounds familiar, but I'm not too sure.
So, he gives me a thrill up my leg. Sounds sexual, right? But it was former MSNBC host Chris Matthews who said that about Barack Hussein Obama. Every time I see Barack Obama, I get this thrill up my leg. Where does it go? Does it stop midway? Does something happen? Do you feel something different? Is something changing in your biology? Did something happen down there that you don't want to tell mom and dad about? Where did the thrill go after it went up your leg, Chris Matthews? Well, he doesn't have a thrill up his leg about the Democrat Socialists of America because he knows it's a losing formula. If you're out there and you're trying to beat the Republicans on socialism, you will lose 10 times out of 10. And Chris Matthews knows it.
Here's what I think, and I've been thinking about this for days now. The DSA has done a favor to non-DSA Democrats, to regular Democrats who are regular members of the party. They've listed what they believe in. Their chair made that clear. It's in Peggy Noonan's column this week. It's very clear. We're going to get rid of ICE, not just ICE. We're going to get rid of the border. We're not going to have a border anymore. We're not going to effectively control people coming in and out of the country. And so I think we're going to get rid of prisons. We're going to get rid of the Pentagon. We're going to negotiate. Well, what happens when your hostages are your former diplomats, like what happened with President Carter? People take your diplomats hostages. What do you do then? You need an army. You don't like to have an army, but you do need to have one. All these positions can be denied by any regular Democrat. All you have to do is go out there and say, thank you, DSA, for telling us what you believe in. I don't believe in that stuff. And discriminate, because you can't follow AOC. I like AOC generally, but she came out and said, we're just a big tent party. Well, the problem with the big tent defense is every Democrat has to defend all this crap coming from the left. They've got to say, I believe in all this crazy stuff, and that makes me a Democrat. You've got to say, no, I'm not a member of the DSA, and here's why, and make it very clear. So it's going to require politicians to be good politicians and say, here's where I stand.
Right.
This is what I'm a regular Democrat. I'm for labor unions. I'm for opportunity for everybody. I'm for civil rights. I'm for all the things I believe in as a Democrat.
Look at me,
but I'm not
Kat.
with this crowd. And I think that's going to be a line that has to be drawn by Democrats, because I'm telling you, the last 6 weeks of this election is going to be an attack on El Sayed and the DSA in New York and the Mamdani, and it's all going to come out and blame every Democrat for everything the DSA is doing. I don't believe in the DSA plan. I don't believe in their checklist of what they believe in. I'll say so. But running for office is going to require that, I think, before now.
So the greatest thing that ever happened to these midterms is the Democrat Socialists of America. That's the greatest thing about these midterms. Because what's going to happen is the Democrat Socialists of America are just like the lefties that watch on YouTube. They are so stupid. They are so prideful. They are so crybaby. I want it my way or no way. They're either not going to vote for the Democrat that beats out their DSA candidate in the primaries, or if it's like El Sayed, the Democrats that are regular will sit it out, or they'll do what other people are saying and go vote for the Republican instead, where we have a very small portion of the Republican Party that's going to do that, like the Thomas Massey group and the Marjorie Taylor Greene group. It's a very small amount. The dummies on the left, they'll stick to it. It's going to split the vote. And here's another thing that's going to happen. If a DSA candidate does not get through, like in the case of Francesca Hong, here's what the people that voted for her are going to do. Either A, they're going to vote out of spite and vote for the Republican, which I don't think they'll do, or B, which is probably more likely, they'll write in the DSA candidate's name. Doing what? Splitting the vote in the Democrat Party. The best thing that ever happened to these midterms wasn't redistricting. It wasn't closing the border. It wasn't the stock market and people's 401ks going through the roof. By the way, how's your 401k doing compared to 2023? Can anybody tell me how much their 401k has went up in the last 3 years? Just put that in the live chat so we can show the world when we put this on a short clip. The biggest advantage that we have going into these midterms is the Democrat Socialists of America. And and YouTube is riddled with idiots like that. And they're going to destroy their own party. But let me just see this. How much has your 401k went up from 2023 until today? This is a real live action poll and question here. Thousands of people in the live chat. 12% says Eagle Pro. That's amazing. You know, silver went up 70% year over year, just so you know. Mine hasn't been this high since 2018, said Rosebud. My husband's is 2.4 million. Oh my gosh. My 401k has gone up 28,000 since January, and people are still bitching about gas. Ours went up by 50%. Diane and Pat says a lot. Denise says 401k has gone up a lot. Reba Ranger, $80,000. CQ, a lot with 4 exclamation points. Tracy Lynn, a lot. My stock is great too. Amanda, 10% for the big guy. Aeropank, over 150,000, and I'm in conservatively. Mine is up 50%, said Kathy Ratcliffe. Army Dog, 100%, because I don't have. Yes, 401k, gold and silver are all up, absolutely. My husband has gone up quite a bit. He's in the local plumbers union. MDUS, I don't have one. UI manager, 23%. K.O. Kelly says, I have all mine in metals. I have a lot of mine in metals too. The IRA is up 200,000. Hammer Time says about $30,000. JM Jam says mine went up a lot and I'm now a millionaire. Terry, this year, 6,000 alone. Lonnie, a lot. Yeah. Exactly. So people can bitch and whine about gas and groceries or whatever, not even comparing them to Biden when they were worse. But look at everything else. How about the value of your home? I bought my home in Iowa, albeit a great place in Iowa. I'm in a very, very desired geographical area. Hold on. Slam says, yeah, 401k has gone up, but a majority of people live paycheck to paycheck. 401k isn't accessible without crazy tax rate before retirement. 401k doesn't help people now. Sure it does. Because if you get to that point where you are living paycheck to paycheck and you can't take it anymore, yeah, pull some out. Okay, you get taxed on it. It's not taxed as much as you've already went up. Tell you that. Personal responsibility. If things get too tough for you, you got something to fall back on. That's not a bad economy. Not at all. I bought my house in 2024. In May of 2024. It is now August of 2026, and my house is worth $65,000 more. C. Ward, yes, my home has gone up. Absolutely. Your home is up, your 401k is up, and border crossings are at 0. Tell me how life is bad. I'll wait. Absolutely amazing. Love that. Chris Matthews doesn't have his thrill up his leg, and DSA socialism is killing the Democrat Party. Gotta love it. I want you to listen to this guy. This guy's great. I followed this guy for years. Listen to what he says about socialism. So beautiful.
Oh, Colombia rejected a socialist. Peru rejected a socialist. El Salvador, Chile, Honduras, Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, all rejected Marxist or socialist leadership. And Venezuela was destroyed by socialism. Latin Americans are rejecting socialism after having tried it. So why are Americans accepting socialism having never tried it? Well, partially because most Americans don't know what socialism is. It's not healthcare for all or affordable housing. Socialism isn't a synonym for all the things I want, but I'm not getting in my capitalist country. It's not a vibe. It's an economic system characterized by collective or governmental ownership of the means of production. Means of production meaning infrastructure used to produce goods and services. Capitalism also isn't a vibe. It's not billionaires and corporations controlling politics. It's not a synonym for all the things I hate about my country. It's an economic system characterized by private or corporate ownership of capital goods, aka the means of production. Just like Mac versus Windows, there are different versions of capitalism and socialism. Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden are less capitalistic than America, but they are still capitalist. Although they have a few exceptions to the rule, private companies own the means of production, not the government.
So they're not
in those
socialist countries.
Now, you might like certain programs that socialism promises, but those programs aren't tied to a specific operating system. You can run Photoshop on Mac or Windows. American politicians are confused too. In 2015, Denmark's prime minister had to correct Bernie Sanders and say, Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy.
I remember that.
Denmark is a market economy.
I remember that.
You could argue that socialism just hasn't been done right yet. And when every socialist experiment at the national level in the 20th century failed, and every experiment in the 21st century is failing, maybe the problem isn't that socialism hasn't worked in practice, that it almost certainly can't work in principle. And maybe the assertion that this time will be different isn't optimism, it's actually just unfalsifiability, where a theory cannot ever be contradicted by actual evidence. We have bugs in this version of capitalism that need to be fixed.
Yes,
Principally,
I agree.
that there's too much money in politics.
I agree.
That billions of dollars speak louder than millions of voices. And you know what? The socialists might create healthy pressure to fix those bugs, but that's different than changing the whole operating system. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. Because when there's never been a successful
It's a Trump
socialist
line.
country in history, and the countries who have actually experimented with it are abandoning it, the results start to speak for themselves. And lately, they're speaking Spanish.
That guy right there just said more incredibly accurate information and dropped the mic on actual facts than anybody on YouTube watching combined in their lives. He nailed it. Denmark, all those countries, they're not socialist countries. Their own leaders say we're not. They're just less capitalistic than we are. They're also a lot smaller. A lot more easy to manage, but not even nearly what socialism is. They don't own the means to production and private production. Whereas those other countries that he was talking about, South America, do. And look at them. He nails it every single time. Love that guy. He does his research. Research. Hey, YouTube, research. It's really awesome. See, what you do is you read. You read and you search. Research. And you go and you learn. And you don't just the MAGA maggots, Trump, just show me proof. You look stupid. And you are stupid. Todd Blanche. Let's move into Todd Blanche, shall we? This was the moment that he walked in after being confirmed officially as the new full-time Attorney General of these United States. Boy, it looks like they like him. Looks like he's a popular dude. A lot of people like him, it looks like. Do you know why they're all clapping like that? Because they know that there's actually somebody there that will do whatever he can in the next 2 years. That's why they're clapping like that. That should tell you everything you need to know. This is the guy. This is not Pam Bondi. This is not Scam Blondie. This is not Merrick Garden Garland. This guy's got integrity. And he's going to lay the hammer down. Boy, they got that whole place lined, huh? Gotta love it. Why do you gotta love it? Well, yesterday, Todd Blanche, Attorney General, excuse me, I gotta refer to him respectfully now, right? Attorney General Todd Blanche busted a massive Chinese sham marriage ring. This was the press conference that we tried to jump in on yesterday, but we were a little late. 11 naturalized citizens arrested for orchestrating over 1,000 fake marriages for green cards. The 11 charged, see if I can say their names right, Amy Cheng, Xiao Mei Chan, Christine Liu, Jing Yan Ye, Zhao Yan Chen, Gang Jing, Anthony Xiang, Michelle Duenas, Angela Duenas, Sigrid Satino, and Erica Johnson. All from New York. Most are naturalized U.S. citizens from China. One is a green card holder. Blanche called it one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in the United States history. and described the operation as years-long multi-million-dollar cottage industry designed to help people who could not legally come to the United States cheat their way in. For more on that, let's go to the press conference that happened yesterday with your new, fully confirmed Attorney General. Roll it.
The arrests and unsealing of an indictment out of the Southern District of New York, charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive, decade-long marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages between Chinese nationals and United States citizens, and then the submission of fraudulent applications for green cards. This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not or legally could not otherwise become citizens of the United States. The men and women who facilitated this scheme were all naturalized citizens originally from China and one green card holder. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside our partners at DHS to secure the border and protect American communities, something that was ignored during the last administration. Not only are we protecting our physical borders from unlawful crossings, but we are also preventing immigration fraud schemes that are just another way to skirt the immigration laws of the United States. As alleged, some of the charged defendants acted as facilitators who orchestrated the marriage fraud scheme, pairing foreign nationals seeking immigration status with United States citizens willing to participate and engage in a sham marriage. These facilitators employed attorneys, tax preparers, and marriage officiants. Some of the other charged defendants acted as recruiters by finding and recruiting United States citizens to participate in the scheme, and other defendants acted as officiants, officiating dozens of these alleged fake marriages. Now, the way that this scheme allegedly worked is the facilitators used social media and other forms of advertising to market fraudulent immigration services to foreign nationals, primarily from China, and Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card. The facilitators also paid willing U.S. citizens as much as $30,000 to engage in the sham marriage with the foreign national. Now, often after these phony ceremonies, defendants would stage images of families at restaurants to create the appearance of a legitimate wedding, and some of the defendants also facilitated sham marriages overseas in China. After the marriages took place, the actual ceremony, the then married couples would visit a local office affiliated with the scheme, sign forms for submission to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, learn about the USCIS interview process to apply for a green card, and then execute prenuptial agreements, which, not surprisingly, given the allegation these were sham marriages, waived their rights to share in the other's estate upon death, child support, and other claims in marital property. One prenuptial agreement even provided that, and I'm quoting from the indictment, except in the name of husband and wife, both parties live independently and must not interfere with each other, end quote. The facilitators of the scheme would then prepare and submit fraudulent green card applications and work with the couples through the immigration process, submitting photographs, opening joint bank accounts, mobile phone accounts, all to obtain green cards to allow them to stay in this country. But that's illegal.
Bye-bye, Chinese fraudulent marriage, birthright citizenship scumbags. Thanks, Todd Blanche. Really appreciate it. So far, since Todd Blanche has been fully nominated, 14 arrested for Ohio fraud, 11 arrested for sham marriage, Chinese operation, 455 arrested for healthcare fraud, and the SPLC's Democrat ex-CFO arrested with a superseding indictment. And that's just in a few days. Thanks, Todd Blanche. Appreciate it. Now, Todd Blanche was talking also about Election Day, because I think there's a lot of people that are afraid that there's going to be like ICE agents and DHS agents at voting booths and voting places, and there should be. And I can't wait till there is. I can't wait till there is. There's not going to be a single illegal alien coming to these voting booths, and I love it. Scare them right out of there.
I'm not sure of the uproar of the risk of having a Border Patrol or an ICE agent at a polling location or looking into whether somebody is voting that shouldn't be. If you are here illegally, you cannot vote. And so what's the risk? Why wouldn't everybody in Washington, everybody in the United States be supportive of that to make sure that people that are here illegally are not voting? I also am not sure of the uproar of the risk of having a Border Patrol or an ICE agent at a polling location or looking into whether somebody is voting that shouldn't be. If you are here illegally, you cannot vote. And so what's the risk? Why wouldn't everybody in Washington, everybody in the United States be supportive of that to make sure that people that are here illegally are not voting?
Exactly. And the left is always like, illegals don't vote. Fine. Then you have no problem with DHS being at voting places. It's not any kind of hindrance to the American citizen. It's just if you see a DHS agent, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm not going to go vote because they've got a gun on their hip. There's usually police at these places as well, so that's not going to do it. Same thing with the whole voting, the Save America Act. Why do we need to pass the Save America Act if illegal aliens can't vote anyway? Well, if they can't vote anyway, then there should be no harm, no foul. Let's pass it and let's move on, right? No. It's because you're pissed off because you know that illegal aliens do vote. It's because you're pissed off because part of that Save America Act is no mass mail-in ballots. So you take clean the voter rolls, which you won't give us your voting rolls. You clean them. You make sure that illegals aren't showing up, and you take away the mass mail-in votes. You're done. It's over with. That's why you don't want it. That's why you don't want it. And it's all right. We're going to get it. You're not going to stop us. You can't. You cannot stop what's coming. And I usually hate saying stuff like that, but you can't. We are going to steamroll over you on the left. And it's not even going to be fair. You're going to be like, oh, this is... The only thing not fair about it is going to be the fact that you aren't cheating anymore. And that's not going to be fair to you. You're not going to be able to cheat. I can't wait. Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson has ordered for clerks to defy federal and state law and delete election records in just 7 days. Well, put her ass in jail then. She's got to keep them for two years. Federal law says 2 years. Not 7 days. I'll bet she doesn't delete them. Let's go to the U.S. Hey, Eli, watch this. I will say the code of the law in which it would break if they did this, and you watch what we get. You watch what people say on the left. 52 U.S. Code 20701 requires every officer of election to retain and preserve all records relating to voting in federal elections for 22 months. 52 U.S. Code 20702 makes it a federal crime for any person to willfully destroy, conceal, or alter these records. Penalty, 1 year in jail, and a $1,000 fine. The complaint argues that the rule collides with federal statute 52 U.S. 20701, which requires election officers to preserve all records relating to acts of voting in federal elections for 22 months. Willful destruction of these records is a crime also. Ladies and gentlemen, Michigan law 168.811 simply prohibits the destruction of election returns, poll lists, and federal election ballots before that same 22-month period. So not only would Jocelyn Benson be breaking state law, she'd be breaking federal law. Please do that while Todd Blanche is the Attorney General. Can we please do that? I would love for that to happen. If you live in Michigan, I'm sure you would love for Jocelyn Benson to just go ahead and do that. She won't. She won't do that. She knows better. Now, with Pam Bondi in there, they probably could have got away with it. But they're not going to get away with it under Todd Blanche, and they know it. So again, I ask, what are you trying to hide? Why would you all of a sudden say, hey, we got to delete these records. We can't keep them. We can't do that. Just can't do it. I hope she does, though. Crispy Critters just said something that I've been waiting to hear for a long time from these folks in the chat. I can't wait till the midterms. Too many people have been fearing the midterms. I don't know why. Redistricting, executive orders, the Postmaster General of the USPS and what he said. Attorney General Todd Blanche seemingly okay with DHS being at polling locations. I don't see why you're so scared. Let's go bring this thing home. Remember what I said in the beginning of the show. We only need 6. They need 19. We have 212 already locked in that are going to win for sure. If for some reason that changes, then you got a problem. But right now, you're looking at 212 for sures. You've got, or they don't need 19. You've got 7 swing states out there, of which the Republicans need to win 6. Those are swing. They're not Democrat leaning. Those are swing, meaning it could go either way. The Democrats need to win 2/3. We need to win 1/3. Who do you think is going to win? Sean says, I want the midterms to be over so we can remove John Thune. Well, can't really. I mean, you can remove him with 27 senators, but he's there until 2030. So, Jeremy, what is voter ID going to do that driver's license can't? I'm glad you asked. Voter ID that driver's license can't. No, you will still show your driver's license. You'll still show your driver's license as a valid ID. The difference is you'll have to go re-register. You'll have to go re-register with your city, with your town, with your county. And to do that, you will need to bring proof of citizenship with you. And anybody out there that's saying this is just a way to get women to stop voting because all women don't have their birth certificates, or all women don't have their marriage certificates, or all women don't have anything that's going to show that their name change belongs to that name, that's a lie too, because on the original SAVE Act, it wasn't the Save America Act yet, it's still in there, but on the original SAVE Act, on page 19 of the original SAVE Act, I know this is a little bit too much for the people on YouTube, it's called reading and research, but let me just break it down for you. It's called page 19, and it's called an affidavit. Does anybody know what an affidavit is? An affidavit is, we had thousands and thousands and thousands of them that judges never looked at when they threw those cases out in the election. They just didn't even look at them. They said, we're going to throw it out on standing. An affidavit is a sworn testimony from a person who experienced something. If you are one of those people that for some reason isn't responsible enough to have the proper documents that say who you are, all you have to do is sign an affidavit. So there is no excuse. When you they're trying to take the vote away from me. No, if you're too stupid to get the proper stuff, that's your own fault. You would have to go re-register. Once you go re-register and prove that you are an American citizen, then you will be registered to vote. Then all you need to do is bring a regular ID. It's not at the polling stations that you're going to have the issue. It's re-registering to vote. That's what you need to do. Okay? The Save America Act did actually pass 6 times in the House. It's the Senate that's holding it up. So we'll break it up and we'll put it in reconciliation bills. One way or another, it's going through. Now to the great state of Texas. Governor Abbott is not the best governor that you could have if you are a Republican. But what is the rule here? The worst Republican is better than the best Democrat any given day of the year. Let's go to Texas and Governor Greg Abbott and his race.
On Israel, we know of at least 2 that exist in the Dallas area. We're looking broader in Dallas County as well as Collin County, which is right next to Dallas. And that's why I sent the letter to officials both in Dallas and Collin counties to urge them to take action to root out any Sharia courts. And I am deploying the Texas Department of Public Safety to also root out any Sharia courts anywhere in the state of Texas. To be clear, the Texas Constitution does not allow Sharia courts or Sharia law. Texas statutes have banned Sharia law, and we are going to pursue this until we purge any attempt to impose Sharia law in Texas.
Absolutely. So what are the polls looking like right now for Greg Abbott in Texas? New poll shows Greg Abbott at 49% and Gina, what's her name? Hinojosa at 45%. She's four points down. That's outside the margin of error. He can win by even more because the polls have shown, especially in the last week, have been completely wrong. Would they say that Mohammed al-Sayed was definitely going to clinch that win? The polls were like Hillary Clinton style poll numbers for him, and he barely won by 1%. Godchick says, when do I register to vote? I haven't heard about that, Jeremy. Well, nowhere yet. If the Save America Act passes, you will have to go register to vote where you registered to vote now. I don't know where you register to vote in your state. In New Hampshire, you did it at the city clerk's office. In other states, I've done it at, in Iowa, where did I register to vote? In Iowa, I registered to vote at a voting station. For us, for my state, for where I live, it's a church where they held it at a church. I did it there. There are also other ways to register to vote too, but you're gonna have to have those accompanying documents in order to be re-registered if the Save America Act were to pass. Okay? Even if it's broken up and if it's broken up and put in reconciliation, you'll be told what you have to do. My guess is it won't be done anywhere near this midterm. My guess is it will be done for the 2028 presidential election, but it's whatever. We've already got the midterms on a lock anyway. I'm cool with it. Whatever. It is what it is. So all you have to do is keep posted here every day, or if you follow me on any of the social media platforms. And as soon as that were to happen, I'd let you know what you have to do. Okay? Carl says vote.org. I don't know if that's what you're given for information or whatever. Somebody said, YT2 said, I bought my house in 2020. My house went up $95,000 more. Of course. Anybody that's actually got property out there or 401ks or any kind of portfolio, your portfolio has gone up. Gold, silver, real estate, it doesn't matter. Your portfolio has gone way up since Joe Biden. What does that tell you? That's a good indicator as well. Now, I wouldn't expect anybody like Adam Mockler, a young kid who's never lived long enough to even wipe his own ass, to know that. But we'll find out when we debate.
Yes, I am so committed to that. I think it's the most important piece of legislation that we've had for a long time. If we cannot stop illegal voting in many of these Democratic states that don't have photo ID, that allow illegals to vote, that mail out ballots to everybody, there's no ballot security. We don't have real elections right now in many of the Democratic states. So if we do not fix that now, there's no more issue more important. We do not fix that now, it may be too late down the road. If we lose a few other Republican states, they will fix the elections the same way they have in other states, and we will forever be unable to fix it. So I am very, very much focused on making sure we get that passed.
And of course.
So yes, obviously that's Ken Paxton. He's the Attorney General right now for Texas. A new poll just came out this morning putting him up above James Tallarico 1%. It's got Ken Paxton at 47%, which is a +1 over James Tallarico, which is 46%. That came from an Emerson poll just this morning. So he is now on top of James Tallarico once again. Just so you guys know, I see a lot of people in the YouTube chat saying that that I'm an AIPAC. I've already told you that when I run for office, no AIPAC money will be allowed to come into me. None. As a matter of fact, the only people I'm taking money from is the Republican Party if they want to put money behind me, any Christian organization, or the people that vote me in. There will be no AIPAC money coming into me. Why? Because I'm not getting involved in all that. I'm not getting in the middle of the whole AIPAC stuff. I don't care what they do. I don't care who they are. I don't care what Israel decides they want to do in life. I don't care if they kill themselves or if they live on for the rest of eternity. I don't care. Modern day Israel has no care in the world in my book. I don't care about what goes on there. What I do care about are the holy sites. What I do care about are the places that Jesus walked, talked, and preached. What I do care about is where the Bible says Jesus is going to come back and set foot on the ground and reign from. I care about that. I have no faith in humanity, and I have no faith in what a government does. So no AIPAC money will be coming in to my campaign for the, 30th time now that I've had to say that. Right? Don't care. AIPAC donates to the RNC, idiot. All right, well, if the RNC wants to give me money, I'll take it. But I'm not taking any money directly from AIPAC. I will take money from the RNC because I am a Republican, and I will take money from the donors of my state and out of state, and I will take money from Christian organizations. But I will not take money directly from AIPAC, and I won't even instruct them to give me the AIPAC money. As a matter of fact, when the RNC and the GOP decide to give me money, if they decide to give me money, I'll say, can you figure out which money came from AIPAC and not give me that money? Idiot. Don't worry, you'll be calling me Congressman Jeremy Herrell. Ooh, that hurts. Eli, what are they going to do when they have to say Congressman Herrell? What are they going to do when they see me walking out of the Capitol building and answering questions for the nice, beautiful MSM reporters? What are y'all going to say then, too? That's fake news? He took money from AIPAC to get there.
We don't have to call you anything we don't want to call you. We'll call you a loser, bigot, misogynist, because that's exactly what you are.
You know what's funny, Eli? I am so beloved on the left. They love me so much. They hate to love me. They hate watch me, but they hate to love me. And I just think that's a person who can break down some barriers. Maybe I can get some Democrats to actually vote for me. Look, I get them to take 5, 6, 7 hours to watch the network a day, Eli. I think I can flip some of them over to vote for me, too. Silently. They'll never tell anybody about it. They'll do it behind the curtain, but they'll vote for me.
I was just thinking, too, I mean, I don't care if you are or how much you're getting paid to sit there and watch and hate on the show. There's nothing more pathetic than that. I tried to picture the other day getting up, stretching, having some breakfast, taking a shower, sitting down and finding a show I absolutely hate with views I definitely don't agree with and just sitting there for hours on end.
Well, Eli, that's what...
doing whatever they do.
That's what Austin said over there. He said, only a fool would stick around in this chat daily to watch and troll. Exactly. Unless they love the show. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, and we're gonna do the part that everybody loves the most, commercial time. And that commercial is to talk about Armor Colostrum. Here it is right here. 2 to 4 scoops a day keeps the left away. No, 2 to 4 scoops a day keeps bloating away, keeps heartburn away, keeps psoriasis away, keeps balding away, and strengthens your immune system. Armor Colostrum. Now, it comes in a powdery substance in here. Let me show you what the scoop looks like. There it is right there. 2 to 4 of those a day. You can either dry scoop it or you can put it in your smoothie or your breakfast drink or whatever. And Armor Colostrum is not Democrat or Republican, actually. Colostrum is actually a 400-plus bionutrient powder that benefits you in your gut health, your metabolism, your performance, your immune health, your aging, your skin care, and your overall general wellness. So you can kind of combine all of those supplements in one Armor Colostrum. Colostrum is the same thing that you get when you breastfeed as a child, and it sets you up to be a strong, healthy human being. Armor Colostrum at armor.com/LFATV. That's Armor Colostrum at armor.com/LFATV. The other one, we just talked about it. Gold and silver back up. Real estate up. 401ks up. I told you to buy on the dip. I told you to buy when it was low. You can still get in. It's only going to go higher, especially when you see all of Chase, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and all the big financial institutions all expect gold to be 6,000 or over by the end of this year. That's only 4 more months at this point. And they expect silver to be anywhere from between $135 to $200 by the end of this year. Why? Because supply and demand is becoming bigger and bigger. There's a bigger divide between supply and demand, and we are entering our 6th straight year of too much demand and not enough supply for both, especially silver. So, GoldenCrestMetals.com. You can watch the Crest Report every single Saturday here at 1 p.m. The Golden Crest Report at Saturdays, 1 p.m. Or go to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA today. Reach out to Rich Jacoby and his team. You saw a lot of people saying that their 401k went up 50% since 2023. Silver is up over 70% year over year. Gold is up 18% year over year. So very good investments. Precious metals, always a good investment, especially for anybody who actually does the research and knows about it. So, and that's why I urge you to watch the Crest Report. We do a lot of that for you. All right, getting back to it. Jen Psaki makes a horrible admission about the Democrats. Circle back, Psaki? Well, let's circle back with her.
It is really, and I want to bring Liz Smith into this conversation because Liz and I grew up in Democratic politics. We're still young, of course, but we grew up in Democratic politics together, and I think we both remember well when party leadership really selected the nominees. Now, you would never say it that way exactly, but they would.
But you can now.
Now we can. We're free. You know, they really did because they would put money behind it. They would endorse. And now it looks very much like party leaders are not picking the nominees. In fact, party leaders pushing nominees is a negative. It is a negative in many of these races.
What in the hell is she talking about? Jen Psaki makes a horrible admission about the Democrat Party's nominating process on the air. Psaki came right out and admitted that the leaders of the Democratic Party typically choose the party's nominees, not the voters. Tell me, how is that democracy? Well, let's go back and see if that's true. Bernie Sanders clinched the nomination against Hillary Clinton. They took it from him, said no. Bernie said, I want to go out there and I want to be the nominee for the Democrat Party, even though I am always been an independent. I very much align with the Democrat Party, and Bernie's the only one that's ever had a movement outside of Obama. No Democrat has ever had a movement, not like Trump had a movement, not like Obama had a movement. You know, Eli, I watched Obama the other day, actually. He was having a conversation with somebody. I think it was Larry David, who's turned out. Look, I love the Larry David show. I love Seinfeld. I think Larry David's politics suck, but I'm not going to let that stop me from watching the things that he's done. I think they're very funny, shows. But he was having a conversation with Larry David. Obama was. And I watched the whole thing. And I couldn't really stop watching it. Because I was sitting there thinking to myself, this guy's good. Obama's good. Charismatic. Smart. Funny. Laid back. But to me, it's like Takia. It was all a lie. Like he was able to pull the wool over so many people's eyes in 2008. And then in 2012, people were like, no, this guy sucks. Really, really bad. And then you had Mitt Romney. But Obama, I can see why Obama had the movement. He had a movement because of the way he spoke, the way he related to people. What you guys don't understand on the left is Trump has that same kind of charisma for the people that he's speaking to. Now, Trump's movement was bigger than Obama's, but the only other person on the left to have a movement was Bernie Sanders, and they stole it from him. And you guys were okay with that. How were you on the left okay with that? He ended up actually winning most of the votes. And then they had the convention, and the Democrats said, nope, we're not giving it to him because he's not really, the puppet that we need. So we're just going to give it to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton didn't win that. He did. He had a movement, and you took it from him. Fast forward. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris pulled 1% when she ran in the primary. Democrat voters rejected her at an astounding rate. I guess living on your knees to get to the top didn't actually translate and resonate with the voters themselves. And they stole it from Biden. By the way, didn't know what the hell was going on. But Joe Biden had a big falling out with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. So Kamala Harris pulled 1% in the primary, completely rejected by the party, and then the party forced her back down their throats after they had an actual Democrat primary. The Democrats do not believe in the democracy that they are selling, just like the SPLC doesn't believe in the neo-Nazism and the white supremacy that they are selling. It is all a lie and a ruse. How can you, on the left, rail against Donald Trump, fighting and destroying democracy, while your own party chooses its leaders and tells you Thanks for voting, but see you later. I would really love to know the answer to that question. How are you okay with that? And circle back, Jen Psaki, who was in both administrations, just told you what happened. How are you okay with that? I would really love to know. As a matter of fact, I know I'm not going to get an answer, but let me go over to YouTube and look. Blah, 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 blah. No answers, no answers. Circle back. Hell yeah, they do. They separated from reality. Trump takes a dump every 5 a.m. Trouble is he doesn't get out of bed till 5 or 10, blah, blah, blah. So you can't answer that simple question, can you? See, that's the problem with you DSA retards. That's why your party is losing so badly. That's why you're going to lose so badly in the midterm. And that's why people like Adam Mockler, I talked to them yesterday, by the way. I said, you're not going to pull that shit with me. That shit's not going to fly. Where you just talk over, no, let me finish, that's not going to happen. We're not doing that shit. You're going to answer a question. And if you don't answer questions, we're not going to have this debate. You're going to ask me questions, I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to answer them. You're going to shut your mouth, you're going to let me speak, and then I'll shut up and I'll let you speak. That's how an adult conversation works. I'm not coming there for your little faggy sound bites. Answer the damn question. Are you okay with your party leaders taking your vote, telling you to shove it up your ass, and putting the person that you rejected in that place? Yes or no? And I guarantee you we won't get one answer. Guaranteed. You can't do it in a live chat, and you sure as hell couldn't do it face to face. You're too stupid. And that's why your party loses. And I didn't think I'd get an answer. Still haven't gotten one. Nobody. No answer. Imagine that. Everybody here on Rumble, imagine that. They can't even answer a simple damn question because they know that either way they answer that question, they're screwed. It's like the same thing with the Ashley Babbitt question. You cannot answer that question because you'll be screwed. The hypocrisy will drip off your lips. And the audience will see it every single time. Another Democrat ballot scandal. How about that? How come we never see Republican ballot scandals? Isn't that weird? Former New Jersey Mayor Gina LaPlaca and her husband hit with new criminal charges for forging signatures to fraudulently get on a Democratic primary ballot. No, not Democrats cheating again. Democrats don't cheat. They don't have to cheat to win elections. No, but they always do. There they are. They can't win without cheating. Everybody knows it. The modern day Democrat Party is completely lawless, stupid, ignorant, retarded, and worthless. They just are. $5 from Berkey says Dems are effing dumb. All they do is make BS up. They're emotional wussies, which is why they never let themselves to be overcome with TDS. Absolutely right. And by the way, for the people that think that I don't conduct myself properly because of the way I speak, remind me who became president twice for saying exactly what I'm saying. Former Lumberton Township Mayor and current committeewoman Gina LaPlaca, along with her husband, Democrat operative Jason Carty, are facing a new round of criminal charges after prosecutors say that they submitted fraudulent signatures to place LaPlaca on the June Democratic primary ballot for the Lumberton Township Committee. Burlington County Prosecutor Lashia Bradshaw's office announced the charges this week. Not the Trump administration, folks, right within their own state. An investigation found that multiple people whose names and purported signatures appeared on LaPlaca's nomination petition never signed it and never authorized anyone to sign on their behalf. Without those fake signatures, LaPlaca would have not had enough valid signatures to qualify for the ballot at all. So see here in Iowa, I need to go out and I need to get, I think, 1,800 signatures, if I'm not mistaken. Or just shy of, it's a weird number. It's like 1,781 or something like that, or 1,783. But I've got to go out and I've got to get 1,800 signatures. Those signatures need to come from every county in the district. This district, which is District 1, has 20 counties in it. So I have to go to each county and I have to get a minimum. I don't know what the minimum was again off the top of my head. I think it's 40 signatures minimum from each county. But you need a total of just shy of 1,800 signatures. What these people did is they went out there and forged those signatures. And now they have a criminal prosecution on their hands. Good job, Democrats. You cheated again, and you lose again. Cheaters never win, folks. Cheaters never win. You know who does win? Hardworking, nose to the ground, roll up your sleeves, 9-to-5 blue-collar workers. They win. You know who doesn't win? Cheaters. And the Democrat Socialists of America are going to make it so even if you did cheat, you wouldn't win. Because they're going to siphon off half your votes. So there you go. Another cheat to win. Now, speaking of Obama, what would you say if I told you that people actually went to jail in 2008 for rigging an Indiana primary ballot in favor of Obama? What would you say if I would say that Obama did not legally win Indiana in 2008? Would you be shocked? Would you be surprised?
In Arizona, he hired the ninjas. What were they called?
Yeah. The cyber ninjas.
The cyber ninjas.
I'll give you an example of where it has been determinative, and that's in my home state of Indiana, St. Joseph County. The gentleman you previously worked for, David Axelrod, Barack Obama, got on the ballot because Democrats in that county submitted fraudulent ballot petition signatures. People, including the Democrat county chair, went to jail over that. Barack Obama should not have been on the primary ballot in the state of Indiana.
But that's not a voting. That's not a
but
voting
it's still,
issue. Like that's something.
Well, it is a voting issue because he was on the ballot and
that's
people could vote for him, and he shouldn't have been.
Issue though. That's not a they're stealing the elections. Illegals are voting. That's an Indiana issue because Indiana is the one that determines who's.
Kinzinger. He's not saying that the Save America Act would protect that. He's saying that Democrats constantly cheat, and Obama never should have been legally on the ballot in Indiana. So you guys say, oh, there's no fraud, there's no fraud. People went to jail over this. Was that fake too?
Who's on their ballots?
How did that get determined?
How did that get determined? It was finally exposed 2 years later. It went through the courts, and several people found themselves in jail. Finally. But that's the problem. It didn't happen. They didn't find it before he was on the ballot. It took years after.
Do you?
2 years after he was president is when these people went to jail. Because they fraudulently put Obama on the ballot when they shouldn't have. They've been cheating since 2000. Who knows? They've been probably cheating their whole lives. Democrats have been cheating since, I don't know, they formed the KKK. Now, do you guys remember Frank Luntz? What a dunce. Frank Luntz, remember he shared an apartment with Kevin McCarthy and they bunked together? Frank Luntz was a Fox News reject, and he's never usually right. And he used to hold those think tanks on Fox where he'd have like people come in and they would like have these little town halls after an election or after a debate, and they'd break it down, and he would, have them raise their hands and all this, that, and the other. Well, listen to what he says about polls. And this is actually, I do agree with him on this one because Francesca Hong, she was polling so far ahead that there was no way that she was going to lose that race. And Abdul Muhammad al-Sayed, same thing. And he just barely pulled it out with 1%. He says polling needs to go. It's always wrong. It's never right. Do you know what polling is more right now than often? Is the predictive markets, the people with real money in it.
Primary is also significant because it showed another example of polling largely getting things way wrong. The presumed frontrunner in Wisconsin's Democrat primary for governor, Francesca Hong, lost to David Crowley, but she was leading in about every poll. The last poll had her up 22 points right before. Legendary pollster Frank Luntz, writing on X, I am calling for a total and complete shutdown of primary polling in the Midwestern U.S. until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
Just
and
the Midwest?
Polymarket's betting odds gave that presumed frontrunner a 96% chance of winning. Well,
they had that one
deleted
wrong,
that prediction.
Polymarket
So joining
did.
me now live, pollster and communication strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, always good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. And I don't think you should be able to delete stuff like this.
Yeah.
And I want to start this interview by acknowledging a mistake that I made that I never did again. Back in
I want to just stop real quick here. Do you know when we were talking about all these different forms of swaying an election, right? Like you guys think, the left thinks that Russia helped President Trump win the election by swaying voters with misinformation. What do you call polling when somebody's at 90-something%? Hillary Clinton was over 90% to beat Donald Trump. She lost. Kamala Harris was at 80-something%. She lost. Even worse than Hillary Clinton. At this point, are these polling numbers that are being put out ways to put the thumb on the scale in an election? Are they? That's a question for the chat. Are these polls that come out that are supposedly supposed to be, accurate and done by experts, should they be shut down? I think he's got a point here.
2016, I believe that Hillary Clinton was going to win based on the exit polling of all the networks. They all were in the same pool, the same result. They all had Hillary Clinton winning. And so I put out a prediction that said, what makes you not understand the words President Hillary Clinton? I got it wrong because I believed those numbers and I fixed it. And what we have now are pollsters on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, not acknowledging how wrong they are, how they cannot make these projections, how when you get turnouts of 15% of the electorate, you can't make a conclusion or a projection. And pollsters need to stop doing this.
So how do we fix it? Because, look, President Trump has been saying the polls are broken, and the mainstream media has laughed at him and said, you just don't like the polls that say bad things. But he said they were broken. If you believe it's broken in some way, how do we fix
And
it? How
Luntz
do
is
we
not a
get
Trump
trust
guy.
in this?
Luntz is not a Trump guy.
The first thing you do is you acknowledge what you cannot do, which is to make projections. In a general election, when you've got an 80 or 70 or 60% turnout, then you can start to use the numbers and know that you're going to be somewhat accurate. When you have turnouts of 15 or 20%, AOC, you were talking about her just before the break, she was never supposed to win her election. We have seen this again and again in 2026. The Democrats who are more extreme often have greater levels of support in the polls that don't turn out.
Got it.
And in the end, if they don't stop projecting, we're going to make mistakes. Second is that they need to do a better job figuring out who's actually going to vote, because pollsters have notoriously been wrong at this. And third, and potentially most important, acknowledge your limitations up front. You cannot, this is not a science, it is an art. And you need to be much more careful about what you say and how you conclude. This has happened before. It'll happen again until pollsters stop talking.
There you go. Well, we're going to stop talking for now, but we look forward to having you back between now and November. We appreciate you acknowledging your own mistakes. We all need to do that. And I know you're a big man. Thank you, Frank. Also big.
Well, he's a big man, all right. He's a big man, all right. He is right, though. Too many people go off what they see on TV. Like some people go, well, there's no reason for me to go out there and vote. This person only has an 8% chance of winning. Or the other side, there's no reason for me to go out there and vote. They've already got it locked without me. They don't need me, little old me. That's voter suppression. If you ask me, that is influencing the voters, the voting public's opinions, and you know they're wrong. Like, it's different if you're actually getting these polls and then some anomaly happens, right? But these people are lying on the polls. And we know this because we've gone out there and done this in just regular everyday life. At gas stations, at stores, restaurants, malls, places of work, on the sidewalk. We've done it. Now, I can't say that the polls we take in a live stream are accurate because pretty much everybody who watches my program, pretty much everybody agrees down the line with what we agree on. There are a few in our Rumble chat. I'd probably say maybe 5% that don't agree with a lot of the things that we say. And then you go over to somebody where like YouTube, where you can't take that seriously because the people over there will just say the most off the wall stuff. They won't even say what they really believe. They'll say whatever they got to do to try to get a dig in at a Trump supporter. That's where we've lost America, right? All right, we got about 15 minutes. And I told you that, unfortunately, I had another story about another illegal alien who's killed another American. I hate doing this. It happens every week, albeit it's not every day anymore, but it is still enough. You know, these people cry about how ICE is 6 people have died at the hands of ICE or 10 people have died. Well, how many American citizens have died at the hands of illegals? When you catch up to that, let me know. When you catch up to that, you can let me know. Illegal alien accused of killing a retiree in California.
In California, police say Todd Stewart was stabbed to death on the front lawn of his home in the Bay Area. The accused killer was released from jail one day before this horrifying attack. Senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse has more. Hi, William.
Well, Martha, 4 things make this an unbelievable case. 1, the suspect's illegal status. 2, he had at least 2 priors and yet was released twice by the courts. 3, police had caught this guy using the automated license plate reader that so many police critics want to ban because they might be used to expose illegal immigrants. And finally,
ban them.
Had this not happened in a sanctuary state, ICE could have detained him and the murder never happened.
Another illegal alien kills another American, which brings us to the new ICE-equipped electric shock gloves. Oh, I can't wait for this. Immigration Customs Enforcement is preparing to equip all of their officers with a specialized glove capable of delivering an electric shock that'll help subdue any violent resisting suspect. According to the DHS, notice reported by the Associated Press, ICE plans to spend $20 million purchasing thousands of the devices for deployment early next year. Known as the GLOVE, G-L-O-V-E, which is an acronym for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. The technology is manufactured by Kentucky-based Compliant Technologies and has already been used by some of the police departments in correctional facilities. So it's an American-made product in a beautiful American state for American ICE agents to take down suspects, including stupid people who get themselves involved like Alex Pretty and Renee Good, and illegal aliens. What do we got?
That can deliver painful electric shocks intended to subdue combative individuals.
That's what they're spending the money on?
Yeah, so they can hurt people more easily.
Instead of body cams that they're supposed to use.
Traditionally, they have been used in jail settings to subdue violent inmates who are harming themselves and threatening officers.
So now what are they going to do, like 5-year-olds?
Yeah. I mean, it's given what we've seen, the questions are perhaps viable here.
By the way,
to women who.
By the way, let me stop it here. You know, you retards that say voting is done by the states. States run their own votes. Idiot, not Trump. Trump doesn't run states voting. States do that by law. Well, also by law, states don't have to worry about getting rid of illegal aliens. DHS does. So if you want your state to, if you want it to have the state to do its own job with voting, well then step back and let the feds do their own job with getting rid of illegal aliens. That's ICE job. But that'd be more hypocrisy for you, wouldn't it?
Or going to their doctor's appointments, dragging them out of cars, shocking them.
Or perhaps people saying, can we please see the warrant that you have?
Who thinks this is a good idea inside the White House?
According to Stephen Miller.
Their numbers keep collapsing, even on immigration, which is their strongest number. Who in the White House is pushing this policy? Because it is so bad politically.
Oh, I love it.
Not only for the White House and for the president.
Hold up. Why is it so bad? This will reduce the amount of times that an officer needs to pull a gun. Just subdue them by touching them. So now you don't even want that? Now you don't. It's not going to shock them to death. It's like a taser gun. If you ask the lefties, would it be better had the ICE agents used a taser gun over a real gun on Alex Pretty and Renee Good? They would say, absolutely. Okay, well then we'll do this. How about taser gloves? No, this is a bad idea. You see the hypocrisy? They want something, you give it to them, and they cry about that. They're whiny little bitches, and they'll never be anything else. They're dregs of society.
But for Republicans running for office,
obviously there's a training issue. They're struggling with simple things like how to handle a weapon. So
somebody says you're forgetting the law. You can't taser somebody unlawfully. No shit, Sherlock. You're not just walking up tasering people. It's to subdue a suspect or somebody who gets involved and tries to get involved in between an official law enforcement proceeding, which is an arrest, which they have the right to do. If that person gets involved, or if a person tries to run, or a suspect tries to fight back, then you do. You're not just going around just grabbing people, idiot.
I'm like a little girl and pee myself. Go back with the gloves.
These shock gloves may soon be used by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents.
Love it.
ICE is planning to spend between $10 and $20 million to purchase the devices known as CTG5GLOVE, which stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter, according to a notice published by the Department of Homeland Security. In example videos posted by the device manufacturer, Compliant Technologies, most individuals are seen falling to their knees after being touched with the gloves. The company markets the glove as a wearable de-escalation device that can be shifted into electrical.
By the way, the guy that they just subdued there and he dropped, the guy with the green shirt, he was laughing after. So spare me with your, they're going to shock us to death. They're cattle prodding us. Comply. Comply with law enforcement. It won't happen. You're lucky you're not getting shot.
Mode, delivering a maximum voltage of up to 380 volts that, quote, inhibits, distracts the subject from performing coordinated muscle movement. The manual states that no more than 2 gloves should be applied to a subject at one time and should not be used for more than 15 seconds in many instances. The company also warns the gloves should not be used as punishment or on high-risk individuals, including those who are pregnant, elderly, severely disabled, or children. The notice comes as ICE faces scrutiny over what critics say are aggressive and dangerous tactics, amid pressure from the Trump administration to make around 2,000 arrests daily. The devices would be delivered by March 2027, according to DHS. CNN has reached out to DHS and Compliant Technologies for comment, but has not received a response.
If Trump said tomorrow, I want the border completely wide open, I want ICE completely gone, and I want all illegals to stay here, the left would say that's against the law. We don't want ICE. We don't want illegals to stay here. ICE should be getting rid of them. It's anything that Trump does, they want opposite of. If he says, I own the air, they will put plastic bags over their heads and die. That's how stupid the people are on the left.
380 volts of charge upon skin contact, which doesn't penetrate clothes. It would have to be on the skin. The agency plans on spending $20 million. They have a lot of cash. They have a ton of cash. But apparently that's not going much to
Thanks
training.
to the big, beautiful bill.
Kennedy, it's not going to training, but it is going to things like this. And that's another thing here is there's really very little oversight anymore. The agency is flush with billions and billions of dollars, another sole source contract. And I'll just say one other thing. Look, there is an uptick in assaults on ICE agents. And I have a lot of sympathy. They have an incredibly difficult job, but I don't see what this solves. The things we've seen with the ICE agents, right? This rock throwing or in some cases shootings. But again, this glove issue, I think it's too easy for this to get misused against a population that doesn't pose a threat. I think that's just the critical part. There's a time and place potentially for this technology against high-risk individuals. But
against a population that doesn't pose a threat? Okay, let's look at it. Down in Texas, they shot rounds of armor-piercing bullets through an ICE van hoping to kill ICE agents. At every ICE facility, they have tried to burn it down. They have ran cars through people. They've literally fought ICE agents, thrown rocks at them, brought guns. There's been gunshots, not from the ICE agents, but from other people at ICE facilities. They've tried to dox ICE agents. They've tried to get their face and their family's face on camera and online so that people can go and stand outside their house, possibly kill them, hurt them. They've what else have they done? Oh, they put together a complete infrastructure to let everybody know where ICE is so that they can show up and disrupt them at any time. Yeah, they don't pose a threat, though. They don't pose a threat. Not at all. Not at all, says MSNBC. Here's what I say. Comply or get shocked. You're lucky you're not shot. Would you like to get shot or shocked? It's your choice. The left has been like, oh, they're shooting all the illegal aliens. Okay, well, we'll stop shooting them and we'll start shocking them. Is that okay? No, you got to treat them like regular human beings. Well, like law-abiding human beings or law-breaking human beings? just like human beings. Oh. They're so stupid. I say, get you a pair of these gloves for yourself. I'm going to get a pair. Hell, somebody said you should get a whole bunch of them and sell them on the store. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Maybe we'll get a whole bunch of them, put them on the store for people to buy. Huh? Coyote says, comply or get the Hassan Piker glove. I love it. We need more of these. Love it. How about you on Rumble? What do you think? You want to get you some of these shocking gloves? It's a shocking story, I know. Eli's thumbnail was fire for this as well. So if you haven't seen the thumbnail, check it out. Sell them to the public. Let's go, Jeremy. I want some. I'd buy them, said Arrow Pink. I mean, hey, they're good for anything. You know what I mean? Especially for, like, you know, women who might be walking alone in a neighborhood where there's Muslims or illegal aliens. You might need to use them, you know? Might need to use them. Cindy Pinnell says, I want a pair. Cool Trek says, I'd buy some. B-Hop says, kind of want some, kind of want to just buy more ammo. Yeah, there you go. Go get some more ammo for sure. Arrow Pink, yes, I want. I'll take 16 of them, says Old Dog. Jeremy, perhaps you can get Compliant Technologies as a sponsor. Woo! Eli, write that down. Compliant Technology sponsor, so we don't forget that. That's a good idea. I bet you everybody would buy a pair of those. I bet they would. We'll go around having a shockingly good time, right? Compliant Technology, we're coming for you. And hopefully we can secure that. All right, we got about 3 minutes here left. I just want to go through this real quick. President Pat McAfee. I told you that Pat McAfee was going to get a lot of problems with hanging out with President Trump at the Patriot games. Well, it's exactly what happened. The left is melting down, calling for boycotts of ESPN and everything. And even Pat McAfee came out and says, this is grotesque and potentially lawsuit worthy. And I have my lawyers looking into this because he's getting messages, death threats and everything. One person said, in case you were wondering, if Pat McAfee calls us the N-word behind our backs when we're not around, here's your answer. And then obviously showed them a picture with or a video with President Trump. Do you know what they were there doing, by the way? They were there actually supporting youth athletes. They were supporting the athletes that are the youth of our nation. And now they're calling for these. Pat McAfee's got death threats. They're calling for his show to be obviously canceled. They're calling his sponsors, and they're calling for people to delete ESPN and all that, just because that he sat there with the president supporting our youth in sports, in which he got a standing ovation. Remember, there he is right there. This is what they do. They're just horrible people. The left has just become a group of horrible people. For that right there. They've just become a bunch of American-hating, horrible individuals. And they're people we don't want in this country anyway. Let's get all the people that came here for the soccer, the World Cup. Let's trade them for the left. How about that? And before we go, Pew Research just put out a report here that said the most popular presidents among their own party. Eisenhower is at the top, 88%. President Trump's first term is at the second, 86%. President Trump's second term is in third with 84%. Also tied with the third place is Kennedy, John F. Kennedy with 84%. Ronald Reagan, 83%. George W. Bush, or H.W. Bush, 82%. George W. Bush, 81%. Obama, 81%, tied with Bush. And Clinton, 80%. Biden at 77%. So your top four: Eisenhower, Trump first term, Trump second term, and Kennedy. Popular among their own party. Well, folks, that's going to do it for our show today. I hope you had a good time here today. I know I did. On behalf of me and producer Eli, we want to say thank you for joining us every day. We know it's not easy. We know it's not easy to hear some of the news. We know it's sometimes discouraging. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You're on the front lines. You've been on the front lines since they stole that election in 2020, and you buckled down and you got President Trump back in the White House. Imagine what we could do while he's in there if we all come back together again prior to these midterms. It's going to be fantastic. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, your chest out, and your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family and your friends safe. Keep your pets away from Haitians and Somalis. Keep a smile on your face. Keep fighting for this constitutional republic and never stop spreading the actual gospel. And never, ever allow evil to overtake you, your home, or your community. Stand up and fight back no matter what they say. Will Johnson comes up next. Thank you for being here. Have a great day. Peace.
Well, what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
I promise you hope. I promise you change. Change you can believe in. Together, we will move America forward. And when they ask if we can do it, our answer will be, yes, we can.
Woke 2.0, and that's exactly what it is. You know, when all this Islamic stuff started really popping up, it came under Obama, the Islamists. Now, I've had friends in the past that are Muslim, and we've got along. I mean, we even talked about the Bible. They talked about the Quran. We didn't fight with each other. We even had debates about it. We had deep discussion about it. And not a single time were they trying to, not a single time. But now Islamists, that's a completely different story. It's like this. You have Christians, and a lot of people don't look at it like this. A lot of people just look at, well, they're just Muslims. That's it. That's it. That's it. Well, you have Christians. Then you have the radical left people that call themselves Christians, even the ones that used to wear these white pointed hoods. They call themselves Christians. You understand what I'm telling you? Islam, these Islamists, that's the woke 2.0. And our great producer, Eli, and Jeremy was talking about Eli creating the thumbnails. And I want to show you the thumbnail that our great producer, Eli, created for this one here. Look at this. Woke 1.0 versus woke 2.0. Now, my question is, what's the difference? What is the difference? I mean, really, I'm encouraging everybody to let me know right now in the chat, what is the difference between 1.0 and 2.0 when it comes to being woke? For me, there is no difference. It's the same thing that they've been pushing all of these years. It's the same thing. Now they're just out in the open with one or the other, with the what 2.0, what they're calling it. And as if AOC was like, well, this is 2.0. They're all crazy. And let me be clear about something too. When I do the man on the street, when I'm going around, and it's been a while since I've been out there, and I need to get out there again. I need to get out there. I need a pair of those gloves, because there's been plenty of times these leftists, they have kicked me. They have pushed me. They've even punched me, hit me in my side and hit me on my arm and stuff like that. I mean, they've yelled at me. They pushed me. I mean, they've done everything just about, but I think I should be able to own a pair of those gloves. Get back up. And And I think it would be a phenomenal idea if we can get them to sponsor LFA. We would, oh my goodness, I would buy a couple pair just to have, a spare pair. Just cause, I don't know. I mean, surely they have a battery in them, right? So wear the battery out. Especially you go to a No Kings event, they're going to be everywhere. Okay, let's get on with it. I have so much to talk about. The Islamists is a major problem in the United States of America, and it is part of the 2.0 of their wokeism. Mamdani, New York, woke, they're all pushing it. Everything that the woke has been talking about in 1.0 is the same thing they're talking about in 2.0. So again, I want to know what's the difference? What's the difference? There is no difference. When it comes to the left, when they push this wokeism, they push it as if, well, everyone needs to get on board with this because, us being woke, this is what it's all about. We want to control everything. Same thing as 1.0. They want to tell everybody how to live. Same thing as 1.0. What's the difference between woke 1.0 and 2.0? Again, can y'all tell me? Do y'all know the difference? Do you know the difference? Look, I see them the same. I don't know what's the difference other than being one being one and two being two. Does this mean they know how to count now? Because, if they know how to count, then they should know what a woman is. I'm just saying. But these radical leftist lunatics, they're upset because you have some members of Congress saying that now they're saying Muslims, but it's the Islamists, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. I think it's safe to say that they're Islamists. They're not just Muslim, they're Islamists. Let me show you what they were saying on the Communist News Network, and they were exploding about it because Nancy Mace actually said that every single Muslim that's in Congress, these Islamists that are in Congress, now she doesn't say Islamists, I am, because there is a difference, but all these Islamists that have made their way into Congress, they are truly a Trojan horse. Does anyone disagree with that? I want y'all to listen to this because they're clear about it.
Nancy Mace, Republican member of Congress from South Carolina, tweeted over the weekend, quote, "Every single Muslim holding public office in America is a Trojan horse and a threat to both national security and our republic. We refuse to be silent." You're shaking your head back and forth.
That's ridiculous. Nancy Mace is irrelevant. She's on her way out of Congress while the Republican Party is purging its people who make anti-Muslim comments.
Jihadist,
whether it's
the president?
Oh, well, he's 100% right about the fact that Abdul El-Sayed is a jihadist sympathizer, but I'll get to that. Give me 1 second. Okay, Nancy Mace is making gross comments about Muslims. It's terrible. It has no place in the Republican Party. Andy Ogles was just primaried and defeated, who made similar gross comments about Muslims over the years. Thomas Massie, who made gross comments about Jews in Israel, was just excised from the GOP. Meanwhile, what do you have in the Democratic Party? You do have people.
But Thomas Massie wasn't exiled from the GOP because he made stupid comments about Jewish people. That's not the reason. The reason being is because he went against President Trump and he started going against the United States of America. That's the reason why. Those of us on the left, did you catch that? Those on the left, they don't believe in free speech. Those of us on the right, we do believe in free speech. We believe that you can say whatever it is you want to say. Okay, fine. I mean, we don't agree. Name one Republican that you agree with 100%. I'm pretty sure there's been one or two things, even with President Trump. You said, well, I don't agree with that, but I see the big picture what President Trump is doing. I support him on that reason. Do you understand? But we believe in free speech. Thomas Mace didn't. He didn't lose. Thomas Mace didn't lose his race because he said these comments. He lost his race because he is anti-American. He started doing these radical leftist things. That's why. Can we be real about it?
Like Abdul El-Sayed, who, when he was asked about Islamist terror massacre that nearly unfolded in my hometown at a synagogue just down the street from where I grew up, his response was to tell his campaign that it was a risk for him to offer any condemnation whatsoever, and that it was really just the result of hurt people who hurt people, because Israel had done something in the Middle East, thousands of miles away, to this guy's family or something. That is absurd. That is offensive. And I can tell you personally that I know hundreds of Democrats in the Metro Detroit area who have never voted for a Republican in their life who will this November, because Abdul al-Sayed is an Islamist sympathetic, communist adjacent, hardline extremist radical. And there's no place for him in American public life. And a lot of Democrats believe so as well. A lot of Haley Stevens voters believe so as well.
Islamists. See, that's the key word right there, Islamists. Now, what happens in this clip after this is that all of these radical leftist lunatics that's on the panel, they start defending the Islamist state. They start defending el-Sayed. El-Sayed, again, he believes that football is racist now. He wants to cancel 4th of July. This is their woke 2.0. This is the wokeism. Now, I'm just going to play just a little bit more of this because this is actually a long clip. I'm not going to play all of it. But I just want y'all to see the reaction of how they're supporting the Islamists. Now, just imagine if they actually supported America and fought for America as much as they do the Islamists that's trying to come in and destroy this country under the name of socialism. Listen.
Adjacent and sympathizer are doing a lot of work there to try to smear a candidate with beliefs that he does not actually hold.
I am smearing a candidate 100%.
The point here is that, for example, President Trump describing him as a jihadist. There is nothing in his record that suggests he is a jihadist.
Excuse me, when the Iranian Supreme Leader was killed by the American military in a successful operation,
obvious dog whistle to religious prejudice.
No, it's a prejudice toward Islamism.
To bigots who don't want to elect a Muslim or an Arab.
Excuse me, you're not contending with the reality that he is out there defending the actions of religious extremists who carry out terrorism in his name. I just got done condemning stupid Republicans who are making stupid comments about Muslims. My boss is Muslim. I work at a leading public policy think tank in the American right. I am doing Donald Trump now. Donald Trump gets it right when he calls Abdul al-Sayed someone who is sympathetic to jihadists.
That was unconstitutional.
We are not talking about the Muslim ban. That was in 2017.
That ban was for Islamist states that have threatened to destroy the United States of America. If there was an actual Muslim ban, then every single Muslim in the United States of America that resided during that time would have been deported. Hello? It's all of the ones that's talking about destroying America. They know this, but they keep putting it out there because the people that listen to this nonsense on the communist news network, they don't know any better. And they hear her. She's out there lying, or she doesn't know any better herself. This is the 2.0 wokeism. The socialist is the 2.0, and it all leads right back to the Islamic State. Is there anybody not understanding that? Is there anybody not seeing that? They have been pushing this Islamist state for years, and now they're just saying, oh, it's just socialism, it's socialism, it's socialism. Have y'all ever actually looked at what the Islamists are pushing versus what the socialists in the United States of America are pushing? You really can't find anything different. They believe in government control. They believe in controlling how much you make. They believe in controlling where you live. They believe in controlling who you believe in, if you can believe in Christ or not. They believe there's no difference except for where they're coming from. There's no difference. It's the same thing. And Mandami, he is leading the charge on this woke 2.0. He's leading the charge. And some of these Democrats, they try to act like, oh, well, we don't know what it is. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've heard of woke 2.0. I don't know what it is. Seriously? What about woke 1.0? It's all wokeism. You know, when woke first was created, they said it was created by a group of black people saying stay woke, like get understanding. And then some racist white liberals say, oh, I like that. Let's adopt that and we take it. And this is exactly what happened. And then they took it and then they started incorporating the wokeism. So then that way they can act like it's theirs and they're all on board to control black people. Everything that the left has done has been to control people. And it's not even just black people, people in general. Socialism, once again, the Islamic State, they want to control people. When they did this invasion in the United States of America under Joe Biden, what is happening overseas? Who's doing the invasion overseas? The Islamists. There's no difference here. They just didn't use all the Islamists here. They use a different one. And the NGOs, the United Nations, they're all connected to it. They're all connected to it. People have been seeing the evidence of it. And most people, especially on the left, they want to act like they're dumbfounded to all of it. Like, well, I don't know, the wokeism, the 2.0, I don't know what it is. I mean, here's a great example of that. Caitlin Collins is asking this idiot nut job about wokeism, and he's acting like he's dumbfounded. Like, I don't have a clue. Listen.
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said, quote, woke one was crazy when she was asked about those positions. She kind of laughed it off. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, obviously another prominent Democrat, was asked about that comment today, and this is what he said.
Do you think woke one was crazy?
Look, I think that each person has a responsibility to tell New Yorkers, to tell Americans when they're running for office what they believe. And sometimes what you believe can change. It can develop, it can grow. And I know that there are some for whom they still believe in that. I've made very clear that I do not believe in defunding the police, that I will not be defunding the police.
How many of y'all actually believe that he doesn't want to defund the police? Is there anybody that actually believes that? And let me remind you of something else. In his religion, his Islamist religion, they are called to lie. They're actually commanded to lie. 100%. So when he says that he's not in for defunding the police, I don't believe him. Now, maybe he's talking about the Islamist police that they want to bring in. So then that way they can, when they set up the Sharia courts, and then when you violate their Sharia law, then you have to show up in the Sharia court. Kind of like they're doing overseas. They're wanting to implement that here. We are in serious deep water right now. We're in serious deep water right now. And a lot of people, I hate to say this on my side, the Republican side, the MAGA Republican side, a lot of us are thinking, and a lot of us have said this, well, you know what? President Trump is in office. It won't happen. It's okay. Well, President Trump is in office. Mamdani is the mayor of the biggest city, the most known city throughout the entire world. Every person that has ever paid attention to any geographic information is aware of New York City. I don't care where they are. Everybody is aware of New York City. New York City, my opinion, and y'all can tell me you can think differently, but my opinion, New York City is the city on top of the world. It really is, if we're going to be honest about it. New York City, every nation, when they come to the United States of America, there's only a couple places they really want to visit. One of them being New York. Other, of course, in California, everyone want to go to Hollywood. But I don't believe a single word that he's saying. Of course he wants to get rid of the police because they want to implement the Sharia. And you can't have actual American police officers while they're trying to implement the Sharia because the Sharia goes against the Constitution. You understand?
Is this a view that you hold about woke one being crazy, Governor?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what woke one is, but I can tell you how I lead in Maryland. That
how do you not know what woke one is? And see, that's my point. See, the Democrats acting like they're so dumbed down because they don't want to get into the whole discussion about the socialism taking over, which is Islam. They don't want to get into that discussion. So they want to deflect. The Democrat Party is on the verge of total collapse, and they're trying to hold things together. They're doing this whole facade like, well, I'm just out here fighting for my constituents. They've never fought for their constituents. The constituents that they believe that they're fighting for are illegals, criminals that are in the United States of America. They will go above and beyond for them. But when it comes to the American people, you can hang it up. You can forget it. They don't care about the American people. None of them. None of them. Here's a great example. Did you know in LA, that the teachers in LA, and this is all part of this wokeism, the teachers in LA started doing patrols. Not patrolling for actual criminals that are on the streets of America. They're patrolling for law enforcement. They're patrolling for ICE agents. You know, the guys that are picking up the criminals off the streets of America and removing them from the streets of America. They're patrolling for them. At what point did these teachers decide to patrol the streets in the neighborhood for the criminals that are assaulting people? When have they done that? This proves my point. They never, ever do anything for the people, the United States of American people, their constituents. They're not doing that. They're doing it for the daggum illegals, people who have committed crimes. You've already broken the law coming across the southern border without documentation. You've already done it. You're a criminal. Oh, but Will Johnson, they don't have a criminal record. I've already explained that. You have two people robbing a bank, one get caught, and the other one doesn't get caught. Guess what? Only one of them have a criminal record, but they're both criminals. It's the most idiotic thing in the world. Stupid liberals don't understand when somebody breaks the law, they're not actually a criminal until they're actually caught. It's like someone shoveling narcotics onto the streets of America. They're not actually criminals until they get caught. Watch.
On the first day back to school, the ride through downtown Los Angeles was about more than getting from one place to another.
Remember to take photos, okay?
LAUSD educator Lupe Carrasco Cardona is volunteering with Unión del Barrio's Community Patrol, part of an effort to help the community feel safe.
We're patrolling just to see if there's like staging happening.
During our ride along, they checked for cars that were double parked, cars with tinted windows.
This is a personal.
And the group even received a tip of possible immigration enforcement activity, so we went to check it out.
We never ever want to put information out there that hasn't been confirmed.
Why are you doing this in the first place? So I have another question. Are they using local state taxes to do this patrol? Because if you ask me, that leads into another problem. So what happens when they do find, here's another question. What happens when they do find ICE agents staging? Who is it that they're informing? Are they informing the illegal criminals to evade apprehension? I mean, what is it? Who are they talking to? Who's on the other end of that? Who's organizing it? Who's funding it? Last time I looked, and y'all can help me out here. Maybe I missed it when it all changed. But if someone commits a crime and they run, and I open up the door and I say, "Oh, come on in here, come on in, y'all, come on in, just go over there," and then here come the cops or the FBI. We know they're in there. No, you don't. No, you don't. What happens to me? Say I'm an American citizen. They'll arrest me because I was interfering. They'll arrest me at that point. See, they give a pass for all of these people like Renee Good, Alex Pretty, going out there being violent activists, trying to interject themselves into law enforcement activity. They should be arrested. And if you go to the extreme, you're liable to get the extreme happen to you. But liberals think that no, we can do whatever it is that we want to do, and you have to let us. Because again, liberals believe that they control everything, socialism, believe that they have all the answers for everything, socialism, and you need to comply to their rule of law, socialism, which all leads to Islam, aka communists. Listen to Hochul, and she's talking about illegal immigrants. You have Hochul, where she is talking about the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty is not for people coming to the country unlawfully. Here's something else that they can't comprehend. The Statue of Liberty is not for those breaking the law. It's for those upholding the law. You can come to the country, come the right way. Listen.
The Statue of Liberty stands tall in our harbor. For generations, she's had a simple message. Bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. And despite the utter lack of humanity and compassion coming out of Washington, that message still means something here in New York. It means that in this state, we treat all people with dignity and decency, regardless of how they got here.
Regardless of how they got here. So break the law, you're fine. Break the law. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. And what about all of these people, no matter how they got here, those people that have brought actual misery and harm to American citizens? Again, they're not concerned about them. They're concerned about the illegal alien. This is the woke 2.0. They're not concerned. Them being concerned about American citizens, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is what liberals say. What are you talking about, American citizen? What? See, part of the reason for them saying that they don't really pay attention to American citizens, because American citizens already have everything they need. So they're looking out for the people who don't have what they have. But all that they really want is to bring in the replacement for the slave labor that the Republicans removed from the Democrats. When they bring in these people, they bring in these people not only for the slave labor, but they bring them in, which you've heard multiple times, for the census report, which actually adds for the Electoral College. They get more of them. That's how it works. And President Trump is stopping that and because President Trump is stopping it, they're upset with him because he's messing up with their numbers. He's messing their numbers up. And the thing is, right now, the Democrat Party, as I mentioned multiple times, they are so much in the dirt. So much in the dirt. I'm highly surprised that they haven't actually caused major violence across the country as of yet. Maybe because they're not getting people to get on board with it like they did during George Floyd. I mean, I'm guessing that's the only reason why majority of the people haven't done it. Now, there's been some pockets, as I mentioned before, where they've tried to cause this disruption and destruction across the United States of America, but they have not been successful. And I think maybe the main reason why they haven't been successful because President Trump has cut them off at the knees when it comes to their money. I mean, for the DNC to have to put up their building for collateral and they're $2 million in the hole, what does that mean? What does that even mean? And then the Democrats are so confused. If they do remove the police officers, if they do remove ICE agents, who's going to remove the criminals from the streets of America? Right? I mean, if you have a plan, if you want to abolish the ICE agents, if you want to get rid of them, just get rid of them all together. Who's going to remove the criminal from the streets of America? Who's going to do it? Listen to this on the Communist News Network. I was kind of surprised that they were even asking these questions. What are you going to do? How do you replace it? Because the criminals, they're still going to be here. Are they not?
I'm talking about if they were abolished, how would it work practically? For like a criminal in your state who's here illegally, how would that work practically? Would that person be arrested?
And I'm surprised on the Communist News Network, they even used the word illegal. What's going on here? On the Communist News Network, one of the hosts actually said illegal. If you missed it, listen. I'm gonna take it back here. Listen.
Practically, for like a criminal in your state who's here illegally, how would that work practically? Would that person be arrested and deported, and what agency would do it? I'm just wondering how that would work.
We need violent criminals to be held to account, and we need an immigration system. Donald Trump's ICE is completely broken, and it is not the answer. And again, I would just say, while the national media may have moved on, we are still recovering from Operation Metro Surge here. And, the fear, the chaos, it's outrageous. And I think the cruelty is the point.
The cruelty is the point? You notice that she avoided the question, well, what are you going to put in its place? Well, we don't want to talk about that. We want the criminals to run the streets of America. I mean, you can't go on national television and tell anybody that. I mean, it was like something's not right with that statement. So she wants to talk about what ICE is doing, the cruelty of what ICE is doing. Let me ask y'all a question. What cruelty would you say ICE is doing? What cruelty? What cruelty would you say ICE is doing? Anybody? Because they're not picking up people, random people, like they suggest. Oh, they're just picking up random people on the streets of America. No, they're not. They have an order to go pick up XYZ, and that's what they do. Now, when they go pick up XYZ, if somebody that they come intact with, they interact with somebody else and they find out, oh, wait a minute, you don't speak any English? What is your status? Then they get deported as well. They're not going around apprehending black and brown people just because of their color. They're not doing that at all. ICE is not riding around just looking out the window. There's a person of color. Get them, get them, get them. They're not doing that. But if you listen to the liberal media, that's what they're saying they're doing. They're just randomly targeting American citizens even, which is not actually happening. The truth is not in these liberals. The truth is not in these socialist democrats. The truth is not in them. They love lying to people because of their agenda. And you know what? Again, as I mentioned in the beginning of today's show, they are commanded to lie. These Islamists are commanded to lie. Now, again, I don't hate Muslim people. I told you, I've made this clear. I've known people that are Muslim, and I've known people that are Muslim, unless they were Islamists and they were lying to me, which is highly plausible. I can't deny that. But they would talk bad about these people that are doing this Islamic stuff. Say, you know what? That's not something that we want. And the reason why a lot of people put this whole blanket thing over Muslims, because you don't have enough Muslims speaking out. You don't. Like right now today in the United States of America, you have enough black people speaking out against the Democrat Party that's been controlling black people. So we all know now that not everybody black in America thinks like a Democrat. Right? Just like we all know that everybody white thinks like these socialist Democrats. We all know this. I mean, it would be stupid on my part to go around and just say, oh, white people are like all socialist, stupid liberals. That would be ignorant on my part. So how could I say that the same thing about Jewish people? Not all Jewish people are total stupid liberals. Some of them are. A great deal of them are. But not all of them. And just because some of them are, don't mean I'm going to hate all of them. I don't hate anybody. I dislike what a lot of people do, regardless of your nationality or your complexion. I can care less. I dislike a lot of things that people do, especially black people. Because when you show them the truth of how these white liberals have controlled them, they just like, I don't care. I don't care. I hate Trump more. I hate Trump more. You can't make it up. Let's go. I hate Trump more. I want to show you something else, because now it's getting really, really close to November, and we're going to be talking about voting. And I want y'all to hear what King Joffrey has to say about it when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
That the Trump administration and that Republicans have adopted voter suppression as an electoral strategy. And they're going to do everything they can to try to rig the election in their favor. We've already seen that through the gerrymandering efforts. And then the Supreme Court aided and abetted the MAGA extremists by unleashing Jim Crow-like tactics in the South. And, you know, we've seen that now in Tennessee and in Louisiana and in Alabama.
You know what this is? When they talk about the Jim Crow and the gerrymandering, this is them trying to get black people riled up. You know that? That's their objective, to get black people riled up. To tell black people that you are about to lose your privilege of voting. Nowhere is that going to happen. Just like they've constantly told people before, that black people have been prevented from voting. But then there's no videos of black people at any polling location saying that they were turned away simply because they were black. There's no videos of that. But they constantly come out and they'll tell people, this is what the Republicans are doing. The Republicans are trying to take away your rights to vote. Now listen to Rachel Maddow. Of course, white feminist liberal, with total socialist herself. Listen to what she's saying. Listen to what she says about black people losing their rights to vote because of the Republican. It's amazing. Watch.
All over the country this primary election season, in states red, blue, and purple, things have not been going Republicans' way. But I want to point out something going on specifically about black political power that I think Republicans did not expect. Because Republicans all over the country this year have taken the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court's dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, and they have used it to start a radical effort to constrict black voting power in the United States of America.
Oh my
and
goodness.
State after state, Republicans have been engaged in redrawing congressional districts, not just to entrench themselves in power, but specifically to take power away from minority voters and black voters in particular. Well, in response...
So where is she getting that from? How are they going to take away my vote or anybody's vote that is black? How are they going to do that? That's not happening. This is a blatant lie. And the people that watch this crap on MSDNC, they take it and they run with it. Oh my goodness, the Republicans are trying to take our votes away. Again, this is to try to get black people riled up, to get them to go out and respond a certain way, because they know that black people will get into their emotions without even knowing all of the facts, without knowing all of the truth. And they know this because they've done this to black people throughout history. just tell black people XYZ. They won't even question it. They'll just believe it because we already got them believing that the Republicans are bad. Bad Republicans.
That we are now seeing in state after state that people have something to say about that too. Take South Carolina. Earlier this year, Republican legislators in South Carolina, they were steaming ahead with a plan to dissolve the state's only majority black district, the seat held by the state's only black congressman, James Clyburn. That effort to box out James Clyburn drew protests, but it also drew voters in numbers that alarmed South Carolina Republicans. The first day of early voting in the South Carolina primary saw record-breaking turnout. Nearly 5 times more Democrats than Republicans cast ballots.
And you know why? Because they put it out there saying the Republicans are trying to take your votes away. So in order to stop the Republicans from taking your votes away, you got to get out and vote. They did it with this scared tactic. That's all that this is. And then, of course, they showed up protesting, and every time the left shows up and protests, if they don't get what they want, or if they feel like they're not going to get what they want, what do they do?
Many of them said they were out at the polls to send a message, specifically to try to stop the redistricting plan to take away Clyburn's seat. And guess what happened next? That very same day, that first day of early voting, South Carolina Republicans got scared and scrapped their plan. The Republican state Senate leader warned his colleagues, quote, "People will vote when they're angry, and I think we've made some people mad."
Watch this.
South Carolina. Also take a look at Georgia. Republicans in Georgia tried the same thing, tried drawing up new congressional districts to entrench themselves and to dilute and thereby deny black political power in the state of Georgia.
Why is it black political power? Why is it black political power? Why can't it just be Americans? See, this is the problem that I have with these Democrats. And again, she's using these words because they have to get people to believe, specifically black people, that they're about to take something away from you. They're about to take it away from you. That's their whole objective here, to get people to believe that they're about to take something away from you. So you need to go out and react.
As soon as the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, Georgia's governor called a special legislative session to redraw the state's maps. Well, when lawmakers arrived at the Capitol for that special session, this is what they were greeted with. The state Capitol packed to the gills with protesters who let the lawmakers know just what the people of Georgia thought about this plan. Georgia Republicans looked up at the balcony, looked up at the gallery, looked around them, looked at the fury they were about to unleash and said, okay, never mind. On second thought, maybe we will not try to redraw our maps to make our congressional delegation whiter and more permanent. Seems like that might be wildly unpopular. Now look at Tennessee. Tennessee is one of the southern states where Republicans did carry out their plan to dilute black political power. They broke up the state's single majority black district around Memphis, spreading black voters out into more rural, more conservative, whiter districts that stretch hundreds of miles from the city.
Why are they white districts? How come they just can't be districts with Americans in it? Why does it have to be based on the color? See, that's the part that's unconstitutional. And that's the part that the Democrats have used all of these years. We're going to make this district for black people and we'll make this one for white people. It was the left that did it. And then when the Republicans, we're going to do some gerrymandering, redistricting here. Then when the Republicans do it, oh my goodness, no, you can't do this. After the Democrats have done it all of this time to segregate black people. The Democrats were all for segregation. The Democrats were all for slavery. The Democrats were for black people not voting. Well, if they got to vote, let's get them all in one location. Let's just push them there. So if we ever want their votes not to count, then we can make sure that we can control it. And isn't it interesting? What was it, Claiborne? Was that the guy in Tennessee? He's a white Democrat. in a black district. And then now there's a black woman that's on the Republican side that's running for that district. But now they don't want to support her. She's black. You see this whole thing that Rachel Maddow's putting out there in MSDNC and the rest of them has been a bunch of BS. It's all been a lie. And the closer we get to November, their whole point is to try to get people, black people, to get into their emotions. They did it President Trump's first term. They found a mechanism. Oh, what can we do? They rode the George Floyd boat as far as they could ride it. They're going to attempt to do the same thing now. That's all that this is. That's all that it is. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
As you know, some Democrats are already debating, if Democrats are to win back the House in November, whether to move to impeach President Trump. Is that something that you would support, or do you think that that would backfire?
I think this president has committed more impeachable offenses than we can count. And I want to use our oversight tools and our subpoena power to make sure that we're bringing to light the worst of those offenses. I mean,
like what? What offense has President Trump done that's been so bad? I mean, if that was the case, then everybody would be against, oh my goodness, we got to impeach President Trump. But what has he done? What has he done? This again, they're talking about their feelings about President Trump, because President Trump has disrupted everything these evil, wicked, demonic people have done in this country.
The scale of the self-enrichment and self-dealing that we're seeing, the bribery, foreign governments purchasing, buying into his crypto schemes, the selling of pardons.
All that's public information. You could have invested into it. All this public information, people who had the funds invested into it. There's no scheme. There's full transparency there. How did you know about it? Now, it's one thing if President Trump was doing it, not telling anybody and just, oh my goodness, making all this money. But they're telling everybody. They're not hiding anything. That's the reason why they're talking about it, because they know about it. We all know about it.
Is corruption on a scale we've never seen. And I believe that will be so deeply offensive to the American people that we absolutely should impeach this president. But we also have to make sure that we're not just filing articles of impeachment, but that we're making the case for why that level of corruption is corrosive and destructive to our republic. And that's the part of the work that I want to see us do better.
See, that's all they can think about is impeaching President Trump. They're not thinking about anything for the American people. Their only goal, no matter where they are, is how to stop Trump. Stop Trump from making America great. Stop Trump from securing our borders. Stop Trump for the narco-terrorists bringing narcotics into our country. Stop Trump from eliminating the trafficking of children. Stop Trump from putting America on top, keeping America on top. Stop Trump. That's all they can think about. I've been talking about it all day. They don't want to do anything for the constituents. They'd rather do everything for the criminals. And they're a bunch of criminals themselves. Let's talk about all the fraud. They talk about President Trump. Oh, he did a Bitcoin here and a Bitcoin there and a Bitcoin everywhere. But they don't ever want to talk about the fraud. Tim Walz. They don't want to talk about the Somali fraud. They don't want to talk about all of the fraud that's happened in California. That they'll ignore. Why? Because it's their side doing it. Long as they can do the fraud, it's okay. And look, demons will protect demons. Demons can do whatever it is that they want. They can break any law. They can do whatever it is they want until they decide they got to get rid of you because you're making them look bad. They'll even go as far as say that, a tattoo on your chest, a German Nazi tattoo on your chest is okay. These evil people, all they can do is think about the destruction of America. This is their woke 2.0, the Islamist state that they're trying to push. That's all that they can think about. I played one earlier with Hakeem Jeffries. Listen to him here. This dude is a tyrant, and he's just caving in to the socialists too, because he don't want them going after him. And they've already said he's next, but he's such an idiot. He's like, well, maybe I can just get in their good graces. He can still talk because look, all of them, no matter if they're openly socialist or not, they all want to go after and stop Trump.
These extremists will say one thing and then they'll do the exact opposite. And I'm convinced that they believe that shamelessness is a superpower. So when you're dealing with that kind of adversary, or at least that kind of entity, the Trump cartel, sitting in the White House, highest office in the land, then being unbossed, unafraid, in terms of speaking truth to power in that regard is going to be critically important.
Do y'all know what he's talking about? What is he referring to? I mean, we know he's talking about President Trump, but what is the whole point in that? I mean, he's like the female version of Kamala Harris. I mean, he really is. If you think about it, he's like the female version, or he's the male version. What are they? He's the male version of Kamala Harris, saying a bunch of nothing, always constant, the extremists, never giving any facts on anything that he's saying, is just mouthing off the key words just to put it out there, just to get on social media, on the web, just to have people going, yep. The Trump cartel. What is that? What is that? It's only the left that like to disappear people. Ask the Clintons. I'm just saying. But not every Democrat is falling for it. This is why I'm constantly saying that the Democrats are like this with one another right now. They're clashing. And Hakeem Jeffries, he's just trying to act like, he's going along with the motion of the socialists so that he'll get in the good graces. Well, listen to this one here. The guy over there with the white shirt on and the tie, he's going to straight up say the truth about the Democrat Party. They're pretty much, I really hope that they're done. I mean, I can't stand the Democrats. They're not our allies. The Democrats are not our allies to America. The Democrats are the enemy of the people. Please, if you think I got it wrong, show me where. Show me where the Democrats are doing anything, saying, you know what, we're going to put let bygones be bygones, and we're going to work with the commander-in-chief to make things better for everybody. Let's work with him. Because President Trump is trying to make it to where we're all successful. Why wouldn't they want to do that? Why? Because they want us dependent on the government. They want to tell us how we can live. So they don't want what President Trump is bringing. They want to stop him. It is socialism, the woke 2.0.
He's a fraud. You were talking about money in politics, right? He has the opportunity right now to tell the Democratic super PACs that are running ads on his behalf get out of Michigan.
You're talking about Syed. Syed should be saying this.
That's right. Elizabeth, you can't bash the system on a Monday and benefit from it on a Tuesday. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's taking money from NVIDIA and big tech and big healthcare. He's just not telling you that. Yeah. They're super PACs who, by the way, are funded by corporate PACs, and lobbyists like me are also running ads for him.
So again, here he is running ads for him. He's upset because he's bashing everything that he's doing while taking their money. Stupid liberals. See, that's a prime example of stupid liberals. This dude's talking bad about him, but yeah, we're going to keep funding you. We're going to keep funding you because they hate Trump more. That's the only reason why he's doing it. He's under complaining about El Sayed, but then he turned around and funding him, running ads for him. See, they're in trouble. They're like, well, do we love him or do we hate him? Do we support him or do we not? It's socialism. Well, he's going to be part of the socialist, group. Let's go with him. Right. Here's another one. If you work hard and you become successful, they're wanting to put a success tax. Now, they're calling it a rich tax, but it's actually a success tax. If you're successful, we tax you. That's what they want. So you work hard and become extremely successful. Now we're going to tax you because you did something good. Listen.
There's also just this fundamental inequity in America today, where we have now trillionaires, didn't even exist a few years ago, and yet 40% of Massachusetts households are going hungry. Over 50% of Black households in Massachusetts, over 60% of Hispanic households in Massachusetts. That's why we need a wealth tax, so that everybody actually pays their fair share, and we have the funds to actually pay for these problems. Lots of politicians love to propose solutions with no way to pay for it. That's not me. I don't want to just pass this bill to my 5-year-old and 7-year-old kids back home and say, hey, we did a bunch of stuff. You figure out how to pay for it. We need to pay for it today.
So he's talking about a wealth tax. That's what they call it. It's a success tax. Just because Elon Musk has been successful, they want to tax him. How many people does Elon Musk employ? These people that he's talking about, the billionaires and trillionaires, because, before Bernie, the millionaires and billionaires. But now they're only talking about the billionaires and millionaires and trillionaires because he's a millionaire. How many people do they employ? How many people? They're wanting to stop people, and this is socialism. If you are working hard to be successful, they want to penalize you. I remember having this conversation with this dude in California, and he was Middle Eastern from somewhere. And he was saying that these people making all this money, they should have to pay an extra tax. And I said, do you not want to start a business yourself? And he go, yeah. I said, so you mean to tell me that after you're successful and you become a millionaire, then you should have to pay a success tax because you were successful? He go, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's exactly what you're saying. See, stupid liberals don't ever put 2 and 2 together. They don't ever put 2 and 2 together. All of their actions lead to dumb stuff. The stupid liberals are like on the Titanic, and they're all stuck in a room together. And the Titanic is going under, and somebody says, I'm thirsty. Let me just open up the door a little bit so I can get a little water. And another one's in there say, you know what, that's a great idea. Let's open the door. But if they just sit still, they might be rescued because they have air. But they say, nope, I want a little water. So somebody opens up the water, open up the door, and all the water comes in. Stupid liberals. That's how they think about everything. And they always want to come across like they're the most intelligent beings ever. Liberals want to act like they know everything, know what's best for all. I want to show one more for you before Kevin come on here. And this is with Jen Psaki. They always say that they don't ever select the politicians. They don't ever select who they want. No, the people do. The people do. This is socialism, or AKA communism. Listen.
You, the people out there, get to choose. There is no, thank God, dark room in Washington where people sit around and they decide here's who the nominee is going to be. Typically, that's not how it happens. It's not how democracy works.
And I think we both remember well when party leadership really selected the nominees. Now, you would never say it that way exactly, but they would.
But you can now.
Now we can. We're free.
And that's what's happening. They did it with Kamala Harris, right? They did it. They got rid of Graham Plattner. They are bringing the people in that they want. That's who they're bringing. It's not the people deciding. They go and say, let's find out who this person is, and let's vet them as much as possible, and then we'll bring them in. Because they don't care what the people want. It's not about what the people want. It's about what the elites want. The socialists that have some power in this country right now. It's all about what they want. It's all about what they are doing and how they want to run it. That's why they're quick to remove somebody. And I said this the other day, the way they're talking about El Sayed and this other stuff that's coming out about him. I just showed you another one where they're talking about El Sayed. I think they're trying to figure out if they need to go ahead and replace him quick. Graham Plattner was a socialist. El Sayed, a socialist. They're trying to figure out, I'm telling you right now, without me being in the room with them, they're trying to figure out, do we want to allow him to continue? Because it's not looking good. He's already won the Council 4th of July. Football is now racist. And he's all for the Sharia law. I showed you the video the other day. He's 100% for the Sharia law. And as I mentioned, he's trying to be a senator, right? He's trying to be a senator, right? And he's supposed to take the oath to defend and protect what? The Sharia law, the Constitution. What is he going to take the oath to? The Constitution or the Sharia law? I mean, I think it's a question we all want to know the answer to. Do we not? I mean, at least I do. And he's already mentioned it multiple times. How much his disdain for the United States of America. And then he tried to act like, well, I don't want any money going to, Israel. He says, I don't even want any money going to Egypt, where his parents are from. Again, they're commanded to lie. They're commanded to lie. And as long as people support this nonsense, and the only reason why they're supporting it, because it's the polar opposite of President Trump and the MAGA movement. That's the only reason why they're supporting it. And they're still trying to make this connection that socialism for the Democrats is the MAGA for the Republicans. No, it's not. The socialist Democrats are literally talking about doing away with the Constitution. The MAGA Republicans are talking about everybody. Everybody gets to live their life the way they see fit, even when we disagree with their lifestyle. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Even when we disagree with their lifestyle, whatever that lifestyle may be, we as MAGA Republicans say, you know what, do your thing. We're not trying to force anybody to change who they are. We just don't want you to come into our country and change what our country is. We don't want you coming to our country. And even the Democrats are here. The Democrats are trying to change the country to appease the Islamists. That's what they're doing. Because they have this common denominator. Hate Trump. Hate America. The Democrats, they are not our allies. Because if they were our allies, they would do everything they can to protect the men and women in this country. But they're not doing that. When have you seen the Democrats come out and say, you know what, we need to remove the criminal element off the streets? But no, you know what they're talking about doing? Closing the prisons. They're talking about closing the prison system. When you close the prison system and all of these hardcore criminals that are inside of these prisons that should never see the light of day because they're nothing but monsters, what do you think they're going to do once you let them back out to the streets of America? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to, I know, they're going to start up a lemonade stand, right? Oh, how you doing? Lemonade for sale. They're going to let the monsters back out onto the street. That's the difference. The socialists, communists, Democrats, that's their agenda. And no one can convince me otherwise. I mean, I've constantly asked people, please, by all means, show me, prove to me where the Democrats, show me where they even care for America. Show that to me. This is part of the reason why I am a MAGA Republican, because I love my country. I really do. This experiment called capitalism has made the United States of America the most sought out country ever. Ever. Everybody in the world wants to come to America, if not to live, at least to visit one time. Okay? If not to live, but at least to visit. And the people that hate America wants to come to America and destroy America. They all want to come here because they marvel after the United States of America. And what President Trump is trying to do is trying to make the United States of America remain great. But see, the socialists, communists believe that capitalism has run its course in the United States of America. Enough of capitalism. It's time for them to bring in communism. Socialism is they piggyback off of people who've done positive things. They don't do anything. Show me one nation throughout history where socialism has set in, where they have been innovative, they've created things, and people wanted to go and live in that situation. Just one. History is our biggest asset in all of this. History is our number one thing that we can look at when it comes to the socialist agenda that the Democrats are pushing. And this is part of the reason why the Democrats want to change history. Prime example of that was the CRT. CRT was the prime example of that. They want to change the history of this country. They just want to say white people are inherently racist and black people just oppressed no matter what. No matter what. All right, everybody. I see Kevin's coming up now. It's right here on LFA TV. If you're not watching on LFA TV, you need to get over to rumble.com/LFA TV. You need to be there every day in the beginning, because I'm always showing something in the beginning of my show that you can't see everywhere else. Rumble.com/LFA TV. All right, everybody. That's it for me. God bless you. I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's going on, everybody? Thank you, Will, for dealing with this preposterous tech issue I'm dealing with. So, everybody, make sure you thank Will Johnson for that. Guys, my name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Woke 1.0. That seems to be the line of the day. Everybody seems to be talking about how AOC and the Woke 1.0 was crazy. Well, it never really went anywhere. It's still around. The only difference is we are beginning to fight back on their own terms. Not only in places like Minnesota, but in places like the WNBA, where Royce White has decided to take his. I mean, look, what I will say is that he's going for it. He's going for it big time with his most recent comments, which I got to tell you are absolutely hilarious. Also, Katie Wilson in Seattle. Where is she? No one has heard from her in weeks. Nobody has heard from her in weeks. And James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe, well, him and Cam Higbee, they've really taken it to a new level. They've really taken it to a new level. I cannot wait to show you guys this video. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Rumble.com/LFATV. Let's dive right on in, baby. So, Woke 1.0. Obviously, we've been playing the clip for a while now of AOC on Jonathan Karl on CBS this morning, whatever the hell show that is, talking about how Woke 1.0 was crazy. Now, look, normally I wouldn't, get all up in arms about this. But people's lives were affected by this. Many people's lives were affected by this. And quite frankly, it's something that needs to be. I played you guys the Charlie Kirk clip about how no one in America's ruling class ever gets punished for any of the things that they do. And we as the regular people are just expected to move on. La-di-da. Not a big deal. Nothing here to worry about. Well, I don't think anyone here is actually ready to do that. And my friend Lydia Moynihan pointed that out on CNN.
I think the issue with the whole woke one is crazy thing and why she's going to have to do more than just laugh it off is she was the one who led this movement, right? I mean, that's like saying, the first, Salem witch trial, that was crazy. No, you have to explain, or is that the woke people say, do the work and explain why you're trying to distance yourself from that. You can't, as a leader, fall prey to something and say, oh, oops, and then be expected to be trusted with responsibility once again. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how...
And look, the ramifications of Woke 1.0, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean, are apparent. Look, the defund the police movement still has not stopped all over the country. How many cops retired? How many people didn't join the police force because of the defund the police movement? Not to mention that little part where, they spent a while mutilating children. No. Woke 1.0 has not gone anywhere. And as Scott Jennings pointed out very eloquently, Democrats need to be put into a padded room.
People do have real economic concerns, and people do want change. I don't disagree with that. In Wisconsin, of course, there's a Democrat governor right now. But I would say that the question would be, what are we changing into? And what many of these democratic socialists are offering is changing into something that is just fundamentally at odds with the core of American values and American principles.
I hear the pitch, but what are Republicans...
Level, higher taxes across the board.
But what is the Republican answer to that? But see, this is where I come to the problem here. And I'm not endorsing one side or the other. I'm just saying, what is the Republican response to that? What Republicans are doing at the moment is taking the offensive, saying jihadists, saying communists, whatever. But what is the alternative? Saying more of the same? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Well, that is the problem of the affirmative sort of discussion that Republicans haven't been able to make to the American people.
To be clear, the Democratic Socialists, they call themselves socialists, and more than half of the DSA National Governing Board calls themselves communists. So they're labeling themselves. That is what they want to morph into. I don't personally think that's going to be popular in most places. It might be in a handful of Democratic primaries, but then you got to run into normies out there. They want something normal, and the normal answer from Francesca Hong is, gosh, 1621.
But most people don't feel Trump has been normal.
It's not going to sound anywhere near
most people do not feel Trump has been normal.
You see, and that's what they do. They can't just answer the question. I'll answer for anything Trump has done. I'll agree with it. I'll disagree with it. I'll be for it. I'll be against it. We're talking about the lunacy of the left. And just to be clear, this hasn't gone anywhere. Here is newly minted Democratic sweetheart Abdul Al-Sayed saying that he plans to raise your taxes to pay for abortions and transgender surgeries.
Healthcare should be a choice made by a patient and their doctor. If that patient is under the age of 18, the parents as well, right? And I believe that Medicare for all should cover all healthcare.
Yeah.
Which is defined by what a patient needs in accordance with their doctor. So that includes reproductive rights, right? That includes gender-affirming care.
How about bigger titties? What if you, as a patient, go to your doctor and your doctor suggests you should have bigger titties? Now, look, I am all for that. Pretty non-controversial point there. What if your psychiatrist said that it would be better for your mental health if you had larger breasts, or a fake ass, or liposuction, or cheek implants, or that weird surgery people are getting now where they break their legs and put rods into it so they can feel a little bit taller? Does all that fall into it? I'm just asking questions. Is apparently all you need to say on the internet to get away from the fact that you might just be a giant asshole. What if? I'm just asking. Because slogans don't actually do anything. I said this to somebody the other day. The idea of every Democratic, almost every progressive left-wing idea can be defeated almost instantly if you just ask them a basic follow-up question. And that would be the follow-up to Abdul al-Said. What if your doctor suggested that it would be better for your mental health if you had some kind of plastic surgery? Like lip filler. Is that out of the realm? I don't know. But to be fair, Abdul al-Said is someone we have to take seriously, but we shouldn't take seriously. Because I don't know if you all saw the recent campaign ad this guy put out. I believe the title of this campaign ad is Remain 500 Feet Away from a School. Just to be clear, I did not make this. He made this. He made this ad. His team put this all together. They then released it out to the world and thought, yeah, no big deal.
Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail. Thanks, mailbox. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Oh, it looks like my ballot. Brought to me by my Secretary of State. And with it, I can participate in democracy. The first day that I can turn this in is June 25th, but it has to be postmarked by July 21st. Or I can drop it off up until Election Day, which is August 4th. Thanks, Secretary of State. Thanks, mailbox. Votes could do, we can't do.
That was real. He put that out himself with no qualms about it. These are not serious people. These are not serious people. So is woke 1.0 really dead? Is it kind of weird? Is it a little odd? I don't think it's ended. I don't think it's over. I think they're only going on top of it. For example, we've got this from the Post-Millennial. The Seattle City Council has now allocated $300,000 in taxpayer funds for trans refugee crisis. That's right. The Seattle City Council will allocate $300,000 to fund the transgender and queer nonprofits to help with the so-called trans relocation crisis. The budget amendment was unanimously approved on Tuesday. The decision was made in response to the LGBTQAI+2+ Super Duty activists who had pressured the city to assist with the influx of transgender people described as trans refugees, who have been reportedly moving to Seattle to escape conservative-run states that have banned taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries. That's right. So, now that Seattle funds trans surgeries, they now have to fund the cost of so many trans people moving to Seattle. It's kind of like when you're watching someone watch TV on TV. It's like, how many more steps into the Matrix does one have to go? Of course, the vote was unclear on which of the LGBTQ nonprofits will be getting this money, because I'm sure it's all going to go directly to the directors of it. Absolutely bananas. Woke 1.0 was great. No, woke regular was pretty nuts too. We haven't left it yet. It's still happening day in and day out. So AOC, you can shoo back along. But some people are beginning to fight back. Some people are beginning to say, well, that's not really going to work. That's not really going to work for me. And they're calling it out in a very serious way. Before we get to that, here is Jeremy. Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now. Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So, some people are beginning to fight back against this nonsense and beginning to put people in the uncomfortable situation of having to admit either the situation itself is insane or their ideology is insane. Because you can't do both. The other day, Enes Kanter, former Boston Celtic and New York Knick, declared himself eligible for the WNBA draft. Following that, Royce White, former first-round draft pick, I believe, of the Atlanta Hawks, also declared he would be participating in the WNBA draft. But he went a step further, baby. He went a step further. And, well, apparently he had an interview lined up with CNN about his recent announcement, and then they canceled on him last minute.
Set to do an interview with CNN at 5 p.m. Central, and around 2, 3 o'clock, they messaged me and said, we're canceling the interview. We have other news. That's the universal excuse. We have other news. And I just, for the life of me, they're not giving black women a voice. Sometimes identifying as trans black women a voice on CNN. It blows my mind. It's disappointing. It is. It's a huge disappointment, especially.
That's right. He is now calling out CNN for denying a voice to black, sometimes trans women. Which is it? Which one is it? Of course, the WNBA has got themselves all in a tizzy, all in a flux, because they don't know how the hell to handle this. They have backed themselves into such a corner here by just not sticking with reality. Now, perhaps, and look, I am not one to indulge in what some would refer to as conspiracy theory about, certain women who may be men. No one in particular, Michelle Obama, Brittany Griner. Some people feel that one of the reasons why the WNBA is having a difficult time is because they have already accepted the fact that there is a trans player already in the league. I'm sure many of you have seen the photos of Brittany Griner shooting baskets outside of her house, shirtless, and it would appear more masculine than not, or less feminine than some. So perhaps they may have themselves a bit of a difficult time right now. And right now they're having meetings to try to figure out what the hell is going on.
To define its stance on trans athletes. Team officials talked about it at a meeting yesterday, so what did they come up with? We're waiting for an answer on that one. Good morning, everybody. It's Thursday. Dana's got the day off. I'm Bill Hemmer, and it's All-Star Week here in America's Newsroom again. The show rolls on.
Listen, Jeopardy Tournament of Champions. We're back to reteam with the one and only Bill Hemmer. It's great to be with you this week. I'm Shannon Bream. This is America's Newsroom. So critics accusing the WNBA of punting on whether it would hypothetically allow transgender athletes to play. League officials talked about this yesterday at this previously scheduled meeting, but they did not come out with any new rules.
So now the league's collective bargaining agreement states that only women are eligible, but it gives no definition of a woman. The debate gained traction after the Indiana Fever guard, Sophie Cunningham, said she did not support trans athletes in women's sports. Now, the WNBA says it's not an issue currently impacting the league. It also denounced so-called bad faith efforts to try and make it one. Madeline Rivera picks up the story from there, live in Washington. She's on it today. Maddie, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Shannon. That's right. If you wanted clarity, you didn't get it. The decision that the WNBA Anti-Hate Task Force reached at their meeting yesterday was to essentially have more meetings. Their statement to ESPN says today's meeting covered a wide range of topics, including ongoing discussions on transgender athletes and the continued hate and vitriol directed at players online. There are no immediate eligibility matters affecting the WNBA, and we strongly denounce the bad faith efforts to use these topics to demean or marginalize others. So, like you guys said, there are currently these questions regarding who's eligible to play. Former NBA players Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White say under those vague stipulations, they should be able to compete. There are a lot of reactions online slamming the league's move to essentially delay a decision. Freedom is doubling down with a new post on X saying, the WNBA says a woman is anyone who claims to be one. So if I say I'm a woman, you have to accept it. Those are the rules the WNBA created. Why does anyone get to decide whose journey is real and whose isn't? Former WNBA player Herrell Miller is criticizing Freedom's claim that he's officially declared for the 2027 draft, but even she says there must eventually be a solution.
I would definitely let cooler heads prevail right now. And look, we want to protect everyone. In general. We want to protect everyone.
Yeah.
And we don't want to exclude anyone. But I just think we all have to sit down in the off season and collectively get our heads and minds around this issue. Obviously, it's a hotbed.
You don't need to get your heads and minds around things. You can just look, WNBA. You can just get out of this by admitting reality. Nobody needs to come up with some kind of quantum formula in order to, like Russell Crowe in A Beautiful Mind writing on the damn window in a grease pencil. Nobody needs to do that. You can just enter the real world. That's it. But they won't. Because ideology is all that matters. And as I said before, with Abdul al-Said and his potentially taxpayer-funded fake titties, just basic questions. If anyone can be a woman, then why can't the boys? Maybe they're having a midlife crisis, and instead of buying a boat, they've decided to be a woman. Or you could just admit reality. You could just admit reality, and then we could move on. Of course, there are other places in society where some people have chosen to ignore the basic reality of the fact that when you import people from countries that don't have functioning governments, you may end up not having a functioning government as well. I mean, a country is only made up of the citizens that occupy it. So, I give you America's favorite former theater kid, James O'Keefe, who has been... I knew where they were going ahead of time. I spoke to a friend who knew... I knew what they were up to. I've known what they were up to for about a week. I had no idea this is where they were going with it. And, as I often do, hats off to the people who do it. Here's James O'Keefe and Cam Higbee exposing voter fraud in Mississippi. Mississippi, Jesus. Definitely not in Mississippi. In Minneapolis, in full costume. If you haven't seen this yet,
I'm James O'Keefe, and this is vouching for 7 other Muslims at a Minneapolis polling booth. We're going in to this location, and I'm going to say that I'm vouching for them. The name is William Lawrence. The question about the vouching program, vouching. I can vouch for them, but they are not registered. That's okay, that's fine. Can I bring 5 more from up to 8 people? Okay, that's a good thing. We go back and we get Krishna and Ernesto and Mohammed. In Minnesota, you can show up on election day and vouch for up to 8 unregistered voters. Members of the Justice League dress up in traditional Muslim attire, including a transgender wearing a burqa, and put this vouching law to an extreme test on primary day, August 11th.
Gonna be a baller. Shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala.
The vouching.
You're vouching for me.
I vouch for them.
Oh, great.
Is that okay?
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, if you're all in the same precinct,
yes,
and you are already registered, which looks like you are, then you can vouch for them as ID for them.
Oh, good. She says to me, I say they do not need ID. She says, you are the ID.
He is the ID.
See, I am the ID. And no ID needed. I just vouch for them.
Well, you're the ID.
I am the ID. That's good. How many people may I vouch for?
8.
8?
I thought it was 6. 8.
I can vouch for 8 people? 8 people, no ID. We come right back. Thank you. Most poll workers we visited were willing to let us vouch with no questions asked, even when presented with the most absurd situation imaginable. Well,
now, before we keep going, I just want to remind everybody, they're both holding cups of coffee. That should have been a dead giveaway.
Other poll workers did take issue with our investigation, revealing their awareness that something about this vouching system is deeply flawed or wrong. Yet for some reason, they don't want us to expose it.
I can't have her see me.
Get down.
Baller, I'm a 20-inch crawler, blaze on Impala, diamond rock waller.
In Minnesota, voters can vouch for up to 8 of their unregistered friends. At the polling place, a registered voter from the same precinct signs an oath confirming that they personally know the voter lives there. This allows someone without ID to register and vote. And employees of residential facilities may vouch for an unlimited number of facility residents to vote at the facility's address. That's right, an unlimited number. While proponents emphasize that the policy expands ballot access for recent movers and senior citizens, critics view it as a potential for fraud. For example, if a voucher were to lie on this contract and allow 8 of his ineligible friends to vote, and the results of that election are announced on the same day, what happens when the oath is further investigated and it is discovered that those vouched for votes shouldn't have been counted? The results of the election will have already been announced and enacted by that point. This document shows that the election workers simply circle a number of the vouchees. There's no other identifying information. And Scott Pressler from the organization Early Vote Action says there is no list of these vouchee voters anywhere. When he requested them from areas like Duluth, St. Paul, Minneapolis, and St. Cloud, Minnesota, Pressler says they are nameless, faceless, and recordless. So he dressed in full traditional Muslim attire and went in to ask if we can vouch for 8 of our unregistered friends, just to test the limits of this law and the willingness of election judges to go along with it. Only Muslim women traditionally wear the full face covering. So Cam Higbee was in disguise as my transgender Muslim wife.
So he's wearing the niqab, so basically he's not supposed to shake hands with a man. So what he does is once a man tries to shake hands, he has to do it.
Yeah, he's sticking in bed with, like, say these are ribs right here, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't shake hands.
You're going to be the female, or are we? Am I the voucher this
You're the
time?
voucher. We're the vouchees.
So I'm William Pomerantz. I am William Pomerantz. This is my.
That's great.
I vouch for people.
Yes, great.
I vouch for people.
For
the vouching system. I have 8 people come from my apartment. This is going to be ridiculous.
It's going to be great.
We're going in to this location, and I'm going to say that I'm vouching for them. The name is William Pomerantz. I'm voting and talking about the vouching program. Yeah? Okay, here we go.
We'll get you checked in right there.
Hello, this is the vote. The name is William.
The last name?
Pomerantz.
And does that look correct?
That is the date of birth. The question about the about the vouching program. Yeah. Okay. If I vouch for them.
Yes.
I can vouch for them.
Already registered today.
This name has registered, but they are not registered. That's okay. That's fine. Can I bring 5 more from up to 8 people? So I go get the rest of them and come and they can vote today.
Yeah.
I can just vouch for them that they are registered. Yes.
Yeah. So
okay. That's a good thing. We go back and we get Rishno and Ernesto and Mohammed, and we bring them here. We go get the other people when we come back.
Since you're already registered, you can vouch for up to 8 people.
I did not know this. I thought they can only vote 1 at a time. Yeah.
Well, you each only get 1 vote, but you can vouch for up to 8.
That is great. I'll go do that. We go pick up the rest of the people. We come, and then all 8, I'll vouch for them.
No.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll see you. Thank you. We go get Mohammed. We come back. Success. We go in. I say, the name is William Pomerantz, and they tell me that I can vouch for up to 8 people. I say we go back. We get Ramesh. We get Mohammed. We get Rishnu. We come back. We vote. They say no problem. We can vouch for up to 8 people. And we're going to go get the voters and come back, and then we shall vote. No ID needed. They're not registered. No problem, they say. I said not registered. They said no problem. You can vote if you're not registered. So that worked. Let's try it again.
Let's do it again.
No ID. No ID. They do not have ID. There's a problem. Can they sign something?
And you don't have ID either. That's the biggest scam, I think, is that you can, as long as you know their name and their address, you can show up and vote in their name, no verification required.
But it looks like we may have a problem.
We can't park or something. You want me to ask? Should I get up now?
What we could do is just reposition.
He's gonna go alert somebody.
Does he work there?
And the white shirt told him about us.
I can't have her see me.
That?
Oh yeah, they're recording.
Get down.
She's watching radio with somebody. Probably think we're ICE.
There's a piece of paper here additional ways to register: vouching by registered voter who can confirm your address. A voter can vouch for you. The voucher must live in your precinct, personally know you. I can vouch for up to 8 people, no problem. We're going to go in. We're going to ask, can we vouch for 8 people without identification? Home of the camels. I am at home with the camels. Home camel. Hello, good day to you.
Good to you.
The last name is Shimizu. They're with me.
They're not voting?
They with the vouching.
They're vouching for.
I vouch for them.
Oh, great.
Is that okay?
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, if you're all in the same precinct,
Yes.
and you are already registered, which it looks like you are, then you can vouch for them as ID for them.
Oh, good. If they do not have their ID, is that okay? I vouch for them. How many people may I vouch for?
What is it? It's
8?
I thought it was 6. 8.
I can vouch for 8 people. Oh, good. We can go pick up Mohammed and Ranuzu in the car outside. Good. The question about the vouching, again, I can vouch for 8 people.
Yeah. In your precinct.
In my, that they live, yes, in my precinct. That is so wonderful.
Yes.
That is such a good American tradition. She says to me, I say, they do not need ID. She says, you are the ID.
He is the ID.
See, I am the ID. And no ID needed. I just vouch for them.
Well,
It's
you're
good.
the ID.
I am the ID. It's good. I'm going to go get the others and I'll come right back. I'm just in the car, okay?
Oh, they're in the car?
Yes, ma'am. They come, but I did not know that it was 8.
All right.
So 8 people, no ID. We come right back. Thank you. I know the audience is probably thinking this is completely ridiculous, but what we found is that by dressing like this, it's actually less ridiculous to a lot of the local Minneapolis people here who are less suspicious of me dressed like this versus going in normal James O'Keefe clothes. You can't make this stuff up. James O'Keefe reporting from Minneapolis, Minnesota on primary day. Let's get out of here. This investigation is part of a series that will be continued by other members of the...
I mean, well done, boys. First off, I can't wait for this show to be over so I can call Cam Higbee. I'll try to get Cam on the show. Talk about it. Cam, you look beautiful, babe. You look beautiful in that burqa. Such lovely eyes. I hope it wasn't too hot there. Yeah. So, apparently, if you put on, I don't know what it's, a dress, whatever, I don't know what the hell it's called. Apparently, if you put on a dress and get your accent from Borat, because I don't care what anybody says, James O'Keefe was one sentence away from going, I vote for 8 people, very nice. Yeah, very nice. No issue in Minnesota. No issue at all. Yeah, I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why some of us may have problems. Sly, I'm going to try to get him on the show. I'm going to try to get... Well, yeah, I'm going to call him afterwards and get him on the show. I can't imagine why we have no faith in our election system. Maybe it's our fault. Or the fact that Borat from Kazakhstan can vote for 8 people in Minnesota. I mean, la-di-da. Good on James, guys. Go support the Citizen Journalism Foundation. They do great work. As you can see, we need more people out there doing those sorts of things. We need more people out there doing that. So good on James, good on Cam. That's some funny shit. Oh, that's funny as hell. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second. We got some more updates. Apparently, Zoran Mamdani thinks that the NYPD should... Oh, wait, what is this? This just broke a couple minutes ago before we get to the next story. Michigan AG charges 5 non-citizens with voting illegally in the 2024. Oh, really? Hold on. Let's go over this one first. The Michigan Attorney General has charged 5 non-citizens with illegally voting in a federal election in 2024. She said in a statement, "My office, we've always taken election crimes very seriously and prosecute attacks on our voting system to the fullest extent of the law. I was told that didn't happen. We're upholding election integrity by investigating all claims of non-citizens voting, as rare as they are." Oh, right, yeah. So now what do we got? Now we got New Jersey. We got Michigan. I say it all the time, guys. The only difference between conspiracy theory and reality is about 6 months. Those who are charged include 5 non-citizens that allegedly voted, as well as a U.S. citizen who has been accused of registering her non-citizen spouse to vote, according to the Detroit News. Michigan is one of the states President Trump has scrutinized in relation to 2020 election fraud. Go figure, yeah. Go figure. This is an ongoing story, and we'll get more updates as we keep going. I'm sure we will. Good stuff all around. Right. But you're the crazy one. You. How many more of these cases will have to happen before someone just goes, "Hey, something's happening here. Something's happening here." Before we keep rocking and rolling here today, guys, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, Zorhan Mamdani gets absolutely bitch slapped by the NYPD, which is good, because, I don't like him. So, apparently his wife is planning to go to, I believe, Libya and Syria, naturally, because, that's where normal people go on vacation. That's where normal people go on vacation, and apparently she tried to get the NYPD to escort her as her own private security.
All the people, all the smiles, basking in his socialist glory, and the media profiles, oh my gosh, they were sickening. But now reality is setting in. First, a judge blocking his pied-à-terre tax, and now Mamdani is getting humiliated by the NYPD. He reportedly said his wife would have taxpayer-funded police protection when she traveled to Syria and Lebanon to visit family, but the NYPD said no, given that both countries are on the State Department's level 4 do not travel list.
I'm not going to have my members go over there. What am I going to do? Gear them up, 6 detectives with SWAT gear, and run over to Syria?
Yeah.
That's not what we're going to do here.
God, I love him. All right, well, Mamdani, he got the message.
There was a miscommunication. She hasn't yet taken this trip, and when she takes this trip, it will be without any NYPD detail.
Oh, it was just a miscommunication. Elites will always, always demand special treatment for their friends and their family, and of course themselves, and they'll toss you the crumbs. Here to discuss is Bruce Blakeman, New York gubernatorial candidate and Nassau County exec. Bruce, do you buy that for 1 minute, that it was just a miscommunication? This is like COVID, when Gavin Newsom was, out at the French Laundry and Pelosi was getting her hair done, everyone else were locked down. It's the same deal every time.
Well, Zohran Mamdani only lies when his mouth is moving.
He lied about free bus fares. Instead, commuters got a increase in their bus fares. He lies about a lot of different things. And look, I have no problem with the police protecting elected officials and their families. But you have to ask yourself, why is she going to two places that are filled with terrorists and putting our police officers in harm's way? What's the purpose of the visit? I guess she is comfortable with terrorists because that's why there's a do not travel from the State Department, because these places are dangerous, but maybe not to her.
It's very odd. And he's standing by his outrageous pied-à-terre tax. Watch this.
We continue to be confident in the importance of a tax on secondary homes worth more than $5 million, in the necessity of the $500 million it would raise towards making sure that our streets are safer, making sure that our schools are stronger, that our city is more affordable.
Bruce, if New York City gets the ruling, it's a temporary ruling, overturned, the wealthy, I mean, we're already seeing a big exodus from New York, but they're going to leave. I guess that's okay with.
Yeah, it's good to see Bruce somewhere. Sorry. Those who know. Yeah, so it turns out the NYPD will not have to operate in SWAT gear or carry M4s to protect, what's her name? Zawani? Bawani? I don't really know what her name is. Don't really care. Also don't know why she's traveling to Lebanon. I know I love going to Lebanon, particularly during stoning season. I hear it's quite lovely there that time of year, right around the time where they beat women for showing their face. Oh, you can't say that. No, I just did, so don't really care. Yeah, it's time for us to begin to call out the complete and utter, just the preposterous nature of it all. And, you know, I'm really sick and tired of so many people on our side being like either afraid or worried or, you know, capitulating or you just insert the next line right there. Oh, well, you can't say that. You know, that would be untoward. Really? You got people in the NYPD that this dipshit wants to defund, who now have to go or now are attempting to go to Syria and Lebanon to protect his wife, who loves terrorists. Loves terrorists. Can't get enough terrorists. She sees a terrorist. She's never met a terrorist she doesn't like. You can't say that. I just did. Speaking of terrorists, Luigi Mangione. You guys remember him? He was the trust fund kid who shot a CEO in the back because, I don't know, I guess he read it in a book somewhere or something. You're never really sure what these trust fund kids are up to. Reporting is now he will be pleading guilty to the crime of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
The hearing tomorrow comes a few weeks before Mangione's state trial is slated to begin. The jury selection is scheduled to start September 8th. Mangione faces a whole range of charges in that case, including murder. His federal trial is going to start in January if a plea deal is not reached.
Former federal prosecutor Brett Tolman will join us in moments with his thoughts about the strategy here. But we begin our coverage with national correspondent Brian Dennis. He's live at our New York City newsroom. Hi, Brian.
Hi, John. Well, Luigi Mangione's lawyers and federal prosecutors asked for a last-minute conference tomorrow at 11 a.m. As the New York Times and the New York Post both report, Mangione is expected to plead guilty under a federal deal. Mangione faces 2 federal interstate stalking charges resulting in Brian Thompson's death, carrying a maximum of life in prison without parole. But if Mangione accepts a plea deal, it not only cancels the January federal trial, but could also end his state trial set to start on September 8th because of New York's double jeopardy law. That's significant because the state case is where Mangione faces actual murder charges. While the U.S. Constitution allows separate state and federal prosecutions, New York law is stricter and could bar the state from prosecuting Mangione if he's already federally convicted for the same criminal act. The state tried to avoid this by making sure its trial started before the federal trial. This reported plea deal undermines that strategy, leaving experts wondering why it's being struck.
So he's it looks like Luigi's not so brave after all. No, it turns out he's just a big trust fund bitch. He wanted cameras in the courtroom. He wanted all of that. Did you guys just see that? There's... Oh. He wanted a big spectacle. He wanted a big trial, the big show of force so that he could tell everybody exactly what he had to say. No, turns out he's deathly afraid. Which brings me to the actual biggest trial in the world. Tomorrow, allegedly, is the big debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Now, I would argue there shouldn't be a debate at all because Candace Owens is a moron, but that's going to happen. And my question is, and I want you guys to pose this question to anyone you know who may still be supportive of Candace Owens. Right now, there are rumors, substantiated rumors, I should say, that Tyler Robinson will plead guilty to assassinating Charlie Kirk in order to avoid the death penalty. When he pleads guilty, which I really believe that he will, when he himself, with his own face, pleads guilty to this crime, which many believe he will do, when he does that, can we all collectively tell Candace Owens to go away? Can we all tell her supporters that you have been conned by a Damas? Can we do that? Because quite frankly, I'm getting just a wee bit sick and tired of these people. Just a wee bit, not a lot of bit, I'm just done dealing with them and their crap. And while I commend Andrew Wilson for his, for debating Candace tomorrow, there is literally, can you guys see this? There is literally a spider in front of my camera. Hold on one second. There is literally a spider going down. Holy crap, look at that. Give me one sec.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only 50.
Sorry about that. That was wild. I could literally see it in front of me. That was crazy. So when this happens, will the Candace cult finally go away? Or will they come up with some other absurd nonsense reason as to why, actually that didn't really happen this kind of way, and is it just going to continue to flow over and over and over and over and over again? I think it will. I don't think any of them are going to back down, and they're going to continue to drag this family, it will continue to drag Erica Kirk through this nonsense. Before we wrap up today, once again, I do want to thank everybody for tuning in. I'm really excited. Tomorrow, we're going to wrap up the last couple of weeks. We've been highlighting some big content creators, people that I think are doing great work across all the social media platforms. We got two really fun guests tomorrow. You guys are going to laugh your ass off. But I do have some big news. Tomorrow night, I will be down at the Timcast Studios. I'll be joining Tim Pool and the crew. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for Timcast. It's going to be a lot of fun. Second time on the show. Happy to be back. Happy that they had me back. So I guess I did all right the first time. So that is tomorrow night, 8 p.m. I'll be on Timcast with the gang. Pretty excited about it. So make sure you guys check that out. Before we head out today, guys, do me a favor and head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us, your home base, your mothership, landing pad. You guys know the spiel. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you being with us. Broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas. Want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell Program, once again, is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. If you are a business owner, we want to talk to you. Email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. That's paul@healingveteransproject.us. We want to get the red light therapy to the veterans. We got the list. We just need the money. Paul@healingveteransproject.us. And we want to integrate with your point of sale retail business to ask your customers to donate $1, $5, $10. And if you want to personally donate, just scan the QR code that you see on your screen and set it up for monthly or annual or whatever you want to do. Donations, $1, $5. We would very much appreciate it. Again, scan the QR code on your screen. All right, so now it's time for the newest segment. I don't think we've actually done this segment yet on the show, but it's time for a segment that we like to call, did it again, Court Jesters. For this edition of Court Jesters, we go to the Gateway Pundit with this headline: horrific illegal alien with lengthy rap sheet brutally murders California man 1 day after this woke judge releases him. He was a known criminal. He has a lengthy rap sheet. Goes before the judge. The judge somehow inexplicably lets him go. I think we can explain it at this point. This is not the bug. This is the feature. This is the point of our justice system, is to let violent criminals murder innocent people. That is the point in these big blue districts, blue cities. The point of our justice system is to allow violent criminals to murder innocent people. It is not the anomaly. It is the design. This is what it's designed to do. An innocent American citizen is dead at the hands of an illegal alien and a long criminal record, thanks in no small part to a far-left California judge. As CBS News San Francisco reported, a man was found fatally stabbed outside his home in Martinez on August 6th. Firefighters and medical personnel promptly responded, but it was too late. The victim was identified as 68-year-old Todd Stewart. Authorities later identified 36-year-old Marcos Irate Valdez as the person responsible for the crime and arrested him at his home on August 7th. Surveillance video released by the police and shared with local news outlets shows the moment Irate Valdez stabbed Stewart to death on his own lawn. It's a truly horrifying scene. Federal authorities later confirmed with Valdez that they confirmed that Valdez entered the country illegally from Venezuela. Per the New York Post, he also holds Spanish citizenship. He should never have been allowed in the country to begin with, Gateway Pundit says. This is, I believe, the moment. This is Homeland Security. This Venezuela illegal stabbed a father to death in Sanctuary State, California. Viewer discretion is advised, but we're going to watch this because we should be forced to watch it.
The chilling surveillance video captures the deadly attack outside of Martinez' home Thursday evening. 68-year-old Todd.
He's dead. That's Todd Stewart. The news gets even more infuriating. Valdez had been connected to several burglary cases in Orinda. Is that how you say it? Orinda. Back in April, but was initially released on pretrial release. Then on August 4th, police rearrested Valdez for allegedly violating a home detention monitoring rule. But that was still not enough to keep him behind bars. So he gets arrested for burglary. He gets let out, violates the rules, gets put back in. But Contra Costa Superior Judge Nichelle Holmes, who was appointed by California Governor Gavin Newsom in 2024, decided to release Valdez on his own reconnaissance for some reason on August the 5th. God. There's the docket entry. Stewart was then killed the next day thanks to this bleeding heart judicial hack. The entire American government failed Stewart. The federal government let this killer into the country, and then judges refused to keep him behind bars, even as he racked up felonies. What a two-tiered justice system ordinary people face, particularly in blue states. Again, the justice system now exists to enable criminals to kill innocents. I'll get your reaction, and then I'm going to give you mine. But what is your reaction on that, Rob Spencer? I mean, it's just disgusting, man.
It's another line of BS that I cannot fully express how angry it makes me without using several choice ungodly words. What is the argument that pro-illegal immigrant people will give? they'll say, oh, well, native-born citizens commit way more crime. They commit way more murders.
Yeah,
and
it's
here's
like,
here's the thing. I always retort with this. But this murder shouldn't have happened.
Right.
This murder was preventable. If black kids are shooting themselves in the streets of Chicago, I mean, certain amount of policing can help, but that's going to continue. It's a very dangerous thing. There are places of St. Louis we've talked about. I ain't going. And these are all native-born citizens, for the most part, that are committing these crimes. Murder happens everywhere. But this one shouldn't have happened. Jocelyn Nungry should not have happened. All of these innocent American citizens that are being murdered by these gang members, these people that were in prisons. If you don't believe that countries were releasing their prison population and telling them to come to the United States under Joe Biden, you are a freaking fool. You are a fool. That was absolutely happening when 250,000 people a month were coming across the border, and the crime rate in some of these Central American countries had dropped by 85%. And you're like, wait a minute. What's happening? Well, anytime somebody gets arrested, they're not putting them in jail. They're sending them to the southern border, saying, you're either going to go to prison here or you're going to go to America. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
Hey, you better go claim asylum, and we better not see you here, or we're going to, you're going to face firing squad. Yeah. I don't know. But regardless, that is happening. And that's what these individuals are. This guy was apparently just going around committing tons of crime here in the United States. And he could do it because he's in stupid-ass California with their sanctuary cities.
Literally,
and
these guys come over here, and they look out. They're wolves, and they look out, and all they see is what's left of a high-trust society.
Oh, yeah.
And all they see is
sheep.
That's all they see.
They're sheep with no shepherd.
Yep.
They're just licking their chops.
Yeah, your magisterial shepherd is supposed to be people like this
stupid bitch,
Nichelle Holmes, who is responsible for this person who's now dead. This father, this guy is dead because of her. She belongs in jail. She's an accessory to murder. She should be charged with manslaughter at the very least. This is manslaughter.
So this guy was in front of her for multiple burglaries, correct? So he's in front of her for multiple burglaries at that point, and she released him. You kind of read through that, but it was rearrested.
He'd had several burglary cases. Okay.
Yeah.
Then he gets rearrested. Because he got released. He got pre-trial release. But he gets rearrested because he was supposed to be, I guess, maybe house arrest or whatever. He violated a home detention monitoring rule. So he was being monitored at the house. He violated it. So they rearrest him. So he should be behind bars now.
Yes.
You've broken the rule.
You
You're
have
now behind
broken
the boards.
well, yes.
And the judge lets him out again.
The judge and that state are breaking federal law. How is this not something that the federal government, and I'm a big proponent of states' rights, but when your states are getting your citizens killed, then there's a certain level that the government has to have some oversight.
The responsibility. They should go in and arrest that judge right now. This is shock and awe. You bust down the court. You wait till she's in court and you go get her. And I'm sorry, man. Like, what are we doing? This iteration of the Democrat Party should be made illegal. And the Trump administration has got to do it. You have got to find a way to make this illegal and end it.
Well, I mean, they're saying that he's going to pull funding for these sanctions. It's just.
I mean, yes, sure. Do that. You got to do more.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about the groups that are in favor of deporting illegals who are committing crimes. And this guy had been arrested for multiple burglaries. That's a crime. Okay? That's a crime. And depending on the extent of it, it's a felony. Why was that person not detained, ICE notified, and they were immediately deported? Why did that not happen? Okay. But let's talk about the people who are in favor of deporting people like him before the murder happened, before it happened. Okay? All the Republicans. And virtually all of the Democrats. There is a very small sector of people that will actually stand there and say, well, no, I don't think just because they're out there committing crimes that they should be deported. Right. Well, you're in the country illegally, and you're burglarizing people's homes and vehicles and maybe people themselves, you're a burglar. What else have I got to do? Because we all understand that burglary is an ascension ladder. Most times people start out as burglaries and then they graduate to more, maybe not necessarily violent crimes, but they're going to keep graduating in crimes the more and more they get away with it. And this guy was given every incentive to keep doing what he was doing. He was just getting released, all of that stuff. And he was getting pretrial release. Why? What? You're in the country illegally. You've committed a crime. You're waiting for your trial. At the very least, you need to stay behind bars. And the screams of this man.
Listen to that. This man is stabbed to death, and I wish we had more information about what was he just trying to steal the guy's car? What was he doing?
The chilling
Look, that's him
surveillance
being
video
stabbed
captures
multiple
the
times.
deadly attack outside a Martinez home Thursday evening. 68-year-old Todd Stewart was...
I mean, these are senior citizens.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, and he was moving good. It's not like he was... got a walker or something there. But at a certain point, it's 68 versus, how old is this guy? 36?
36.
Yeah. So, but anyway.
Always carry your guns,
folks. There is another group of individuals here in the United States that would have wanted him deported. And that is people who came across the border who have not committed any crime other than the crime that of illegal entry. Excuse me. They're working. Some are even paying taxes.
Some of those people left their countries to get away from people like that.
Correct. Exactly right.
I'm not naive. That doesn't mean I don't want them to go back, but I'm just saying, to your point.
So yes. I would say most of the people on both sides of the aisle, as well as even some of these illegal immigrants themselves, seeing this and saying, we don't want to be lumped in with this dude. We left, to your point, left our country to get away from dudes like this. And the problem is, ICE is sitting around and they're having to be reactive to some of this stuff. They can't be in all places all times, especially when places like California will refuse to work with ICE. So they probably didn't even realize that this guy was in custody, or they could have said, hey, hold him. If he's committing burglaries, we're getting him the hell out of this country. And at least let us do research on him. Was he a criminal in his home country? Did he shoot up from Venezuela where he was, wanted for murder there or something? We sure as hell getting him out of here. But this stupid-ass liberal leftist judge let that man out. And the next day, this guy lost his life.
Yeah. Carry your guns, folks. Oh, you never know when Judge Nichelle is going to release a violent criminal into your neighborhood. So protect yourself, protect your family, be vigilant. This is California, but, this could easily come to every Christian red state in the South if we do nothing, if we don't stop this.
There's so many people, like liberal white women. You saw that dude that was naked and masturbating on the beach there around a bunch of families, and there was this liberal white woman going over there. Are you okay? Do you need some assistance?
Oh my God!
There's a picture.
Are you serious?
There's a picture of she's in her bathing suit, and there is a naked man who had been masturbating on the beach. A naked man walking around with all these kids, and this woman is trying to give him some help. Is he mentally disturbed? I would assume so. But honestly,
was he an immigrant? I mean, was he an illegal? What was he?
All I know is he was a person of color, and I believe he looked like a black man. But I don't know because they've got black people in South America, so it's not like I don't know. But regardless, I do not know his ethnicity. All I know was that a liberal white woman was trying to console a man who was masturbating in front of children. Okay. If you don't know, if you don't realize, if you can't discern that your ideology is so rotten and ridiculous that it's overriding common sense, number one, if that woman has children, somebody needs to do an investigation on her and make sure she is not exposing her children to harm, because you just walked, instead of getting your kids away, getting your kids to safety, okay? You're going up and trying to console a naked man who's been masturbating on a public beach. Give me a break. I can't believe that happens. But when you see it in black and white, you realize that liberal white women, and I'm not talking about women who just vote Democrat, who maybe are a little more center leaning on some stuff, but they lean left on this. I'm talking about leftists who feel like white people are evil, even though that's what the color of their skin is when they look in the mirror. They hate their own skin. If you think white people are evil and you're married to a white man, is he evil too? Is your white husband evil? No, you just want to talk about everybody else. Everybody else is racist, not me. And in fact, when I see someone masturbating on a public beach, I'm so not racist that I'm going to run up there and offer him some assistance. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm like, if that dude got anywhere near me, he would be on the ground. He would be hurting. Yeah. Because if I'm sitting on a public beach with my children, which we do, if I'm sitting on a public beach with my children and somebody's out there masturbating, we'll beat the hell out of him. And I'm certainly going to call the police.
Yeah.
So,
after you beat the hell out of him.
And I'm not trying to take it all that. I'm just saying that is the mentality that has led judges like this, even though she's not a white liberal woman. Yeah. But it's the same mentality of he just needs a chance. Okay, know what he needed? He needed a chance to go stab a man to death. And he had it, and he got it, and he did it.
That's exactly right.
Sickening.
Yeah, that's really, really good, Rob. Excellent, excellent. Now it's time for our next segment called Healthy Skepticism. We got to do something about this music. This edition of Healthy Skepticism is this story from American AF over on X, but there is a lot of people picking up on this. I saw, let's see, did I see Terrence Howard says this? Liberal women are getting more COVID booster shots while mocking RFK Jr. I guess in the wake of us, what Ron Johnson exposed. Then, of course, the vaccine schedule going from 72 down to 11 this week. This is liberal white women, you were just talking about them, Rob, are now getting more COVID booster shots while mocking RFK's voice. Listen to this. I guess this is some sort of video TikTok. F you, RFK. Vaccines save lives, you hack. Listen to this.
Hey, everybody. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your new king of healthcare. I'm trying to audition for Saturday Night Live. I think that's what I'm going to do on Saturday night. Everybody.
All right, now here's the deal. I think this is two videos that have been mashed together. I don't know the exact accuracy of it because there's a guy on Instagram and TikTok who does make fun of RFK, but he seems to be more apolitical about it, where he's like,
Cheryl, don't tell Cheryl I love my pizza rolls. I know I'm not supposed to eat the pizza rolls.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's totally fine.
But I'm sneaking these pizza rolls at ultra processed food.
Yeah.
But don't tell Cheryl, please.
Right. Sean Farish. I mean, he kind of really took off and got popular when a lot of his videos of his Trump impressions were going around. You can impersonate somebody.
Right. So this, but I would not. I think we predicted that this would happen. Right, a couple of days ago, we said this would be like the Tylenol thing, where they said, "Hey, don't take Tylenol while you're pregnant; it can cause autism." And all these women started making videos. That was a real phenomenon of them taking
Tylenol that they didn't even need,
despite themselves. Mindy Robinson says, "Seems like this is a problem that's about to solve itself."
I've heard of it. Is it called Darwinism?
Darwin warts. Yeah.
Yes, Darwinism. There. Listen. Number one, this woman looks rode hard and hung up dry. Hung up wet. Sorry, that's wet. What it is. Yeah, rode hard and hung up wet. That's what it is. And she's getting a booster shot. I didn't even know the COVID vaccine was still a thing. Like, people are still taking it.
It's still a thing.
Yes. Oh, my gosh, man. So she's going to go get herself a booster shot. And the reason, maybe she wasn't even due for it. She just made a special trip so that she could fly the middle finger at RFK Jr.
Well, that's what people are saying. I mean, there's a Reddit post about it. There's this post, and then there's the other post.
Well, she doesn't look like, and if she's childbearing age, she's at the end of it there. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to matter. She's not going to.
Basically,
Yeah.
Don't drink
Dude.
urine. Liberals would start drinking
wait,
urine.
pause it right there. Just leave it at that for a second and just say that is exactly what would happen. Because everything that the Trump administration says is bad, the liberals say is good. Everything that the Trump administration says is good, the liberals say it's bad. Look on TikTok, every video where they're criticizing conservatives or something like that, or even if it's conservative pro conservative video, you're gonna have these liberals in the comments. And they're going to say something just completely random that doesn't make any sense, that's just whatever. But it's a whataboutism.
Right.
Right. It's always a whataboutism. It's like, that's not even on the topic here. And I think, let's just stop with this, man. Your side believes a dude with male anatomy who calls himself a woman is a woman. Your side believes that. So I think that unfortunately, you may actually have some good points on this or that or randomness. You may have some good points, but I can't take you seriously on anything because you got pronouns in your bio.
Yeah.
You're absolutely mentally handicapped. You are handicapped because you are unable to reasonably think, if this guy is standing up to pee, he's probably not a woman. If he can be sent to a woman's prison and impregnate women, actual women, if you can go to prison, and we saw this, there are these trans women, dudes that think they're women, and they go to prison, and they're impregnating actual women. You're like, wait a minute. If you're a woman and trans women are women, how can you impregnate someone? It's because you have male anatomy. Okay, it's just the honest truth. And so we have all of that, and your side believes that. Your side has constantly said, hell, Hillary Clinton had a tweet about it the other day. Hillary Clinton said, "Don't take medical advice from a man who told you to drink bleach." And I'm like, that has been debunked so many times. And yet you have all of these millions of followers who are just sobbing up that bull with a biscuit. They're sobbing it all up. And that's what you're seeing on the left. And I won't do anything the Trump administration does. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and go take this shot that I may not need. I'm going to go ahead and go take a couple of Tylenol and just, you know what, my baby's not going to get autism. I'd like to go, those ladies that were taking Tylenol while they're pregnant, let's get a 3-year update on it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but when you talk about the rise in that, and there are so many, what do you want to call them? What's the doctor for, does the birth? I mean, what are they called? Birth doctors? I don't know.
OBGYNs.
OBGYNs, thank you. So OBGYNs that have come out and said, yeah, it's right. You really shouldn't take Tylenol. It just wasn't safe for you. And now we're seeing this with the vaccines. My gosh, man. The liberal women are so stupid. Liberal men, and I'm talking about leftists. I'm not talking about guys that just vote Democrat or whatever. I'm talking about crazy leftists are so beta. You serve no purpose on this planet other than us to say, thank God I am not as stupid as you. Thank God I am not as ideologically rotten as you are. That's what the liberals serve, and now they're not left enough for the DSA. We've talked about that. So anyway, it just blows my mind constantly. I know you're working on some stuff over there, so it just blows my mind, Paul. And I'm just really sick of it. I'm sick of seeing what we're seeing, and it's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. Folks, I want to just take a second, though, and tell you about Redvive Health and what's going on over there. I haven't talked to you guys. I mean, I know you guys see the ads, but I want to tell you about this because it's something that I think can really help you, and because you hear us talk about what's going on with veterans. But if you go to redvivehealth.org/Paul, that's redvivehealth.org/Paul, you're immediately going to be given a 35% off discount. You can also just use the name Paul at checkout as well. Why use red light therapy? If you're interested in it, you can learn all about it at these websites. Figure it out for yourself. This is the direct consumer, way to get you a medical grade device in your home. This is not like this stuff that you'll see that's not really well made. This is the real deal. There's 60-day money back guarantee that you can finance these things as well. There's a 2-year warranty on these machines. And you've got several options here. You've got the Red Vive 60, the Red Vive 360, and one of these two are probably going to be your best option for in-home use. The reason I want to tell you about Red Vive Health is because if you've got aches or pains, if you're worried about sleep, if you want to look younger with the collagen production that these things do, you just got to go read about it. So go to redvivehealth.org and read about it. And now I'm going to tell you my personal testimony. My personal testimony on this is that my mom is going to have back surgery, okay? She's got discs. She's got to have fairly serious procedure. It's called an A-lift. She's going to have this done, I don't know when yet, but in a month or so. And she has been in excruciating pain the last month. Excruciating pain because the discs are like 3 or 4 of them they've ruptured or they've slipped. And so she's got this incredible nerve pain that's going all the way from her back, all the way down her leg, to the point where it was actually producing tears, right? To where she cannot walk without crying. So, she gets in a wheelchair to kind of get around, and she's been crippled. I mean, that's what this pain has done. While she's waiting to have surgery, she's crippled. And so I said, okay, Mom, we're going to give you our red light machine. And so I took it over to their house, and I said, you're going to sit in front of this red light machine twice a day for 30 minutes. And you're going to sit 6 to 12 inches away from it because that's the optimum way to heal yourself. And I said, this is serious nerve pain you're dealing with. This isn't just like, I tweaked a muscle, which it's great for. But this is going to take repetition. This is going to take a lot because nerve pain takes a while with red light. And I'm telling you, she's walking now without pain. She's now walking large. Now, it took 2 weeks every day, 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes at night, in front of one of these machines. And I'm telling you, I've never seen my mom in so much pain, ever. And she's a pretty tough lady. She can, she's going to get through it. Not this. This actually absolutely, ruined her quality of life. And now while she's waiting for surgery, because she needs this surgery, she is now virtually pain-free based on what she was. She can actually walk now. She can walk decent distances without the pain, and she credits the red light. I just want you guys to know this technology works, okay? So if you're interested in that and you're trying to recover, and maybe even you're trying to avoid surgery, this is very good for this. It's why I think some orthopedic doctors are not big fans of this tech because it hurts their bottom line. Go to redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. All right, that's enough of that. Let's move on to our next segment, which is Pandemic Paper Trail. This edition of Pandemic Paper Trail is more updates on Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Ron Johnson recently revealed, obviously, the text messages of Anthony Fauci. We found out that he knew that there was that there was risk for pregnant women in first trimester. Privately, he would acknowledge it. Publicly, he was still telling pregnant women to get vaxxed. Right? He's committed crimes against humanity. This guy needs to be put on trial. Senator Ron Johnson is now telling us that Fauci scrubbed nearly his entire contact list off the phone that they seized. They have a digital copy of this phone. There are now only 3 contacts in his cell phone. 34,000 text messages, but they don't know who to. So in this pandemic paper trail, we're figuring out that this guy knows he's guilty, has destroyed evidence, has tried to do what he can to make it as hard as he can. But Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin is now saying that we are going to figure out which text messages belong to whom. It's just going to probably take longer, but I mean, you don't have contacts, but you have the messages.
Sure.
So you presumably have their cell phone numbers. How many people have you know what I'm saying? How many people that texted during Fauci with all of this, 34,000 texts, have gotten new numbers and have destroyed their phones, and they're praying to the Lord every day, or maybe somebody else every day, saying, "Oh man, I hope they don't come knocking." if Fauci has immunity, which I think can be challenged, I don't buy it. But even if he has immunity, none of the people he's protecting have been given pardons.
Correct.
So it's like DOJ, come on, do your job. Let's go get him. Let's go get him.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And, there's no way in the world you're sending 34,000 texts to 3 people. So, contacts have been deleted, messages have been deleted. There's just all of it's gone. And I'm sure that there's some evidence that's left. But, was he smart enough to take it to one of those big time, tech people that could.
You mean what? Like with a cloth?
Yes.
Did you bit your computer, Hillary?
Yeah.
What? Like with a cloth?
Yeah. You cleaned your hard drive. Yeah. What do you mean with like a cloth? She was a savvy person. She said stupid things, but it was really hard to back her in there. The only one that Trump really got her on is, it's a good thing that a person like Donald Trump's temperament is not in charge of the law.
Yeah.
Because you'd be in jail.
Yeah.
It was still the most epic
debate moment
ever.
Wouldn't it have been great if he'd have done that? Put Hillary in jail. Wouldn't that have been amazing?
Well, I think he was being gracious and he was trying to move on and all that stuff. And so just letting you know, Paul, I just texted your wife.
Okay. What's up?
No, I found a picture from a play that I directed that she was in.
Okay, cool.
And I was looking around on my desktop here and I found it. I was like, I forgot to send that to her. So I was just like, well, yeah, on your show, texting your wife.
I'll take a look at it.
Little weird.
Hey, you know what? It's all about transparency. That's what it's about. All right, so next up we have Left Turn It Crazy.
Oh my God!
This is actually this is nuts right here.
Left Turn Ahead. Crazy.
Yeah. So for this edition of Left Turn It Crazy, we have an update on Abdul El Sayed. Fox News over on Facebook says that the internet has found a resurfaced Abdul El Sayed campaign video, and the Blues Clues-inspired pitch is getting roasted. El Sayed dances through the 1-minute parody while asking voters for their support, leaning hard into the childhood nostalgia with exaggerated moves and playful, playful refrain is what they say. We'll go ahead and watch this.
The mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail. Mail! Thanks, mailbox. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Oh, it looks like my ballot. Brought to me by my Secretary of State. And with it, I can participate in democracy. The first day that I can turn this in is June 25th, but it has to be postmarked by July 21st. Or I can drop it off up until Election Day, which is August 4th. Thanks, Secretary of State. Thanks, mailbox. Votes could do, we can't do. Here's the mail and
yeah, it's pretty cringe, but you know what? And you guys may not like to hear this, but that actually could be very effective with people on the left. You may not want to hear it, but it. What outrages us and makes us cringe may not necessarily. I mean, that we're two different countries.
We've seen it. We've seen the left try to do they can't meme right.
Yeah.
They can't. What was the stupid women of Congress thing? And they were trying to act like superheroes, and it was the lamest thing I've ever seen in my life. So we've seen all of this stuff, and maybe you're right. Maybe this would be effective. I mean, it's very much in the style of Blue Clues when I've had the misfortune of actually watching it.
Yeah.
So it's very much in that style, and I know that a lot of people love that. Maybe people with parents, but one thing that I said to you, and this was while you were playing the intro there, is that this guy is dangerous, and I'm talking about from a political standpoint. He is very dangerous,
charismatic.
He's very charismatic. I saw the first time I saw one of his interviews recently, and I thought, man, he is speaking to pain points. We've talked about these DSA candidates and how they're just speaking to pain points. Now, their ideas to fix it are complete trash and garbage. They're bull, and I think on probably some level they know it, Like, you can't get rid of prisons. You can't get rid of police officers. You can't get rid of the Senate. You can't get rid of the presidency. I mean, you can't do all of this stuff. But at the same time, you know, when they're speaking to these pain points and they look at it and say, well, we have these elected officials who aren't doing anything. We've got those pain points right now. We've got those on the Republican side when we've got a majority of the Senate and they're doing nothing, as we talked about. And so this guy is out there speaking to these DSA candidates are speaking to them. And it used to be, and I even said it a little while ago, Operation Let Them Speak. But then I heard him speak, and I'm like, this isn't good.
Yeah, he's got a level of virtuoso.
Yeah, and
that's dangerous.
He's stewing up a pot of bull. Mm-hmm. He is stewing up a pot of this. I've got the solutions when his solutions are absolutely retarded. But it's speaking to pain points, and the problem is you've got so many people on the left that say, I want what someone else has earned. I want that, because would they rationalize it and say, well, they shouldn't have been able to earn that. There shouldn't be billionaires. We shouldn't have a trillionaire in the world. Like, say nothing of the fact that he doesn't have $1 trillion sitting in his account like some of these people think. Like, he just needs to distribute his wealth. I remember this was an old term because Elon Musk's wealth has gone up, and he just said, if you took every bit of Elon Musk's worth, you liquidated it, and you had, I think it at that time was $700 billion.
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7. You could run the federal government for just a couple of months. You could run the federal government for just a couple of months, and you're just like, okay, so let's just say we eliminated all billionaires and took all of their wealth. You're like, that means you could run the federal government for a year.
Yeah,
And people don't realize that the billionaires and trillionaires are not the solution to the problem. Well, they are if they're creating industry, that they're creating opportunities. But no, they want to sit at home. They want to work part-time at Starbucks, and they want to be given what someone else has earned. And this guy speaks to the affordability. Hey, you're going to the grocery store and it's expensive. I get it. We're all faced with that. Chiron says it, Brisket prices are too high. There's frustrations on all levels when you go and look at the price of ground beef when you just want to cook some hamburger helper for your kids.
We were pricing brisket the other day, you and me. What was it at? $9 a pound? $8?
Yeah, well, that was for a flat and all that stuff.
Okay, a trimmed flat was $9 a pound.
And I'm quite sure that things are cheaper here in Arkansas than they were, at different places. And so it can get out of hand. But suffice it to say, this guy is speaking to these pain points, and he's articulate, he's charismatic. And, doesn't matter that he's once said that we deserve 9/11. It doesn't matter that he wants to eliminate these staples. Like, he criticized us for doing, fireworks on the 4th of July. How dare you celebrate America? Well, you're wanting to serve the American people, but you hate it?
Yeah.
How can you serve someone? Imagine if you're an elderly person and you are you're having in-home care, and your technician that comes to your house every day and helps feed you and maybe helps bathe you or something like that, make sure you get your medicine, actually hates you.
He's being consistent with his religion, with his pagan religion, if you ask me.
What do you expect?
Well, I mean, first of all, the American Revolution and the 13 colonies which led to the American Revolution, right? That doesn't happen unless Protestant, and particularly Protestant Christianity, doesn't take off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, our fathers got on ships to come over here for their religious freedom.
Yes.
There were other people that came over for economic reasons, but it was obviously a pan-Protestant country, and that would be offensive to a Muslim. We're celebrating the fact that, we broke off from Great Britain, but fundamentally this great country happened because of Christians, going to work, building a civilization, obeying the commandments of the Lord. That's why this country was so great. And so he's sitting there saying, we don't want you to support this. Well, the reason is, or we don't want you to celebrate this. The reason is because he finds the entire project an offense to him and his people. Yeah. And so it really is his civilization versus, he wants to tear down our entire civilization and other people like him, and that's what the DSA wants.
And it's part of their game.
Well, so.
It's part of their game plan. I was listening to a person give an interview with someone who was a former, sort of what you would call it, like a recovering Muslim, and he left the Islamic faith and had since become a Christian. And part of their playbook is to infiltrate these peacefully. Infiltrate these countries, infiltrate these communities, infiltrate these local governments, and then expand out on the national level. You infiltrate it. You get in there. You say all the stuff to get elected, just like any politician does. And then you start destroying the foundations and the fabric of our country and our constitutional republic. You are destroying it from within because you hate it, and your religion calls you to do it. And that's the biggest problem that we are facing when we're saying that we can coexist with these people. Do you think either one of us would ever go, even if it was a Republican? I could never go and cast a vote for someone named Abdul El Sayed. Call me racist. Okay, I'm racist. These people shouldn't be in the country because they hate America. They hate our way of life. And their religion calls for them to destroy it. So how dare you say I should coexist with this person, that I'm racist? Call me whatever the hell you want to call me.
Yeah. Well, it's a joint effort, too, because, somebody posted this the other day, and I forget who exactly it was, but they were saying, look, the Democrats are all about the open borders, and obviously the establishment Republicans were as well for a very long time,
Sure.
right? So we get flooded there.
Yeah.
But a lot of these Muslims are a product of Republicans' neocon foreign wars.
Oh, yeah.
Lindsey Graham, the late Lindsey Graham himself, was responsible for Afghans coming to this country. The same Afghan that murdered the D.C. National Guardsman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shot one and murdered the other. Right? So we caused a lot of instability in the Middle East, and we had to take their populations. So this is it's a full approach by both parties, the uniparty, with what has happened, and now we're living in this hellscape. We get these glimpses of these hellscapes. But to bring up the point of affordability, this is why people like Langford out of Oklahoma. It's a failing message to say when you're asked like, well, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing for the midterms? And your message is, well, you should just don't criticize our lack of action. You need to just talk about how bad the socialists are. That's not going to get you over the hump. It's just not. The GOP's got to address affordability. They can't ignore it. They can't say no, we can't just sit here and say no, everything's fine. I know the stock market is doing well, right? I know President Trump is now floating the idea of cutting capital gains taxes, which I'm sure that's going to be great for people that have investments and that sort of thing. However, there's a lot of people on Main Street that don't care anything about capital gains. That's like the last thing on their mind. They would love to have some money to invest somewhere and not pay capital gains, but that's like the last thing on their mind. So they're going to have to do something, and that's what brings us to the totally inept Senate. It's time for red tape tyrants. Yeah, so Chuck Schumer, the Gateway Pundit, reporting this story. Forget the filibuster, nuke the United States Senate. Anger and frustration with the upper chamber is felt nationwide. The Founding Fathers wanted to create a system of government where power comes from the people. 250 years later, we're still experiencing a power struggle that does not resemble what the framers originally intended. One major factor in this struggle is the United States Senate. The Declaration of Independence, the most important documents in American history, emphasizes the rights of the American people to abolish any government that does not serve them. There in one of our founding documents is the solution to today's problem. Alter is the key word. The filibuster and archaic Senate rule has been watered down and abused to the point that a single senator can object and effectively close down any debate. We're being robbed of our own government, folks, by a bunch of geriatric patients that if we actually went into the night and debated something for 24 hours, many of them would die for lack of sleep. That's how old the Senate is, and they're hanging on to power, and they're screwing the younger generations. Not even giving us our turn. It's crazy that there aren't more Gen X senators. It's kind of nuts if you think about it. And yet we have a millennial vice president. It's like that's because of the boomer class refusing. It's like Mitch McConnell wants to die in office. Like that's what he wants to do. He wants to die in office. Dianne Feinstein, they want to die in office. Ruth Bader Ginsburg wants to die in power, right?
Cannot imagine a life after.
Exactly. And so that's another whole can of worms to talk about. But the United States Senate is one of the most powerful bodies in the world, often referred to as the most deliberative body in the world. The actual debate died decades ago. That is decades with an S. The Gateway pundit spoke to a fed-up patriot from North Carolina named Thomas Jacob, who is turning his frustration into written stories and acting as a voice for the anger felt by the American people. The Gateway pundit spoke to lawmakers right before they left for August recess, which raises an obvious question. How much does the Senate actually show up for work? And you can see for yourself, not a lot. Not a lot. By subtracting 52 Sundays and 52 Saturdays, one arrives at a total of 250 business days minus federal holidays. According to the Senate calendar and Jacob's calculations, the Senate is not scheduled to work for 42% of the business year. If one counts the full calendar, senators are not working a whopping 57% of the year. It's no wonder the Senate cannot get any work done for the American people because they are not even there most of the year. And yet we pay them for a full-time job and they don't work 57% of the year.
Yeah.
That is insane. Which brings us to this next story from cnav.news, a modest proposal, performance reviews for senators, written by Frank Mile. It says, it seems as though only one thing motivates Congress to act, the threat of elections. I don't even think that does it anymore because I think they know that elections they don't have the SAVE Act. So, continuing resolutions pass under threat of federal defeat. Listen to this. That's why both the House and the Senate have moved to pass a continuing resolution to keep funding the government until December. Originally, funding was going to run out October 1st. But with virtually every member of the House of Representatives and one-third of the Senate up for election in November, almost no one in Congress, Republican or Democrat, wanted to call attention to their own inaction by letting a new shutdown occur. It's the political version of Pavlov's dog, the famous experiment by the Russian scientist Ivan Pavlov, who trained canines to salivate at the sound of the bell because they associated the bell with the expectation of food being served. The same thing happens with members of Congress when they hear an election is scheduled within the next 3 months. Suddenly, they want to be productive. A representative can ignore constituents for 22 months and then suddenly rediscover them during the last 2. And senators can become unresponsive to their voters for most of their 6-year term, enjoying junkets and the other fruits of power while being under no obligation to get anything done. It makes you almost sympathize with the Democratic Socialists who have made abolition of the Senate one of their top priorities. 6-year terms have their virtues, but they also make senators especially prone to forgetting who they work for. But maybe we could salvage that, he says, if we could adopt Pavlov's experiment in a way that would hopefully train senators to do their job on the regular. He says it's the modest proposal, and he says non-binding recall votes. He says, now, before you worry about constitutional entanglements and the risk of meddling in the results of digital ballots, understand that the votes are not binding. He wants us to be able to be polled or something every so often and, give them our approval rating, I guess, and whether or not we would recall them. I don't know. To me, that's a total waste of time. But it does bring up a good point. And, this is obviously a much steeper hill to climb than what he's proposing, which would be we have to get rid of the 17th Amendment. We have got to go back to allowing our state legislators to elect these people. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting frustrated daily, and there was a really good groundswell for the Save America Act for a while, and a lot of it's faded out because, right now they're on recess, and I thought, at a certain point, am I going to have to agree with the DSA about eliminating the Senate? You know what I mean? Like, of course not.
Of course not. Yeah. Right now, but I mean, look, I'm sorry. Like, there's a very real hatred. Like,
yeah.
I'm going to say this. Like, I guess there are some people that I think rightfully despise, but generally speaking, I hate our government. Like, I will use the word hate. Like, I hate the whole process. All of it exists to give us excuses as to why we can't have what we voted for. But when they want to do something that's not popular, no, now the process works great now. We're
going to get this done.
We had more Ukraine funding, more foreign wars in the Middle East. Oh yeah, we get that. We'll get that going right away.
Yeah.
When there's a significant portion of people on the right, and obviously there's people on the left now that don't want us to be involved in this, and so the whole thing is disgusting to me, and we're still, I don't know.
We're seeing it, and again, I mean, I could gripe about John Thune all I want to, and gripe about it, but although he's the Senate Majority Leader, if you've got to have the votes, and so you've got 53 senators there that are being paid by their special interests, and they are the ones that are putting a stopper in front of it. I don't think John Thune wants it to happen, because what does a good leader do? They whip the votes. They get the votes done. What is it going to take to get your vote? Mm-hmm. What is it? If you're a hard stop on the Save America Act, if you're a conservative who is a hard no on requiring ID to vote, I don't think you're a conservative. I really don't. And if you are a bought and paid for conservative, because there's no way in the world you could rationalize that stuff. And so the filibuster is an old, archaic thing, and the way it's being used now is bastardized, because that's not the way that it was intended. And they're like, well, we can't break these Senate rules and procedures. You created them yourself. You're talking about all this stuff, and it's so frustrating. They don't get it, and I know Jesse Kelly is saying right here in this what I was about to say. So go ahead and just read him.
Okay. The GOP does not fully understand the simmering hatred their base has for mass immigration that has trashed this country. You can be the perfect candidate in every way, and a single statement about amnesty will cost you everything. We demand deportations, all of them. Now, I think this is directed at
Lindell.
Mike Lindell.
Yeah, Mike Lindell.
Mike Lindell came out.
I don't know that he would have won anyway, but
but he did come out and say something along that there needs to be a plan or something. I can't even remember his exact comments. He's out there saying it was taken out of context. Mm-hmm. I know that, and obviously, full disclosure, we do run a MyPillow ad on the show where you can go to mypillow.com, and his products are great. Use promo code PH. But yeah, he stepped in it, and we're just past the point of wanting excuses. We don't want excuses. And look, I know how you feel about it. Somebody that's brought over the border doesn't even remember Mexico. They were brought here when they were 5 years old. I get it. Mm-hmm. I understand that. But when we were told we were getting deportations, and then we get told, well, we're not going to touch hospitals. I'm sorry, we're not going to touch hotels, and we're not going to touch
the service industry.
The service industry. And that was the donors, man. That's all that was, and that's It's infuriating because we've had 3 elections. We had this 2016, and Paul Ryan wouldn't let us build the wall. We had 2020. This is what the election was about, and it was stolen. We had 2024. The American people want our country back, and they want the demographic demise reversed. Mm-hmm. They want the demographics reversed.
Yeah,
and we're being told no.
And
even though a million deportations, I mean, like, that's better than anything that's ever been done in our lifetime.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. The Trump administration is deporting and more than anybody would ever do. In our lifetime, it's the best that it has ever been.
Sure.
But 1 million is not 20 million. It is not near enough.
Well, and because we're going to continue to see cases like you had earlier with the 68-year-old guy getting stabbed. Are there good people here that are just escaping extreme poverty and coming to America for a better life? They're doing it the wrong way. Mm-hmm. So I can't sit here and feel a ton of sympathy for them. But at the same time, I'm not equating those to the same people as the ones that came in the last 4 years under Biden.
Military-age men.
Yeah, military-age men milking the system, receiving all this money, staying in hotels, and now they're out here committing crimes because they came, as I said, not to be repetitive, but they came out of these prisons down there. They were criminals where they came from, and now they're being criminals, and the stakes are a lot higher with all the money that we have here in the United States. When you commit a robbery in Venezuela versus a robbery in New York City, much more lucrative.
Folks, tomorrow on the program, we'll be wishing you a happy Friday morning, and I believe Eric Haynes should be back in seat number 3, so we're excited to have him back, unless something changes, but we're going to be here with bells on. Want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic, and also want to remind everybody the Paul Herrell program is sponsored by the Healing Veterans Project. Go there now, make your donation. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Go there now, make your donations, and help these veterans get the vital care.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot of insane things to get to, Jay. The first thing that I want to talk about, did you know that the Trump administration, there were bombshell files that were just declassified by the Trump administration that found that the deep state had 14 informants on Biden's Ukrainian corruption scandal and secretly ran an effort to dismiss everything as disinformation. I mean, it is unbelievable. The spy agencies within the FBI formed a long list along political lines and marked Democrats, including the Bidens, as targets of Russian disinformation, while the GOP officials and conservatives were designated conduits of disinformation. This is an unbelievable bombshell, Jay. It shows that the CIA, the FBI, and other intelligence agencies were helping Joe Biden make his Ukrainian quid pro quo scandal and his son's investigation go away. That's unbelievable. I mean,
and the opposite for Republicans. Go
absolutely.
after them.
They were actually targeting them. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The Joe Biden's administration was the most corrupt administration in the history of this country.
Unbelievable. It's amazing that it can go past Obama, but it does. Obama at least, didn't do as much corruption. He steered the country in the wrong direction, obviously. Actually, he forced it there. But Biden was just outright corrupt in front of you, in front of your face. And none of the media called him on it, Jay. That's what we've always hoped for, that the media would be on our side and call people on it. Never did.
Never. The media has been in their pocket forever, to be honest. I see with Obama's administration, you had Fast and Furious. You had stuff that was going on with Obama. Obama's corruption, and to me, really picked up during Trump's first presidency. That's when Obama turned everything kind of. He was running that shadow government against President Trump's first term.
Oh, absolutely.
And then he was running the Biden. And he was running the Biden administration, and doing all that stuff that went on there. I mean, the amount of stuff we don't know could fill probably 10 football stadiums. The amount of stuff we don't know that we're never going to know that went on with the Biden administration, the Obama administration, the stuff Obama did during Trump's first presidency, the stuff he did during Biden's administration, the stuff he might be even doing now. Because again, the media is never going to cover this. The media doesn't investigate this stuff.
No.
Never.
No,
they only investigate Republicans. They never investigate
they're actually
Democrats.
The arm of this stuff. They are the publicist for the corruption. So they try to spin it. They try to make it look like it's not corruption. They are Obama's publicists, the mainstream media, including Fox News, any news that you watch. And that's why you come here to Secret America, because we're going to tell you the truth. We're going to tell you what's going on. And let me tell you, Jay, the Federal Bureau of Investigation ran a counterintelligence operation appearing to run cover for the Biden family, Ukraine business dealings, and other Democrats, like we said, labeling them victims of Russian disinformation. Democrat figures like Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, George Soros, John Kerry, and Paul Pelosi were all labeled as targets. But then Republicans like then Attorney General Bill Barr, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who are two terrible people anyway, and then Lindsey Graham, Senator Ron Johnson, Chuck Grassley, Jim Jordan, and then even Devin Nunes and Pete Sessions, and even the White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney. They were all people that were supposedly the ones that were conduits of the Russian disinformation. According to the documents released by the White House Transparency Task Force on Wednesday, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, Russia, unofficially formed a group of analysts who utilized internal systems to gather any and all derogatory information previously reported by confidential human sources on Joseph Biden, corruption, and other Ukraine-related topics. The Ukraine narrative as well. Burisma, Hunter Biden, Mikola, who's the founder of Burisma, Ukraine interference in 2016 presidential election, to red flag the reporting as Russian disinformation. The operation was known as Round River. It started in December 2019 and went up to and through the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Even an administration official said it may have gone all the way to 2021, and the DNI Tulsi Gabbard was able to declassify assessments of this, and it did show that there were roughly 70 people, Jay, 70, that were all figures in the Ukraine-related impeachment of President Donald Trump, as well as the Biden-involved Ukraine scandal implicating him and his son Hunter in the big corruption scheme with Burisma Oil, and then him with the quid pro quo of getting rid of the prosecutor. Jay, this thing is bigger than people can possibly imagine. We're talking about a sitting U.S. president removing officials from another country so his son does not get prosecuted.
I mean, I was going to bring. I'm glad you got to that at the end, because I was going to bring up this guy is Joe Biden is on camera admitting to a quid pro quo.
He laughed about it. He was happy about it.
And nothing happens.
Nothing.
No one says anything. The media treats it like it was a joke. Oh, how funny. If President Trump said that, forget, you didn't have to be President Trump. If a Republican said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody who wasn't a Democrat, it would be investigated. Well, wait a minute. We got to get to the bottom of that. Who did he talk to? Who knows about this? Who did he send an email to? How long has this been in the works for? Remember Hunter Biden's laptop? Oh, it's Russian disinformation. We have 51 former intelligence officers tell us that Hunter Biden's laptop, that's all fake. It's all Russian disinformation. Has anybody gone to jail for that yet?
Nothing. Nobody's gone to jail for that. Nobody's gone to jail for the Anthony Weiner laptop. Nobody goes to jail anymore.
That's the frustrating part, because I'm telling you now, you can't, that lie about that Hunter Biden laptop, them burying that during 2020. Okay. What was the guy also interviewed? That Bobolinsky, that guy, was it Tony Bobolinsky? He was the
Something
one
like that. Yeah.
He knew all about Hunter Biden, everything that he was involved with Burisma, all the shady stuff. And the media wouldn't talk to this guy. They wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. And then
Jay,
they tell us that his laptop's fake. Anybody with a half a brain knew that laptop was real, and it was left by a crackhead at a repair shop.
All right, check this out. Okay, so I wanted to show people the video. Okay, I want to show people the video that we're talking about with Biden. So take a look at this, and we'll talk about it in a minute.
Press conference said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said, I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money.
If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money. That is the definition of a quid pro quo. That is the definition of interference in another country. And, that's international. That's an international incident right there. But the media treated it as though he's just protecting his son. There's nothing really going on. That's their logic there, the media.
Yeah, he basically, like I said, interfering with another country's affairs to protect his son. Does it get any worse than that? Is there more of an abuse of power?
No, and I can understand people might say, yeah, I would do the same for my son, but this is different because this man is a known corruption. He's known for corruption, and this is the most corrupt thing you can do, whether it's his son or not. No. He is just, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't look right. And then when you boast about it, when you brag about it, that makes it even worse. It's on video. He could be arrested right now. It is on video, but they won't do it.
And yeah, it's very frustrating. It's right in front of your face. You have him interfering with another country's affairs, literally telling them how to run their country to protect his son, who's getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in a company that he has no experience with what the company
he's never had any oil experience or anything.
Nothing. And protect his son? Well, wait a minute. I hear Democrats, all they ever tell me is nobody's above the law.
Well, let me show you. Actually, you know what? Since I want to switch topics for just a second. Jay, have you seen what's going on? I want to talk about Islam in just a second, because Islam is taking over like you would not believe. People hear about it. They see articles, they see this or that. I'm going to show you a visual that will show you how much Islam is actually taking over, not just America, but the entire world. First, though, I just want to mention our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have the absolute best in USA pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I mean, you can't beat it. You have, if you're watching this show, watching Secret America right now, you get 20% off your order with the code SECRET20. That's SECRET20. Put that in at checkout. You get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Do not miss out on that. Also, by design, the first Black president lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold. From the moment the CIA gave their project a name, all the way to the swearing in at the White House, through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audiobook or to grab you a signed copy with a personal message. All right, Jay. I got to show you what I'm talking about when it comes to Islam. Okay. It is unbelievable. So this is a graphic that I'm showing you, and it is from England. All right. And I'm going to tell you right now, in 1950, Jay, I'm going to compare. In 1950, there were 5 mosques in England in 1950. Okay. This is England today. All right. That's England on the left in 1950. This is England in 2026. That is Islam. Those are mosques.
That's a takeover.
Massively, without firing a shot.
That's a takeover. How many churches are left? That's decreased, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jay, there were 5 in 1950. There's 1,750 now in England. What is that? It's like a 10,000, 100,000% increase. I don't even know.
It covers the entire country.
Yeah.
There's no.
And notice that,
no
Jay.
land.
You're right. The entire. It's not clustered in one area. The whole country.
Yeah, that's a takeover. That's what that is.
Absolutely.
And when Islam takes over, and when they finally take over to the point where they're satisfied, all of the communists that help them are going to be killed.
Absolutely. See, that's the thing people don't understand. Islam is a peaceful religion when they are the minority. When they are the majority, that's when you see their real intentions come out. That's when you will see the power of Islam, the violence of Islam, the hate, the anger, the oppression. You will see it all if you allow them to be the majority. And England is allowing it, Jay. And England, boy, it's going to be bad. Once they feel they have enough people to take over, and I don't mean through elections, I mean physically take over, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and look what's happening in this country, and they'll say the right things. They'll frame their positions in something that doesn't sound as bad as it really is. They're never going to tell you the whole truth about their positions. They always frame it a certain way. They talk about it a certain way, where certain people, even if they don't vote for it, they won't be so scared of it to say, no, it's not even vote for it. It needs to get the hell out of here. Look what's going on in Michigan with Al Said. Look what's going on there. That guy has no business.
Going on? See what's going on in Dallas right now?
Well, but the guy Al Said, for example, 1 second on Dallas, he has no business holding political office in this country. Neither does Ilhan Omar. Neither does how many others. Neither does Zoran Mamdani. And it's happening here. So everybody, oh my God, look at England. Look at Texas.
They're allowing it. We're all allowing it. But let me show you what's
Minnesota.
I'm going to show you an even bigger sign that they are taking over. Okay, in Dallas Airport, they have a project now that consists of adding ablution stations. You know what ablution stations are? They are wudu foot washing stations for Islamic prayer. That way they can wash their feet and their hands before prayer. Okay, they are adding these stations to existing concourse level restrooms in Terminal D, 1 men's ablution station in existing men's restroom, 1 women's ablution station in existing women's restrooms, and it concludes reconfiguration of a concourse. Jay, they are now adding religious, I don't want to say artifacts, but religious tools to help them in their religion inside an airport bathroom in Dallas. This is real. This is real. They don't put crosses up for Christians to go pray, but they put out an ablution station so you can wash your hands and feet before you go pray on the ground.
Yeah, it's insane. And guess what? People say, "Oh, well, there is a chapel." Take it all out. I don't want any of it at that point. Then it's all got to go. And if this is where we're headed, and they get that because there's a chapel, then you know what? Take the chapel out. If that's what we have to do. I'm saying it. I'm Christian.
Is there a chapel in Dallas?
I don't know. I don't
think there is.
Maybe there is. But my point is, if that's their in, then the chapel that's got to go. Then listen, you don't need a chapel to pray to God. You don't need it. Okay.
Yeah. No. And Muslims pray anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't understand going out of our way, calls to prayer, all this crap. No, we don't do that here. We don't. If you want that, you do that in your mosque, which is whatever. But you don't get to disrupt everybody else's life because of your religion.
Well, the craziest part is they've actually, and people don't realize this, they have actually taken over an entire city. Dearborn, Michigan, in America, has been taken over. They have 5 calls to prayer around the entire city starting at 5 a.m. 5 calls to prayer throughout the day. The entire city council is Islamic Muslim. Okay, every single one of them. They have taken over an entire American city. And that right there, that is their blueprint for how they are going to take over America, Jay.
Absolutely. You're right. And U.S. citizens in the comments, he's saying that at the Dallas-Fort Worth, it's a room for all, but usually not used by Christians. But at the same time, why are we building these ablution, whatever this is, to wash your feet? Why are we building this?
It's ridiculous.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
You know what, then? I want something with holy water. I want that built.
No, we just need to cancel it all. There shouldn't be. It's an airport. It's an airport.
That's what I'm saying. And listen, where I used to work at Terminal 4, there is a place in that terminal too, because it's basically the biggest international terminal at JFK.
But for what purpose? It's an airport. Your job is just to get in and out. That's it.
I don't know. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's like I said, if you want to pray to God, you can do that without being in it physically in a chapel.
Yeah.
You could do that.
You don't need You don't need a big wooden cross, and you don't need a hand and foot washing station. It's ridiculous. All right, Jay.
It's completely ridiculous.
It is. Let's move on because I want to show you something that I absolutely love. Okay, the Democrats are fighting back against the socialists. Did you see how it happened? It happened with Francesca Hong, or however the hell you say her name. And what happened was there was a ballot dump around 2 a.m. for Francesca Hong, and you can see it on. I've got videos I want to show you. There was a ballot dump for her that went in her favor, and she suddenly jumped up into a high percentage over her opponent. But then 5 USBs suddenly went missing. The files on there were not the correct files. So what do? They wait until all the votes are in, Jay, so they know how much they need. Then they take them, go back to Central, and then put the files on there, then bring them back to be counted. I gotta say, Jay, you and I hate the stealing of elections, but I gotta say, I like the fact that they fought back against the socialists who were trying to steal the election. Let me show you the video real quick. I want to show you the reactions. Okay, the reactions are what matter. The reaction on NBC News of this man, Kornacki Cam, is priceless. This right here is when he actually sees the ballot dump for Francesca. Then I'm going to show you when he sees that the USBs are missing. Watch his reaction. It is priceless.
Okay. Wow. What the heck just came in brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Look at the percentages of now. She jumped up to 40.7 to 35.9 from that one ballot dump at like 2 a.m. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
He's speechless.
Question: was that that wasn't Central Count, was it?
That guy is absolutely speechless. Now, let me show you the one where he found out that the USBs are missing. This is when he realized that the cheating was going on. Okay? And that's the best part about this one, because this is when he actually realized, because when the ballot dump happened, he didn't think about it. But once this happened, he's like, whoa.
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them.
Look at his face. He's speechless.
Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well. So we can also
Got nothing to say.
look. It's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes,
It's unfortunate.
He said it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Are how do I ask this artfully?
He's got nothing to say. He's so stunned right now. He was so stunned, Jay. He had nothing to say. He couldn't. He had nothing to say.
I'm so sick and tired of this. I am so sick and tired of this every time. 5 things go missing, 5 whatever USB sticks. How? Are we just going to forget about that too, Jack? Is nobody going to try and figure out what happened here?
We know that they're going to cheat until election integrity is put in. But I got to say, for once, I like to see it going against the socialists. I like to see them actually fight back, because if the socialists take over, Jay, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And right now, in this particular election, Crowley is our friend.
Well, not anymore, because now we want Tom Tiffany to win. So, and it's going to
Well,
be harder.
now that she's
harder
out.
for him to beat Crowley than it would have been for him to beat Francesca Hong.
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't even want her having a chance, though. I don't want her having a chance. So
I get it. I get it. Let me put this, Jack, with this election. So this election now, they've called it obviously for Crowley. There's about 700 votes remaining outstanding.
I think they're probably going to end up doing a recount.
But I don't know. They might, because she's lost by, I don't know what the rules are in Wisconsin, what actually triggers an automatic recount, because she's only going to lose by 0.5%.
I know.
So it's 39.8.
Go ahead.
I don't know
There's a
what the rules
closer
are
one.
there. So 39.8 to 39.3. She's going to lose in an election in the Democrat primary. There are over 700,000, around 700,000 votes cast. She's going to lose by less than 4,000 votes. Now, point is, John Thune, you think you need to pass the Save America Act? Because that's very close. And 4,000 votes in an election that large, you're telling me you can't find 4,000 votes that were fraudulent out of 700,000? Because somebody is a citizen.
That was the whole point of the sticks. The sticks were done after the ballot dump.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah. Who's on those? But who's on those sticks? Are they citizens? Are they dead? Are there dogs voting? Because we know that's happened before. So
who knows?
The message from the Republicans: make the vote personal, because it is personal. So I hear Democrats all the time talking about the right to vote. The right to vote. The right to vote doesn't mean anything if my vote can possibly be canceled out by a fraudulent vote.
Oh,
what
absolutely.
is my right to vote worth if I cast a vote not knowing that whether it's going to actually matter because there's fraud going on? So the bottom line is, one fraudulent vote in any election is one fraudulent vote too many. Make it personal. And I don't get why Republicans can't message this to people to say, maybe if they're not even Republicans, they could say, you're right. Anybody that I want.
You're frozen, Jay. Okay, so Jay's frozen for the moment. So I'm gonna look at it from a different point of view, rather than talking about election integrity all the time, because it's not gonna change. They're not gonna. We talk about it all the time. I want to say
I froze, didn't I?
Yeah. You were frozen for about 30 seconds. But the thing is, I understand we want our votes to count, but we talk about it all the time. It's not going to change anything. So what I want to look at, though, is the point from where Democrats actually fought back against the socialists. They used the moves that they usually use against us, and at least they used it for something that I can agree with. Maybe I don't like the way they did it. I don't like that it's a possibility. That's what I don't like, the fact that it's a possibility. But the fact that they did it against her, that's great. I wish they would have done it against Syed. And now I believe, Jay, they might start fighting back. This might be the moment that they start fighting back now.
So they're going to fight back by cheating. I guess.
I honestly don't care. Yeah.
But they're going to use it against us in a general election. But the thing is,
we already know that, Jay.
They didn't want we know they didn't want Francesca Hong. That's why Bernie Sanders stayed away from her. That's why even AOC stayed away from her. But and here's another thing. Here's what else we learned last night. Mike Lindell in Minnesota. Mike Lindell. What did you said amnesty, Mike Lindell?
Big mistake.
And that's what happens to you. If you're a Republican, the only time you should ever say the word amnesty is if the word no comes before the word amnesty. Otherwise, never say the word. And if you're anybody, regardless if you're a Republican, a Democrat, or independent, whatever you are, and you want to win an election, don't say you want to cancel Thanksgiving. That's the lessons we learned last night.
Absolutely, man. That's insane. I mean, she said you want to cancel Thanksgiving, so I'm glad she lost. He said amnesty, which is the trigger word for Republicans. You never say amnesty unless you have the word no in front of it.
That's
you know what I mean? Otherwise, you're just going to get yourself in trouble. And as you can see, he lost like 30 points from that one word. 30 points.
Got
Yeah.
killed. And
It's
and
his own
Jack,
fault.
After he said it the first time, I was like, all right, maybe he didn't mean it that way, or
Yeah,
maybe
because
he's
it was
gonna
in an article, you know? So I was
But
wondering.
but my point is, he didn't walk it back. He like tripled down on it.
Yeah, he tried to explain and say, "Oh no, I didn't mean amnesty," but that's exactly what it means. Work visas for people that haven't committed crimes. That's amnesty.
It's amnesty, and it's like, bro, that is the third rail of for Republican. Instantly,
Oh, absolutely,
fried. Instantly
absolutely.
fried. Career over.
All right, Jay. I want to every once in a while now, I'm going to pull up something just to try to remind people of what's happened in the past to us, to America, and to the world. So I've got something here that I want to show everybody. Okay. And this is going to be Remember When. Every once in a while, we're going to do a little segment called Remember When, where we actually show you a video from the past that you may have forgotten about, things that everybody may have forgotten about. And I'm going to show it to everybody right now. I want you guys to check this out. So, Jay, everybody remembers what happened during COVID, right? But what I don't think people remember is how insane the propaganda got. The propaganda, I'm not talking about the death counts. I'm not talking about the cheeseburgers for vaccines. I am talking about the most insane propaganda that I have ever witnessed. And I want you guys to remember this now.
The vaccine.
By the way, this is propaganda to the max. It can't get any more than this.
Vaccine.
Vaccine. Oh my God, Jay. Not only was that propaganda, but that vaccine killed many, many people, and it maimed others. These people were given their marching orders, but they didn't just say, you know, take the vaccine, it'll help you. They actually went out there and they had people dressed as needles, okay? Dressed as actual hypodermic needles. They had cartoon needles on the screen. It said the vaccine. And then they actually danced. They danced just like all the nurses, if you guys remember that. All the nurses that were dancing in, by the way, empty hospitals. For everybody that doesn't know, most of those hospitals were actually empty. That's why the nurses had time to dance.
How do you have time to dance if you have people in a hospital?
Well, I have lots of firsthand accounts where people actually went there and hospitals were empty, not filled to the max like people said. They were empty.
That's the point. If you're overloaded with patients, how do you guys have time to choreograph a dance?
The propaganda,
do it.
It was the biggest propaganda operation I have ever seen in my life. I mean, the vaccine, they knew that it had a 99.7% or higher survival rate. They knew that. They knew that the flu killed more people than this. But yet they pulled out all the stops to be able to push the vaccine down your throat. And that right there you got to be asking yourself why. Why would they push this so hard, knowing that it kills less people than the flu? But they're pushing the vaccine like it's something you must take. They make it mandatory for a lot of people. And it's just insane because that's why. I personally think that the vaccine, because nobody knows what the vaccine had in it. There's not a single person that actually knows what's in the vaccine. So I think that the vaccine took some of Robert Malone's technology, the Myrna technology, which was great technology. They just misused it. They took that and then they put in some stuff that could possibly hurt you later. Maybe it could even be activated at a later date. You ever heard of the 5G waves, the 5G lights that are put in all the light poles all across America?
Yeah, we talked about that on a show once.
It's It's very possible. See, the thing is, this type of technology is possible. You could have those things going through your veins right now. Maybe that's where the white fibrous blood clots come from. Did you ever see those monstrous white, thick, fibrous blood clots they pulled out of people's veins that killed them?
Squid. Looks like squid.
Exactly. That's where this could have come from. And the things that are running through your veins right now, if you got the Myrna vaccine, the things that are coursing through your veins could be activated based on a microwave. And I'm not talking about the thing that heats up your pizza. I'm talking about a wave, that can act like a 5G wave that can come from a pulse and a signal that they turn on.
And if that's possible. But if that's too far for people to say, oh, that's not going to happen. Well, here's what might happen, which is way more, I mean, feasible for anybody who's not saying, oh, I don't believe in that. How about this? What's this going to do to the kids that were forced to get that vaccine 15, 20 years from now when they want to have children? What's going to happen? Do we even know? Because we know it caused miscarriages. We know it caused miscarriages, and Fauci lied about that. We know because of his diary, he lied about all that stuff. And all that dancing that Colbert was doing there, was all in tribute to Dr. Fauci, the science guy who took the, Fifth Amendment 111 times a couple of weeks ago. So this whole thing is falling apart. And, usually the truth comes out, and now it is coming out. But at this point, for people that were forced to take these vaccines, I feel very bad for you. And don't let anybody tell you weren't forced, because if they threaten your job, if they threaten your career, what you used to put food on the table, what you earned, and what you strove to do with your life, they threaten to take that from you, or else you get this shot. You're being forced. So you were forced to take something that nobody knows what the hell was in it, what the long-term effects of it are, what the short-term effects of it are, nothing. And then you have this idiot dancing on TV. Yes, that right there is state-run propaganda.
Absolutely. It's no different than Russian or Nazi propaganda. They all ran Stalin. They all ran the radio stations and the TV stations, and this is the type of shit they put on. But for people that think it's not possible, that they couldn't have put, some stuff, I think it's like some type of metal or some type of conduit that they put inside the vaccine, and that can be triggered based on 5G waves. If you think it's not possible, do some research on it, because I'm going to tell you right now, there is no reason that they would want you to get the vaccine, because we've seen that it might even sterilize people based on what's in it. But there's no reason that they would want people to mass get a vaccine unless it will do something to them later on in the future. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it, especially when money is not the reason. Pharmaceutical companies, everything, they are trillionaires. They're rich as they could possibly be. Money is not the reason. The reason is because they know that what they can do is take the Myrna technology, which is where you have, you put it in through the liposomes and it goes into your cells. It actually goes into the cell. And if they can put things into the cell that's activated by waves, have you ever seen, let me think. Have you ever seen the things that, how about this, with some kind of virtual reality thing, right? That's disconnected. That's not connected to anything. It's wireless. It's completely wireless. The thing that is inside that virtual reality, that is something that could be inside your body in small pieces, okay? And then the wireless connectivity of 5G waves or 6G or whatever it is could eventually cause you to, have you ever seen, okay, Jay, let's say there's a civil war. Let's say they want to control the population in the future, right? What's a great way to do it? You force people to put something in their body that they have no idea what it is, and then if they come after you, you flip the switch. I would say that's the easiest way to do it.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if they can do it, they would love to be able to do that. I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. Hopefully we never find out, but there is definitely something. You guys can believe what you want to believe. There's definitely something more to this vaccine. Absolutely. As hard as they pushed it, as what we just watched. And that was just one of them. It was over and over. The guilting, the shaming, telling you that you're killing your grandmother, telling you that you're the reason why we're still locked down. You're the reason why your kid still isn't at school.
Telling you to die.
You're going to die.
You're not coming to the hospital. We're not going to treat you if you're unvaccinated.
Can't come to the hospital. You shouldn't be treated. You're going to face a winter of severe illness and death that came right out of the mouth of the president.
Your mother snitching on you.
Snitch lines. people, National Guard walking down the street with curfew shooting paintballs at people.
That
in
was
Minnesota.
Unbelievable, Jay. You
That
saw
was in
the National Guard walking down the street, and there's videos of them saying, get in your effing house.
Right.
I mean, that's shit you see like in World War II movies. What the hell is going on?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. So
And we
I
took
feel
it.
like there's some, and people took it. And that's what I feel like there's something more to this that we haven't found out yet. I personally believe that it's going to be that a lot of these kids that they gave this shot to who didn't need the shot, because no kids were dying of COVID. Zero, literally zero. 99.99999 did not die of COVID under a certain age. And they were making these kids get it. I think these kids are just not going to be able to have children. That's what I think.
And that's probably, I think that's going to be a side effect of this. But I personally think the best way to control a population, if they start to get out of control, is to actually be able to remote control them. And I don't mean when they flip the switch, you're going to start doing what they want. I mean, when you flip the switch, it could kill you, it could cause whatever problem. And that's the best way to control a population. It's if you have the technology, Jay, the technology that we don't even know they have. Like the wireless technology, the microwaves type technology, the technology that they supposedly reverse engineer from aliens. If they have this type of technology, there's technology we don't know about. That's 100% sure. So if they have something like this, the easiest way to control a population is to do it. Now you can remote control them. You flip the switch, whoever took the vaccine, maybe their heart, stops. Who knows? Because I can tell you right now that there is a lot more to this, because it's not just, sterilization is probably going to be a side effect, but there is so much to this that we don't know. And once they started putting in the 5G things every single every road now, every major road and everything has the 5G lights now with 5G wireless capability, which for one thing doesn't make any sense. Why would you need wireless capability on a light? But there you go. It surrounds the entire country. At the same time, the vax is coming out, and at the same time, they're forcing it down your throat.
Well, that would be wild. And
would be, yeah.
Yeah, it would be wild. We'll see.
And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's plausible. Because if I have the technology and I want to control the country, control the people, I would love to have something where if I can put something in their body where I could flip a switch and they just drop dead. So I don't have to worry about them fighting back against me.
Yeah, in theory, it makes sense. And like we said, there's something wrong with that whole period of time. Way off.
Absolutely.
Way off. Way off when you look back at it now. Because kind of sometimes when you're in it, you see crazy stuff. But then when you look back, and you'd be like, wow, it was a lot worse than I even realized while it was going on.
All right, Jay, I have something that I think is going to shock everybody, okay? It's shocking, but it's not surprising, okay? Those are two different things. One is shocking, you're like, whoa, but the surprising, it's two different things. I want to show you this, Jay. I'm going to tell you about it. Okay, so Cook County, which we all know is Chicago and Illinois, right? Cook County's state attorney admitted that murder suspects on electronic monitoring, the ankle monitors, get two unmonitored free to roam days per week. In a recent interview, the Cook County State's attorney, Eileen O'Neill Burke, confirmed that Illinois law requires a minimum of 2 free to roam days each week for anybody on electronic monitoring. During those days, they are not tracked. She said 87 defendants charged with murder or attempted murder are currently on electronic monitoring, and that everybody gets 2 days. Another 181 charged with sexual assault. Roughly 10 to 12% of the more than 3,200 people are monitoring right now. And guess what? There's over 300 of them that are already AWOL. They left on one of those free to roam days, never seen again.
No, I'm shocked. I can't believe that they would leave.
How can you have free to roam? Jay, that's state law, too. That's not even something that she's doing.
What is the reason for this? Because we feel sorry for them?
Yeah. Feel sorry for a murder suspect. Why would you monitor them and then turn the monitor off? What is the point?
Again, this is suicidal empathy crap.
It's sick.
It's insane. It's insanity.
It is.
You're a dangerous person to the point, or untrustworthy to the point where we have to ankle monitor. We have to put a monitor on your ankle. But No, we'll trust you on those couple of days because you know what? We're doing you a favor. So we think you're going to do the right thing for us, and
And this
you're
is
not going to
state law. The whole
insanity.
state's law. I don't get it.
When this is Illinois, so when did that genius Elliot was Pritzker the one that signed this into law?
I'm going to look into it right now and see when this law was put into place because this is insane. I mean, who would ever even think of this law, and why would you do it?
I'm telling you, it's come to the point. I say it. If you're voting for Democrats, I just got to know. I have to understand. I need to understand why.
It's even worse for socialist Democrats.
But if you're somebody that cares about self-preservation, even, what are you voting? Every time you're voting for a Democrat, I'm not saying Republicans are like, oh, great. No, Republicans may not solve any of your problems, but Democrats are causing all of them. I know that.
Absolutely.
I'd rather have a Republican that does nothing than a Democrat that does anything at this point because everything they do is freaking crazy.
You were right. So I'm going to read this to you. It is part of Illinois' Safety Act, Public Act 101, signed into law in early 2021 by Governor J.B. Pritzker. The relevant statute mandates that individuals on pretrial home confinement with or without electronic monitoring must be given movement time to spread over no fewer than 2 days per week for basic activities such as shopping, laundry, medical appointments, work, school, or treatment. Jay, it doesn't make any sense, but I will say it was at the height of suicidal empathy, right after the George Floyd bullshit, right after that, early 2021, it was at the height of suicidal empathy. That's what you get. That's what you get.
Oh, I love. We talk about all the names all the time. The names that they come up with for these ridiculous bills. That the names have literally nothing. They're actually the opposite of what the bill actually is. In this case, it's called the safety. Yeah,
they just try to make acronyms. They just want.
How do you feel, Jack? Does that make you feel safe? Does that make you feel
Hell
safe?
no, dude. What if you got a person that's a triple murderer, okay? And he's on an ankle monitor. He knows that he's going to be found guilty and go to prison for the rest of his life. So on his free roam days, he just takes off, goes and murders people in other states. That's not safe at all.
It's like catch and release at the border. The same thing. That's another thing. That's Democrats. Oh, no, you're here illegally? Here you go. Here's a notice. Oh, make sure you get your free phone and everything else we got to give you for free. But then you're free to go. And we'll trust you to come back for your court hearing in a couple of years. I'm telling you, I'll say it again. If you're voting for Democrats, and I'm not saying you got to vote for Republicans, that's fine. That's fine.
Nuts.
But if you're voting for Democrats, you need to explain to me rationally why.
Especially if you're voting for Democrat socialists. That's even worse.
Oh, it's even worse. I mean, they're just completely off the chain.
Yeah,
and
gone.
By the way, real quick, Jack, since we're talking about it, this just came down about Al Said. His campaign just confirmed that he still follows Sharia law in his personal life.
Yeah, I heard that's insane. That's insane. And he wants to implement. He's going to implement it wherever he is.
Of course he does. Of course he does. His campaign, they're putting out Blues Clues videos where he's in Blues Clues. Did you see that one?
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's doing that. He's singing Taylor Swift. First of all, you revoke your man card if you're doing Taylor Swift, and whatever other video he did was completely. I mean, I'm sorry,
But Jay,
gay.
A person like this has no business being in office.
It's no business being in the United States.
What happened to the 1776 style? What happened to that? What happened to that air of what happened to that aura, Jay? What happened to having values and principles? And we just don't have that anymore. Every new generation has less and less respect for American traditions, American people, and just American culture. But it's all, Jay, all of it is because of the media's propaganda. Every single bit of it.
Listen, you said 1776. At this point, I'll take 1996. Bring me back to 1996.
Dude, I'll take the George Bush days, man.
I mean, really. Let's get back to there, and we'll start there and make sure it doesn't get any worse from there.
Remember the days after 9/11? That was the days. I'm not saying 9/11 was great, but the days afterward when America came together and everybody was pro-America. That is how we need to be.
You will never get that again, no matter what happens, because then I've said this in the past before. I've never said this to you. If 9/11 happened today, instantaneously, 40 to 50% of the country would be blaming the United States or another country, we know who it is, and would say we deserved it. We had it even back then. But it would be instant online. Oh, well, we deserve this.
Dude, it would be before it happened, right before. And then it would be right before it happened. Then we have to investigate these people. How do they know it was going to happen? They're celebrating before it even happens.
Exactly. And also, yes, after 9/11, no matter what your political bent was, Republican, Democrat, whatever, yes, the country came together and said, no,
it was great.
We got to do something about this.
That was America, Jay. That's the America we need. But Obama divided that America, Jay. We were that America until 2008. He purposefully divided that America. And you can see that in the book by design. And Jay, I want to thank Hickser. He said his wife, Clipper Chick, ordered the book on audio today, and she's already on chapter 6. I hope she's enjoying the book. You can get it on audiobook. But Jay,
I'm on chapter 6 too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know that much. I'm happy to say that, there's 21 reviews on Amazon so far, and they are all 5 stars. But the next book, like I said, it's going to be done in less than a month, and it is already really, really good. I'm on chapter 6 myself of writing the book.
Writing your new book. Yeah,
absolutely. All right.
A little different. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Go ahead. You got something?
No. That was it. I mean, this Al Saeed thing. I mean, it comes back from his 2009 comments. He said it's a lifelong obligation. Bro, guys, what? They're telling you, and people still.
That's the thing. You got to believe them when they tell you who they are.
Yes.
So, Jay, you remember the Supreme Court justice, the head of the Supreme Court in Brazil? Remember when he was fighting with Elon about X, and then he banned X?
Yeah.
Well, now get this. He just ordered Discord to suspend live streaming within 3 business days. This man is out of control. He's saying,
right? Oh no, Lula's the president. Who's the Supreme Court justice?
No, it's the Supreme Court justice is the guy who has all the power. I'm going to find out real quick. I can't remember his name, but he looks like Voldemort. He's got the bald head and the eyebrows. He is a crazy guy, but somehow, Jay, since he's the head of the Supreme Court, he has all the power. The president has no power, none. He banned X unilaterally. All right. He banned it unilaterally. It's unbelievable. And for some reason, even though I put it in there, it tells me the head of the president, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted the Supreme Court, the Brazilian Chief Justice's name. That's what I want. But that's why AI is still. Apparently, okay. So they want it to stop live streaming within 3 business days over child safety. And it's all of it because one 13-year-old girl died by suicide. One 13-year-old girl, and they want to ban the entire thing. They don't say what was the girl's problem, what was going on with her, why was she depressed. They say, oh, it must have been the app. Let's ban live streaming.
Talk about looking for an excuse.
His name is, I think it's Edson Fashion. I think that's his name. I'm going to look it up real quick.
Edson Fascist.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? That is really good, actually. I want to look it up. I want you to see his picture, Jay. I want you to see his picture.
Something out of Lord of the Rings.
Oh my God, dude, he looks like the actual. So, like I said, he has unilateral power for some reason. Even though he's part of a Supreme Court and there's a president, he has unilateral power to do whatever he wants. Because, like I said, he banned X. Okay, here it goes. I want you to see this guy. Let me find the best picture of him. He is the epitome of a villain, Jay. I mean, the absolute. Think of a villain right now. Think of a villain. This will be that guy. All right, here, I'm going to pull it up. I want you to see this. Take a look. Let me pull this up. Take a look at this right here. He is the epitome of a villain. Come on, add to stay. Look at that. That's him.
Oh yeah.
That is the guy that has all the power in Brazil, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
That guy's evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at those eyes.
It's unbelievable. Jay, he looks like a villain in a movie, but he actually plays a villain in real life. How does the Supreme Court justice, even if he's the chief, have unilateral power to do whatever he wants? Dude, he tells the president what to do.
I don't know. I guess that's how they roll in Brazil. No, thank you. No. And Discord, like you said, you can't prove that discord was the reason. That's unfortunate that this girl took her own life, but how do you just right? That's it. Okay.
I mean, look at
right
this.
away. There he is. There he is.
Even the Los Angeles Times knows how dirty he is. Crusading judge tests the boundaries of free speech in Brazil because he banned X completely. Now he's trying to ban Discord from live streaming. This dude is a villain if I've ever seen one. And YJ, if you ban all that stuff, what's left to get your news? Where do you get your news from if all the apps outside the world are banned? If you're in a bubble in Brazil?
Welcome to China. Welcome to Russia. Welcome to Iran. There you go. That's what
State
you got.
media. That's exactly what you get. That's exactly what he wants. And for some reason, Jay, the military and the police all listen to this guy. He doesn't have the power to do these things, but they all listen. They take orders from him. I don't get it.
Why?
I don't get it.
What's going on down there? What's going on?
Somebody needs to know. Somebody needs to find out.
Yeah, like what's the deal with this dude? Who does he know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dude, since when does the Supreme Court justice have more unilateral single power than the president?
No, shouldn't. Of course not. But
crazy.
What type of system of government did I have then? We're talking about a straight democracy because
it's a normal type of just like
but I'm saying like we're in a when people say when it drives me crazy when Republicans say it too and Democrats say it, our democracy. Well, we're not a democracy. We're a republic, a representative republic, a constitutional republic where you can't have the tyranny of the majority just make rules and laws and this and that. Thank God. I don't know what's going on in Brazil. But this guy seems to even outweigh that. I mean,
he does. He does. And Jay, since we just got a few minutes left, I want to talk about a couple more things. Check this out. This is something I really like. Okay. ICE is reportedly equipping agents with gloves that can deliver electric shock if people are resisting the officers. I think that's awesome. Are you kidding me?
I love it. I got to laugh at this one because I saw this and I'm like, this is amazing.
It's
great. I know they were looking for like former cops to come back, and I this might get me back. I
with
want
the gloves. I think you'd have to.
I want a pair of gloves, and my only condition would be that I can only use them when it's raining.
Yeah, and we got a live stream. If you go back, I will live stream every time you're there. We'll do Cops ICE episodes like Cops, but the gloves, Jay. The gloves are awesome. I mean, imagine you know someone's pushing your boundaries. Someone's trying to hit you. You know, they're on top of you. All you got to do is grab their arm. And man, that is great invention. Why hasn't this been invented before?
I don't know, but I love it. I saw
it.
That.
It's
like,
wonderful.
This is great.
It is.
I got to get a pair.
Honestly, you got to get a pair for civilians too. It's just too cool to sit on the shelf.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. I don't know.
Well, you know, somebody will end up doing it, and when they do, I'm buying a pair.
Yeah, get them real quick before they get banned.
And they will. They absolutely will. Okay, Jay, this is going to hit a little close to home for you, but I love the way the NYPD handled this. Okay. So Mayor Zorhan Mamdami's office claimed that the NYPD would provide security detail for his wife during her trip to Syria and Lebanon. Both countries are on the State Department's do not travel list due to terrorism risks. The NYPD made it clear that they will not send officers to those places for personal travel. Mamdami has a long record of attacking the same police department, calling it wicked and corrupt and demanding it be defunded. But this is wonderful, Jay. They stood up and they said, no, we're not providing, security for personal travel detail for your wife. This is a local police department and not some international, security detail.
Yeah. What business is she doing? Where those countries are on the no travel list because they're terrorist havens.
And she wants to go as a Muslim. She's a Muslim.
What business does she have that she needs to go to? Why is she going there? That's my question. I don't know if anybody answered that yet. I get the whole NYPD thing is like the shiny object, and that's great that they told her to go screw
Lebanon, Jay. Those are the two biggest terrorist risks right now. You got Israel bombing Lebanon because of the terrorist risk in there, and then you've got Syria, who has always been at the center of terrorism, and now a Muslim wife, the wife of a Muslim, an Islamist, wants to go there for personal travel, not on official business. Jay, why would you? She's not vacationing in Syria or Lebanon.
That's exactly right. That's the question. Everybody's focused on the NYPD, which, like I said, that's great. I'm glad they told us, screw
Absolutely.
you. We're not sending anybody there because
No.
they're on the no travel list from the United States government because you go there, you get blown up.
Yeah.
Why are you going there?
Nuts. It's nuts. And nobody, Jay, nobody will investigate this reason. Nobody.
And here's another thing. During his campaign, people brought up a lot of stuff his wife said, horrible stuff that she said over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And his answer was, well, she's a private person. Well, not anymore, she's not.
No.
First of all, not anymore, she's not. But okay, they let him get away with that one. That would never fly for anybody else, a Republican certainly. But they let it fly. But now all of a sudden, she's a private person who's going to Syria and Lebanon, but she wants the NYPD. No, private people don't get that. They don't even ask for that. And then why is she going to this country? What is she doing in this country other than no good?
Yeah. And Jay, she's going. Listen to this. I just found out why. I did a little investigation. I found out why. Guess what? She has family in Syria and Lebanon.
Okay.
Actual Jay, imagine the type of people that still live in Syria and Lebanon right now. Not refugees. I'm talking about the actual type of, and you're frozen again, Jay, just so you know, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. You're frozen. I'm guessing that the weather is too good right now in New York, and that's why you keep freezing. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
go
let me
ahead.
tell
I
you,
heard
Jay,
the last thing I heard you say was, why imagine having people that still live in Syria and Lebanon. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, Jay, most of the people that still live in Syria and Lebanon haven't fled, aren't refugees. They're usually, interconnected with terrorism. Now she has family that lives in Syria and Lebanon. How convenient, Jay, that a Muslim that's the wife of the man who runs New York City happens to be a Muslim and have family in Syria and Lebanon. That's the perfect excuse to go to Syria and Lebanon.
I think maybe an investigation should be done into who her family is and maybe see if they have
Absolutely.
any ties. I'm not saying they do. Maybe they do. Maybe that should be
I'm not either,
investigated
but
now. Well,
you
no, I'm
have
saying
to. You have to.
that should be investigated. What are you going there for? Does your family have ties to any terrorists? We'd like to know
Yeah.
now because you're gonna come back. We think.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Jay. There's you have to investigate this, especially you need to do background checks on her family and you need to find out, your trip itinerary. Where are you going? Why are you going there? I mean, if you're using taxpayer funds, and Jay, this is a taxpayer funded trip, by the way. They are using taxpayer funds to go on this private trip. And if you are, that means your itinerary should be public. Everything
100%.
you do should be public.
100%. If that's true, if that is true, Jack, the taxpayers are paying for it for her flight.
Yep.
And her stay. If that's
I
true,
don't know about the accommodations, but definitely the flight. I don't know if she's staying with family or not.
That's it. If one penny of taxpayer money is being used for this trip, we have a right to know everything she's doing.
Absolutely. And what airline flies to those countries still from America? You would think it would have to be a private jet.
I don't know. Good question.
I don't know any airline that'll fly direct to Syria, Lebanon.
Maybe she's getting landing somewhere else and driving the rest. I don't know.
It's a very dangerous area. Anyways,
you think, yeah.
It's freaking crazy. Okay. Yeah. Guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You do not want to miss out on the deal. Right now, it's 10% off everything and free shipping anywhere in the United States. But since you're a viewer of Secret America, you get 20% off just by typing in the code SECRET20, SECRET20. And you have got to check out their new Remember 9/11 line. It's at the beginning of the shop, maxassociates.etsy.com. It is absolutely awesome. Also, there is Secret America gear that is available now at secretamericalive.com. I mean, we got the shirts, the hats, the mugs, anything you could possibly need. A vanilla candle, it is wonderful. All you have to do is go to secretamericalive.com or scan the QR code at the top right. Just go check it out. Something will tickle your fancy. I can promise you that because we have a bunch of awesome stuff. Okay, make sure you guys check out the new book. It is a lot. It is really good. By Design, the First Black President lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold. You get to experience them with him in a cinematic political thriller. From the moment the CIA gave their project the name to all the way to the swearing in at the White House through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's a fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon.com or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audio book or to grab a signed copy.
Everyone's
with a
an
personal
important piece of the
message.
puzzle and
Guys,
has a
make
role to
sure
play.
you follow us.
When
and
you're on
subscribe.
God's team,
we,
no one
we
sits
want
on
to
the
know that we're
bench.
making
On
an
God's
impact.
team,
It really
there
helps
is no
when you
bench.
guys subscribe to
Yay,
X, YouTube,
welcome.
Rumble, Kick,
I
and
am
Instagram.
so
It's
excited
all
to be with
Secret
you
America
today.
Secret America
If you're new to
TV.
Flavor Conservatives,
Every
our
single
slogan
one
is
of those
wake
is
up,
Secret America
speak
TV,
up,
X,
and
YouTube, Rumble,
show
Kick,
up.
Instagram.
And we are going to
Make
be
sure
hearing
you
a
guys
lot about
follow
that
us.
today.
We are
I am ready
live
for today's show.
every
I've got my camo
single
on. I got my
weekday.
One
All right,
Nation
Jay, I
under
think we've
God.
solved
I got
all
my
the
camel
problems we
pants,
can for
and
one
I have
day.
my
So for
shiny
Jay
shoes,
Gatling,
and I
I am
have my
Jack
fighting
Danger.
ring.
Thank you
So
for
I think a
watching
lot of you guys
Secret
have heard the
America.
story. David got me this ring. I think we were married for like 8 or 9 years, and bought it from a jeweler in Kansas that had designed it, but it is really, really big, and it's really, really heavy. And it's got like a lot of like pointy places to it, and I call it my fighting ring. If I was to ever, somebody ever tried to grab me or something, I just bam, just pop them right here with this ring. And I could definitely get away. It is very heavy and very sharp. So I got my fighting ring on, One Nation Under God, camo hat, camo pants, shiny shoes. This is a big, big day. And of course, One Nation Under God. So I want to do a shout out to the contributors of today's prophetic report. It was really cool. As things were lining up, I was texting back and forth with Terry Strange, and she was like, I can't wait to see how it all comes together. I was like, me too. I absolutely love to see how God puts it together. And I was texting with Dawn Leonard, just letting her know, actually it was an email to Dawn, just letting her know, man, it is really exciting to see how these videos came through and written prophetic words and how they lined up with the contributors. We're talking multiple words in today's show were sent from several contributors. And so God was really highlighting is these 3 things: earthquakes, eclipse, and fire. And we're going to be talking about all 3 of those and the significance of that during this time. So the contributors today were Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the time, effort, prayer, everything that you put into this week's prophetic report. I am so thankful, and I love working with each one of you. I was, as I was thinking about today's show and going back through last week and the week before, God reminded me of this word from Hank Kuhneman. I highlighted it last week again because it had to do with sound, but I want to share this with you because I think it's very significant. So Hank Kuhneman, on July the 26th, 2026, he was at the Ryman in Nashville, Tennessee. The Lord said through him, a new technology will arise, and there will be a sound that will be released. And they will say, light travels at a sound. We must use sound and we must use light, for we have discovered that we do not need a knife for surgery, for there will come sound waves and light that will go into veins and hearts and eradicate cancer, reverse cells, and even cause the immune system to be strengthened and autoimmune to be reversed. And diabetes shall be something of the past. Watch how light and sound are being released, for I speak it from this place, Nashville, that shall even cause Alzheimer's, dementia, and a sound of frequency and light within their eyes shall reach their soul and reverse it in a twinkling of an eye. This is what I speak. So as I, heard that, so I heard it a couple of weeks ago, and it made me think of, a red light, which we've done several shows with Jonathan Otto on that. But then last week I brought that up. But as God highlighted again this week, I thought, oh my gosh, I wanted to share something with you guys, something that we've been using for many years now, and it's called the Wave Watch. And the creator of this, Linda Bammer Olson, loves Jesus. I mean, just an amazing, amazing woman. And she came up with this frequency watch that has actually changed so many people's lives. So it's changed my life, for example. So I had gallbladder issues, and this went back to like 2012, and I had gone off the fats as much as I possibly could to try to save my gallbladder. Had a lot of issues because I went off of fats, even with being able to think properly. It really aged me, just all of these different things. And but I was able to get rid of the gallbladder pain. So then fast forward to October of this last year, and the pain came back, and I was in pain quite a bit, and even the issues that I was having prior with gallbladder. And so I was like, man, I cannot do the fat thing again, because I know that was not good for me. And I contacted Linda, and she said, there's a place on your watch that you can actually put it on, and it will help with your gallbladder. I put it on that, and I'm telling you, within a few minutes, all gallbladder pain left. That was in 2025, and it has not returned. So absolutely amazing.
And then your sister-in-law having
Yes.
back pain. You guys were on a trip, and you're like, hey, you should try this. She tried it, ended up buying the watch so she could have it home, and now every time I see her, she always has it on.
Always has it on, and the back pain has completely disappeared. Another thing too, Avery, is Thomas. He was having some teeth pain. He had teeth pain and put on the watch. Talk about what happened with that.
Yeah, we went into the dentist, and like, you need to get, XYZ done. And so we're like, oh, you need to think about this a little more, because that's, we didn't want to do certain surgeries. So we used the watch, and all pain dissipated right away, like literally within 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
And he's not had any pain at all since. And I'd say that was like a year ago.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. So these are frequencies, and we've had story after story after story. We, obviously interviewed Linda on multiple occasions, and then interviewed her son, John, which John's going to continue coming on the show. But I wanted to play this quick commercial for you so that you can get an idea of this frequencies, because I'm like, I'm not saying that this is what he was prophesying, but he was talking about sounds and frequencies, and this is something that we've been using and we've had huge success with. So check out this quick commercial.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Linda had this really cool story when she was on the show that she shared that a husband had bought the Wave Watch for his wife, and at night they would snuggle. They were an older couple that had been married for years and years and years, and she would wear the Wave Watch at night, but he would snuggle with her and hold her. And he said that the numbness in his feet went away. So he wasn't even wearing it. He just happened to, be right there by her. Numbness in her feet, in his feet completely went away. And he had had it for years and years and years. And a Wave Watch is something that you can use, but you could also share with other people. Like we had my brother and my sister-in-law use this when we were on vacation, so they could try it to see if, hey, are you getting great results as well? So it's something that you can share and other people can use. So they've given us a promo code of flyover with 15% off. So when you go to wavewatch.com/flyover, when you use that promo code flyover, you get 15% off. So I wanted to highlight that just based on, this prophetic word. I just thought that was really powerful, and it's something that's changed our life. The other thing I wanted to highlight from that prophetic word, because he's talking about two different things. He's talking about frequencies and he's talking about light. And Jonathan Otto, we've had on the show multiple times as well. And this is a product that we've been using for quite a while now and have had huge success as a family as well. And that's red light. When you go to myredlight.com, Jonathan Otto is somebody that's done many documentaries on cancer. I mean, he is just somebody that others really look up to and respect a lot. That's Jonathan right there. And he's come on the show talking about what light has done for people. And some of the things I was hearing in this prophetic word from Hank Kuhneman, these are things that they're addressing with the red light as well. And you can go to that site, check it out, just look at all of the success stories. But Avery, I wanted you to share, because this is something that's been very impactful for you, that you actually, even on your honeymoon, you took with you because you've had so much success with the red light.
Yeah, so I have a lot of like stomach, gut issues, hormone issues, things like that. So I actually carry it everywhere with me. I have the wrap. Let me scroll down to it. The Pro Belt right here, the Therapy Pro Belt. And I bring that with me everywhere. So I brought it on my honeymoon. I take it on every trip. It's actually my backpack right now because I had it at home and then I'm going to use it today in the studio. I use it all the time. So if it's that certain time of the month, I literally am not using it. Like I'm constantly, it's funny, my family makes fun of me because I'm like, I'm all lassoed in. Like
She
I can't
is,
get
man.
up. They're
She's
like,
like, I can't get up.
I'm like, I have to get all latched. So I do that. And then my father-in-law was having some knee issues. So I brought it with us on a trip to go see them. And he had great success. He's wrapped around his knee and worked for a few hours and felt much better. So I really do think it's a great product. I use it all the time and I feel great using it.
That's exactly right. And Colton, a lot of you guys know he's training for an Ironman, and he's had injuries on occasion and has used the red light for that. It has had great success. And then Seth, who works for us, he is 19 years old, and he had hurt his ankle, sprained his ankle, and was using the red light on it and had great results as well. So those are just personal testimonies of ours. We have one that goes on our door in our closet, and I'll stand in front of that. And I'm actually working on my eyes right now. So with red light, they have found that you can actually not have to wear reading glasses. So I'm working on that right now with the red light.
And there's like mood support things. So if during the winter time, if you kind of get seasonal depression, things like that, the red light can be really helpful for boosting your feeling like you feel better.
Yes. So what I love about these is they're not any kind of medication. It's all using what God created, light and sound. And so again, the promo code for that is Flyover. You can go to myredlight.com. I just encourage you, research, check it out. What are your options? And I absolutely love, obviously the two inventors, absolutely fabulous people. So Jonathan Otto, we've had on several times. And then obviously Wave Watch. So, all right. Do not forget today at 3 p.m., Ginger Zinger is going to be coming on teaching us how to prophetically intercede. And I am learning so much from Ginger. I told her that the other day. There's been multiple occasions over this last week that she was up 24 hours a day praying. And this was multiple days in a row praying and interceding. And we saw major breakthrough. I was like, Ginger, I am learning so much from you. She's 82 years old and she's staying up all night long, multiple nights in a row, praying, declaring, decreeing, and interceding. And so you want to jump on with her. We're learning so much from her. So again, go to Ginger Ziegler on YouTube. You can also find her on Rumble. She's going to be there at 3 o'clock today, or you can go at any time during the week and make sure you are prophetically interceding with her, asking God, can this be stopped, changed, or altered, or calling the things into fruition, which the prophets are saying. All right, so what are the prophets saying? We're actually going to start with Julie Green. Julie received this word on August the 2nd, 2026. She delivered it on August the 11th, 2026, and it's called Brace for Impact. Check this out.
And this one's called Brace for Impact. For I, the Lord, this day am telling you, my children, your enemies are not taking me seriously. Some still do not believe I exist. Others truly believe their power they have been given is stronger than mine. My children, your enemies, are planning more against you in defiance of me. More viruses, sicknesses, more shortages, more weather phenomena, more chaos, more election control, more election fraud, more controlling what is allowed to be in the news. Your enemies will try to continue to trap you financially as much as they can, because when they pull the trigger, you'll have nothing left. And you'll have no choice but to surrender to their power and their new world order. But, enemies of Almighty God, when you try and pull the trigger for your great reset, the trigger that you want to open the doors of death and chaos worldwide, when you try to pull that trigger financially to bankrupt the world's economy so you can have full control over the United States, you can have full control over every nation, even nations you are in alliance with that did your dirty work, you'll betray everyone for more power. And it will not go the way you want it to go. To those of you who think when this trigger is set off, you will have everything you so desire, but it will be the exact opposite of everything you think will happen. Instead of bringing more slavery to the world, and that you will have more control over the human race, you will lose what control you once had, and you will be the ones in slavery and in bondage. When you try and pull this trigger, you think the world's economy will be yours and you will have all financial control over every nation. When in fact you will lose everything, and what belongs to the my children and the nation, it will be given back to them, and everything you have done will be for nothing. Enemies of Almighty God, all the countries you once used and abused and controlled will also be set free from your control, and everything is about to go very badly for you. There will be a sign at the Red Sea, in the Red Sea. It will be in your news for a surprising reason. My children, when you hear about the Red Sea, I am showing you more Red Sea moments that are coming, but in a greater degree. I'm not just delivering you from the establishment. I am delivering you from the ones that control and designed it. My Dave is about to use a trump card against Iran, but it will affect more than just that nation. It will affect everyone who tried to protect what was hidden in Iran, and the reason so many other nations tried to help them receive nuclear power. The truth will come out. Judgment will strike not only Iran, but China. It will hit Canada, Cuba, Italy, Venezuela. You've already seen earthquakes one after another, and you will hear of more and more earthquakes and volcanoes. You will hear of more unusual weather, and I am hitting the globalists hard, so they'll be forced to let you go. There are more signs coming, more judgments coming, more of them to destroy, more of my power to destroy your enemies around the world. China will be hit with an extremely large earthquake that will cause catastrophic damage. I told you, my children, everything that can be shaken will be. Banks will shake, governments will shake, economies will shake. What the globalists used to protect themselves from the truth about coming out about COVID will not last much longer. Once Fauci is completely exposed, their entire charade will be exposed and the WHO will collapse, and so will the WEF and every government and person involved that helped kill millions of people around the world. My children, brace for impact. More judgments are about to hit this earth, says the Lord of hosts.
Okay, so there was some big things there. We heard about earthquakes, so we're going to be talking about earthquakes, but I am hitting the globalist hard, and they will be forced to let you go. We are going to be hearing a lot more about that today. We're also going to be hearing about China. But I wanted to go with that last line that you just heard there, which is the title, which is Brace for Impact. That was what God called this prophetic word with Julie Green. I want to now take you to Herrell York. So Herrell York is a contributor to the prophetic report, used to do the written prophetic report. You're going to find this written word by going to flyoverconservatives.com under prophetic words. This was a dream that she actually had on November the 14th, 2022. I think I read this several years ago, but it's called The Eagle Dream. I was up high on what I felt was a rooftop, but not of a home. It felt like to me to be the top of a very high building. I was alone. I saw from a distance an eagle flying toward me, and so I kept my focus on it because I just love eagles. And even in the natural, see them all the time and watch them. It didn't seem unusual, except that I was at the top of a very tall building on top of a rooftop with sky all around me. The eagle began getting larger and larger in my vision, and closer it got, of course, because it was coming more and more into my view. It kept coming, and the closer it got, I could see, the coloring on it and the white feathers on its head. It was definitely a bald eagle. It kept coming and coming, and it never swayed or swerved at all. I kept my focus on this eagle, almost afraid to turn away. It was closer and closer and still coming directly at me. I began to get concerned because it was now so close that I was a little fearful that if it flew into me, I was going to be hurt by the beak and the talons, not to mention the rest of this majestic bird's very large body and the impact that I would feel. It was still coming directly at me. So I closed my eyes and turned my head, expecting that at any minute I was going to be hit with a violent force and knocked off my feet. But then I noticed that I never felt anything at all. I realized that I apparently hadn't been hit and there was no painful accident at all. And then right before I opened my eyes to see if the eagle flew off or what had happened, I felt something on me. It was not on my shoulders or on my head. It was something up against my chest, my heart, like heart to heart. I could feel the gentle movement of this eagle as if it were literally face to face. I knew if I opened my eyes, the eagle would be there looking right at me. Then I woke up. I sat and asked the Lord, what could this possibly mean? He spoke to me as clear as day and said, same as we heard from Julie, brace for impact. What is happening right now in America, the eagle is symbolic of America, at even the highest levels, the rooftop that I have been showing you is coming to a head with full force right to your face. But I want you to see by watching that I, the Lord, have put my heart chest to chest for America within you, and I will not let anything hurt or harm you. After this, I sensed the dream was not only for me, because in this I could see the dream speaking to many of the remnant church who are standing with the Lord even now as things appear, yes, I said appear, to be falling apart all around us. As it looks like the deep state, uniparty, and loony left agenda is winning. We've heard countless prophetic words, and it seems to be getting worse rather than better. Well, if you'll remember right, I have been honest with you repeatedly in my writings. It is going to look worse before the Lord finally comes in with shock and awe and gets his vengeance. Right now, we are watching the false prophets of Baal dance, laugh, mock, and cut themselves trying to prove that their God is more powerful. Guess what, dear ones? Everyone in Elijah's day saw his God answer by fire, while the false prophets of Baal became a mockery themselves as people saw that Baal wasn't a god at all. Elijah also killed the false prophets of Baal that day. The people knew that Elijah's God was the one true God. All right, this came out from Lana Vassar. You're going to find this by going to flyoverconservatives.com under prophetic words. This came out on August the 12th, 2026, and it's called, I Heard the Lord Say, Here Comes a Fresh Baptism of Fire. Recently, I heard the Lord say, Here comes a fresh baptism of fire. As I leaned into the Lord's heart and listened, I heard, my fire is going to change everything. My fire is going to change everything in ways you have not seen. Where if you have felt consumed by circumstances, grief, weariness, and have become heartsick, I say unto you, my fire is going to change everything. I say unto you, cry out, cry out, cry out for a fresh baptism of my fire, for it is coming upon you. Cry out for a fresh touch from my mighty hand, for I am coming in power in ways that you have not seen before. I am arising on your behalf. And where you have been feeling like much has been consuming you over and over and over again, I say unto you, I am an all-consuming fire, Hebrews 12:29. And I am coming to consume you, to fill you afresh, to mark you again. I say unto you that my fire will change the narrative that you have been carrying. For many of you have been carrying a narrative in your hearts and minds of seasons you have walked. I say unto you that I am coming in fire to deliver you from the narratives
narratives of the seasons. I say unto you that you are not defined by what you have walked. You are not defined by the seasons that you have endured. You are not defined by the things that have failed and the words that have been spoken to you. I am your mighty deliverer, Psalms 18:2, and I am arising on your behalf as the mighty avenger, Psalm 24:8 and Isaiah 1:24. I say unto you, see the days of my divine justice bursting forth. I say unto you, I am baptizing you afresh in my fire and setting your hearts ablaze again. I say unto you, I am coming swiftly with a powerful baptism of the fire of my love and my presence that is going to break the effects of the injustices in your lives. I say unto you that this isn't just another moment of deliverance. This is my mighty hand delivering you into a new day. This is my mighty hand delivering you into a new day of my divine justice, my restoration, and the manifestation of my roar in your lives against all that has been done to steal, kill, and destroy from you. John 10:10. I say unto you that as I come like fire, I am falling upon your weary eyes. I say unto you that I have heard the cries of many of you as you have cried out to me. Lord, I am tired of seeing the opposite to what you have spoken in my life. I say unto you, my fire is falling upon your weary eyes, and I am healing the weariness that has come over your vision. I am touching your eyes that you may again see clearly from my perspective. I say unto you that I am realigning your sight as my fire comes upon you. I am sharpening your insight as you continue to look to me and remain in my word. I am delivering you from lenses that have been looking through I am delivering you from lenses that you have been looking through that are keeping you in places of despair and weariness. I am touching your eyes with my fire, that you shall see the scales fall off of your eyes in many areas, and you shall see with heavenly perspective and vision in ways you have not seen as you seek me. The holy fire of my presence and my spirit that has come upon you again in power shall embolden you to walk in your authority in me in ways you have not before. As my fire falls again and awakens you to your authority in me in greater ways, it shall change everything because you shall begin to see greater life, empowerment, vision, and bold faith fill you again. It shall completely change the way you see. It shall completely change the way that you have perceived much because past seasons have affected many in how they perceive in this season. I say unto you that my fire is causing the limitations of yesterday to fall away. I say unto you that my fire is causing you to arise and take your place in this season in the way that I desire you to. I say unto you that I am igniting unapologetic faith within you as my fire falls. Where you have felt like you were barely surviving and felt like you were walking lacking strength, faith, and vitality, I say unto you, watch what happens as my fire falls. Watch the transformation that happens as the fire of my presence surrounds you, comes upon you, and consumes you. I say unto you, watch the boldness that shall come upon your mouths as my fire comes upon your lips and your tongues. I say unto you, that this is the hour where I have called many of you as voices to arise and to speak and to prophesy, to declare and to teach, to preach and to encourage. And you have been met with some of the greatest battles over your mouths in this season. But I say unto you, you are coming up and out of these attacks on your mouths. Watch how I am placing my fire upon your mouths to purify, to fill, and to ignite boldness, to speak and declare that which I am speaking. You shall not arise in insecurity and intimidation, but you shall arise emboldened by my spirit and my power in deep dependence upon me to speak that which I am calling you to speak.
My fire is causing the dead and dry hearts to come alive again. I am releasing my fire to ignite first love fire and passion within many hearts again. Where hearts have grown tired and weary, where hearts have lost first love fire, I am coming with my fire, the fire of my presence and love to ignite first love fire again. I'm coming with my fire to draw hearts to return in repentance to first love fire. I am consuming hearts again with my fiery, passionate love for my people that will drive out fear. The fire of my love is increasing upon hearts to drive out fear. Many of you have been plagued, tormented, and caged by fear in this season in greater ways than you have ever experienced. And I say unto you, I am coming like fire with the fire of my love to deliver you. I am delivering the eviction notice to the spirit of fear that has been in many of your lives and driving it out with my perfect love and the fire of my love and presence. The very areas where the spirit of fear has come against you time and time and time again, I say unto you, as you break agreement with the spirit of fear, and as the fire of my love and my presence comes upon you, I say unto you, be loosed. The days of you cowering in fear because of the Spirit's constant assault in your lives are over, as my fire and the fire of my love drives it out once and for all. And you shall be transformed in the fresh baptism of my fire. Others shall turn their heads towards you in awe of the transformation and the boldness that I shall release upon you, and you shall testify of my great power and love, and watch my spirit move in your midst and upon their hearts. This is a new day of my fire falling upon you. You shall not arise in your own strength, but you shall arise by my mighty power. You shall see the chains, the attachments that the enemy has attempted to keep you tied to, the false words and chatter and narratives that have continually attempted to stop you from stepping forward into all that I have for you, suddenly consumed by the fire of my spirit. Watch the demonstration of my fire fall and consume that which is standing in opposition to that which I have planned and spoken, and that which you have been crying out to me to see torn down. I say unto you, watch how I shall dismantle by fire the enemy's plans that cause you to awaken to your authority and arise empowered by my spirit, emboldened afresh in faith as you encounter my fire and go forth carrying the fire of my presence and the fire of my love in ways you have not seen before. No longer contained, no longer reframed, going forth, set ablaze with the fire of my spirit and power. Hallelujah. We receive it in Jesus' name. We're going to stay on this whole fire. I'm going to now take you to Donna Rigney. This came out on August the 11th, 2026, and it's called His Fire Destroys Evil and Imparts His Love and Goodness. Check this out.
Father, please anoint this word. Touch my brothers and sisters' hearts and their minds, their ears, Lord God, to hear what you're saying to them personally. God gives us words for the nations, for the world, but a lot of those words, he wants us to take them for ourselves personally. Okay, so this is a word for the world, for the nations, but it's a word for us individually, personally. So take it, whatever he wants to say to you personally. Okay? Fire destroys, but my fire only destroys what is evil and imparts what is godly. When God's fire falls, it only destroys what's evil. You know, when we see fires, forest fires, destroys everything in the natural. But God said, that's not what my fire does. My fire only destroys what's evil. Is that good? My fire is coming. All right, he's saying his fire is coming. You will feel the heat, but my heat isn't uncomfortable, but it is filled with our love. And that's honestly what I'm feeling tonight. I'm feeling the heat, of the fire of God on me, but it's not uncomfortable. It's a feeling of great love at the same time that you're feeling that fire. And that's what he wants to pour out on all of us. He said, my fire is coming. And when his fire comes, it's going to burn up the chaff of wickedness in the world. Okay? But it won't burn up anything that's good in any one of us. Okay? Fiery love is coming to this world. Okay? So when you picture a fire of God's love is coming and settling on the world. All right? Our God is a consuming fire. This is going to be his presence, okay, in fire form. Coming upon us. Fiery love is coming to this world. This fire will destroy what is evil and will forge our love into our faithful children's hearts and into the world as well. Okay? So it's going to forge his love and his goodness is going to come and be forged. You know, when they're purifying silver and gold, okay, and they put it in the fire, okay, but also they use fire to forge, to, you know, like when they're making shoes for horses, whatever, and the fire brings things together, makes things come together, and forges them into one, okay, and he's saying that's what his fire is going to do. It's going to forge his love and his goodness, and it's going to come on us, and it's not going to flee off of us or easily come off. I know. It's going to be in us for good. Okay? Okay. The fire that fell at Pentecost transformed 120 ordinary men and women into power-filled glory carriers. We know 2,000 years ago, after Jesus died and rose, he told his disciples in Acts chapter 1, don't leave Jerusalem, but wait for that which the Father has promised to come, the Holy Spirit. Wait till you receive the Holy Spirit. Then once you have the Holy Spirit, you'll be empowered to go out and to do my work. But wait, don't go out. It's like a car without gasoline. You know, you're not going to drive it very far with no gasoline. Probably not at all. And he said, wait until you're filled with the Holy Spirit. So they waited, they prayed, they were all gathered in the upper room, 120 of them. And it says, the Holy Spirit came like a mighty rushing wind. And then tongues of fire, it appeared to be tongues of fire, rested on their heads. And it reminded me of the vision that Kenneth Hagin had in the 60s, I think it was 1963, where he saw the arm of communism coming up out of the Atlantic Ocean. And the United States, here's the arm of communism. And then a blackness went over all of the United States. And he said it looked like a bottle of ink was spilled over especially some states where communism, and he's watching this and he's seeing that communism was going to take over the United States. And he cries out to God. He says, God, is there no hope? This is back in the 60s he's seeing this. Is there no hope, God? Is there no hope? And he says he sees this big ball of fire coming from heaven, the glory of God. And it breaks off into all fiery tongues, and that comes and rests on all the people. And it just like what happened at Pentecost. It's going to be a baptism of fire that comes. And this is the hour we're in right now. Is communism trying to take over the United States? Yes. And God's saying, I've got a plan. I've got a plan. Okay? Not by power, not by might, but by my Spirit. Your nation will be saved. And the world, many other places are going through difficult things too, similar things. Okay? So I know God's not just limiting this to the United States, to all the nations of the world. In the last days, I will pour my Spirit out on all flesh. Okay? All right. Okay. I'm going to stop that again. The fire that fell at Pentecost transformed 120 ordinary men and women into power-filled glory carriers. My might was forged in them. His might was forged. You know, the fire came on them, and God's might and power was forged in them. These were people like Peter denied Jesus just weeks before. Okay? He denied that he even knew Jesus. He was so afraid was filled with fear. He's a man now, after being baptized with the Holy Spirit and fire, filled with the fire of God, preaches, and 3,000 people get saved right there, and then continues this work, and eventually he is crucified. When they're crucifying him, he's telling them, I am not worthy to be crucified like Jesus was crucified. Crucify me upside down. So he had his tormentors, the people that were crucifying him, turn him upside down, and he died upside down. This is the man that was so afraid that he denied Jesus. What happened when the baptism of fire came on him? Boldness, courage was forged into his character. Okay? Oh, and that's what God does with the fire of his Holy Spirit. He puts wonderful gifts in us, qualities that we lack. He puts them and he forges them into our character. Okay? Oh, all right. My might was forged in them. All right? So the might of God, the power of God, the strength of God was forged into the 120. Peter, one of them. James, John, okay? Fear was burnt out of them. When the fire came on them, fear's no, not good. It's the opposite of faith, okay? Fear was burnt out of them. Burns the chaff. Fire burns the chaff, okay? Anything that's evil, that's not good, fear burnt out of Peter. Might put in, courage put in, boldness put in, love, great love for God, love that would have him lay his life down for God, okay? Forged in him. Fearlessly, they preached my word, healed the sick, and delivered the captives. Without fear, boldly, they went out and proclaimed the gospel. Because of the power of the Holy Spirit, in their own strength, these guys couldn't do it. All right? These are the guys that when Jesus was alive were fighting for who was going to be the greatest in his kingdom. Right? Okay? Okay. And now they're baptized with the fire of God. They're completely transformed. And they're powerful. Okay? Fearlessly, they preached my word, heal the sick, and deliver the captives. Even when facing persecution and death, they stayed faithful. If you read the Acts of the Apostles, you see how many times they were in prison and beaten. Okay, Paul and Silas. How many times, different ones, persecuted. Told them, you cannot preach, you can't speak anything about Jesus ever again. Like, I'm gonna. I can't not speak about him. Fearlessly and boldly and courageously, because they got baptized with the fire of God. Do we need this boldness and this courage in this hour? In the world, we personally need it, but the world needs it. The church needs it, okay? That as we get this is how this great harvest of souls is going to come in. People are going to get baptized with the fire of God. They're going to be changed and transformed by the power of God and go out and bring in this great harvest of souls. Peter, preaching at Pentecost, 3,000 people alone were saved right there. Huge. Watch, for in this hour, watch for years away? No, in this hour, okay? In this hour, fear will no longer hinder my children, okay? How would you love to not be hindered by fear? So many times we feel that little, maybe I should share the gospel with this person here, and we feel afraid. We feel like, oh, they're probably going to get mad. They're going to not like me or this or that. And fear stops us. How would you like it? That no fear. Filled with boldness and courage to just let God use us how he wants to. See somebody sick in the store. Say, would you like me to pray for you? I know God will heal you. Go over, pray for him. Like when Peter and John going into the temple, and they see this man who's crippled. And the guy's begging. And they say, silver and gold we don't have. This is right after they get baptized. All right? Silver and gold we don't have. But what I have, I'm going to give to you. In the name of Jesus, rise up and walk. So the thing that's amazing about this is Peter grabs his hand, lifts him out of the chair. He doesn't wait for his feet to get strengthened. He doesn't look and see his feet. As he pulls him out, the man's feet are healed. And he gets healed as he pulls him up. Come on, walk. And he looked and he said it was by faith in the name of Jesus that he was healed. Faith in it, because he said, in the name of Jesus, rise up and walk. Boom. Like, that's such courage. He didn't see his legs go like that and the swelling go down and say, okay, come on, now you can walk. No, he was still looking crippled. Rise up and walk. That's the kind of faith that the baptism of the Holy Spirit, the fire of God, the baptism of fire gives you. And God's saying, that's what I'm going to give you. That kind of faith that before it happens, you so expect it, you so know it, you so believe it. Come on, walk. Let's walk. And that faith, God rewards that faith. See, miracles happen with that kind of faith. When my fire falls on them, they will be a force that to be reckoned with, unstoppable and relentless will each one be as they hear and answer the call to advance my kingdom. So God's saying, my fire is going to change you. My fire is going to change you. Don't you have that desire inside of us to be used like that for God? Okay? God says, I'm going to put my fire in you. People are going to say, whoa, what happened to you? Huh? Cool. All right. Then let me just finish this. Better than ever before will your lives be, because I am with you in an even more power-filled way than you have ever known. He said, once my fire falls on you, better than ever before will your lives be. Huh? Your own personal lives going to be transformed by the fire of God. His fire is going to burn up everything that's not good, everything that's useless and worthless in our lives, okay? The chaff in our lives, okay? The distractions, the things that aren't any good. He says, when my fire falls, it's going to burn those things away. And all it's going to leave behind are my qualities, my love, my goodness, faith, power for healing, gifts of the Holy Spirit. They're going to be exploding in our lives, okay? So then he said, fire from heaven always brings great change. Right? So we see, and there's many examples in Scripture when the fire of God fell. We know on Mount Carmel, okay, that what happened with Elijah. Elijah, told the people, he said, get all the prophets of Baal, gather them here, and all the people, and we're going to see who's the real God. And so he tells the prophets of Baal, prepare a sacrifice for your God, false God, Baal. And the God who answers by fire, he's the true God. And so they cut up a bull, and it goes on. You can read it in 1 Kings chapter 8, starting in verse 16. I won't read it now. And so they prepare the sacrifice, and from the morning until the evening, they dance around, holler, cut themselves, do everything they can to have their God consume the sacrifice with fire. And nothing happens. And so then Elijah says, okay, he gets his bull, puts it on the altar, and has them pour buckets and buckets of water over the sacrifice. And he says, Father, answer by fire. Show them who you are. And the fire of God comes right away, immediately. Doesn't have to do anything. Immediately, the fire comes from heaven and consumes the sacrifice. And the whole crowd starts yelling, the Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God. And then he has the priests go and kill the prophets of Baal, gets rid of the evil. So the fire of God falls, evil is eradicated, and great faith comes in the people. And God says, this is what happens when my fire falls. This is an example here. We see at Pentecost, here's 120 people, ordinary people like you and I going to church, worshiping God, waiting, praying, God, give us your spirit, praying, and the fire of God falls on them. They're completely changed. They go out. It's that 120 that brought Christianity to the whole world. From them, look what God did from that 120. They told this one told this one. Okay? Miracles, miracles, miracles happened. The dead were raised. They would bring people into the marketplace, dead, people who were sick, and line them up. Because the people in the town knew that the power of God was on the apostles, on these disciples. When they walked by them, just their shadows raise the dead, heal the sick. This is what's coming. This is God saying, this is what I'm going to be doing. And I'm using ordinary people that have an extraordinary love for me, that are sold out for me. I'm going to put the fire of God on them and change their lives forever. Okay? This is where we're at right now. How many want it? Yay, yay, 100%. Oh, fire from heaven always brings great change. Look in the natural what happens when lightning strikes. Okay? When we see lightning strike an area, you can see trees. If it's direct hit, demolishes the tree. Tree will catch on fire, be split right in half, a big tree, ruined. Homes destroyed. Lightning strikes. Kills people if lightning strikes somebody, okay, directly. God's saying, look at how powerful in the natural fire coming from heaven is, a lightning strike, okay? My power is even greater than the most powerful lightning strike. See the damage lightning brings when it strikes? In the same way, when my fire falls, the reverse is true. Okay? So we can see what great damage lightning does when lightning strikes. God's saying, look at that. And the reverse is true when my fire falls from heaven. Okay? Creation. Things are created. People are transformed, changed. Okay? It creates clean hearts. He said, my fire creates. It creates clean hearts, pure hands, mountain-moving faith, miracles, peace, harmony, and unity, strong, unbreakable bonds of love. This is what his fire produces, okay? Minds that focus on my Son and my ways. Evil is destroyed. The reign of the Holy Spirit falls. This is what God's saying he wants to do in this hour.
Wow. Okay, we're going to stay on fire. But again, we did hear about Elijah and Baal, which we heard from Cheryl York. But this is Diana Larkin from Watchman's Journal. This came out on August the 11th, 2026. You can find this by going to flyoverconservatives.com under written prophetic words. And it's called Fire in Your Bones. Now is the time for my army of light to get aggressive in your warfare against the deep darkness. The evil empire is desperate, angry, and spiteful towards anyone carrying the light and justice for freedom and justice. See, light for fighting. Sorry. Let's read that again. The evil empire is desperate, angry, and spiteful towards anyone carrying the light and fighting for freedom and justice. They are flinging out death agendas and trying to scare people into submission through the lying media. They are seeking to retaliate against nations who are boldly choosing righteous and just leaders and dethroning the evil empire's puppet leaders. The retaliation comes in the form of sickness, set fires, earthquakes, and weather manipulation. In your own lives, you are dealing with minor irritations and major onslaughts from the dark and angry enemy. I am placing fire in your bones so that you can rise up in your blood-bought authority and declare with one voice. No more back off. Say, I release the fire of Yahweh's judgment on you and on your evil plans. With heaven's angels and hosts, we stop you in your tracks. We tear down your evil schemes. We remove your finances from carrying out your evil plans. We cut you off from the dark protectors, and we expose you to a complete uncovering of who you are and of all of your evil deeds. We release the fiery justice of Yahweh to burn up your evil platforms, communications, and dark altars. We say to you that you are done. Now make way for the kingdom of heaven to rule and reign on the earth and to fill every area where evil empire held power or influence. The fire of my judgment and justice will consume the wicked, and you will see them no more. I am a consuming fire. So what do we do now? First of all, pray. Second of all, God is calling us to worship. Third, declare and decree what we do want to see established. And we're going to start with a decree from Patricia King, 12 decrees for your nation. If you would like this decree, just simply text the phone number 40509. Text the word decrees. Let's do this together. In Jesus' name, I decree that my nation is turning to God and is embracing the truth of his word. In Jesus' name, I decree that the active, holy, and powerful conviction of the Holy Spirit is visiting every individual in my nation, drawing souls into true encounter with Christ. In Jesus' name, I decree that all who serve the nation in government positions are visited by the righteousness, truth, and justice of God, and they live in the fullness of Christ's wisdom in all they do. I decree that any corruption in government will be exposed and dealt with in wisdom and righteousness in order for the nation to be cleansed. In Jesus' name, I decree that the education leaders, systems, and institutions in my nation are being filled with kingdom values, wisdom, conviction, and truth. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ in my nation is actively walking with and serving the Lord with fullness of focus, sincerity of faith, and in the demonstration of the power of the Spirit. In Jesus' name, I decree that those who live in my nation are kept in good health and are offered excellent health services and care. I decree that all will live in the health and strength of the Lord. In Jesus' name, I decree that the media in my nation communicates godly morals and values, and the gospel is favored in media. In Jesus' name, I decree that every godly business and enterprise flourishes in my nation, and every corrupt business and enterprise is exposed and falls. I decree prosperity and fruitfulness in my nation as a result of godliness, in order for every individual to have all they need. In Jesus' name, I decree that the marriages and families in my nation are blessed with love, joy, and peace, and that every home is filled with the goodness of God. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ is mobilized into the harvest fields of my nation to bring forth much fruit. In Jesus' name, I decree that righteousness thrives in my nation in every realm of life, and that lawlessness and corruption have no place. Jesus is Lord over my nation. Hallelujah. We receive it in Jesus' name. Now, if you'll grab your shofar, we're going to blow our shofars together. They use the shofar as a weapon. It is a spiritual weapon. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. They blew their shofars, they yelled, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing our shofar, that the angels are going in, they're shredding the platforms of the enemy, and we're going to use those platforms as ramps to go in and take our victory. On the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars together, we're going to yell, and then we're going to send out the angels to make toast of our enemy. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Make sure you jump on with Ginger at 3, and we'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.